If the stinking beggar doesn't have money for medicine, she shouldn't even go near the store. But the girl asked me to save her brother. She'll do anything. The villains had beaten her brother so badly that he was now dying. She begged her to complain. This girl is scaring away her customers. Who's gonna pay her back for that? So she better get out of here fast. The beggars of today have gotten a lot of nerve, and no one disputes that such a little one is ready to invent anything to get food. She just cried. In his past life, he wanted to serve for the good of humanity, but ended up facing the harsh reality of this world. One man molested the girl. The other threatened to make the other stay still and quickly hand over their money. He wondered more than once if the so-called goodness might be a faulty premise. And with powers like that, he's gonna protect people. Does he really think it's that easy to be a hero? You get into dangerous situations to save other people, but all they can give you in return is sympathy. If the girl killed him, he would let her go. The man said not to believe him. He'd suffered so much to save her. But just then a shot rang out. Then what's the point of being a hero? If he gets a chance in his next life, he'd rather live it quietly as a scoundrel. Today she begged for a steamed pie. He recognized his little sister Shinner. It felt both very proper and foreign at the same time. She asked her brother to get up sooner and praise her. His body ached so much he couldn't move. He didn't realize where he was. The armed man told the kid that if he wanted to occupy just a deputy, this time Sushin should leave and never come back. Liu Sundao leaves him no choice. He swears if he doesn't get revenge this time, he's not human. Shinner asked her dear brother not to abandon her. She would be very obedient. Suddenly, he heard a voice asking if he would like to surpass his past skills. It was the great villain system that could give him a rebirth. Someone broke in. The old boy wasn't lying about the girl still being here. They wanted to grab her to wash her up and trade her for a few pennies for a drink. Uncles will take this girl to a fun place where she will never have to grieve again. Her brother won't let her go out with strangers. She stays here. Her brother's already dead. She had better go with them amicably, and they would bury her brother themselves. She called them liars and asked them to let her go. Her brother's still alive. She bit his arm. He started screaming in pain, after which he flipped her off. How did that beggar even dare to bite him? Now he's gonna cut her down. He pulled a knife on her. But suddenly, something caught his attention. A guy they thought was dead came out. He demanded that her sister be released. How is this Sushin not dead yet? Her brother finally woke up. She knew he wouldn't leave her. Isn't it enough that Liu Sandao betrayed him? Why are they hitting on his sister now? They just wanted to send his sister to a brothel and trade her for booze money. And what's he gonna do about it? Sushin, who respects kinship and friendship, has never broken laws, neither divine nor human. It's a bunch of scum over and over again, and they don't give him a choice. And today, they won't even let a fragile little girl like this go. What the hell is he talking about? Who he's trying to scare with that piece of rusty iron? Let him try to come near me. But his gaze was unwavering. That weakling has really gotten cocky. This thing is good at killing people, and they call it a sword. The man started to run away, but Sushin won't let him go that easily. If he just tried to yank, Sushin would immediately finish him off. Betraying the kid and selling his sister was all Liu Sandao's sole decision. He had nothing to do with it. They'd been side by side for years. He begged for clemency. Sushin and take it back to Liu Sandao. He owes him a debt. Sushin will take it personally. The man replied that he would fulfill everything. He dragged the corpse on his back. Suddenly, Sushin told him to stop. He demanded all the silver he had with him. Shinner asked if her brother had killed that man. Sushin replied that of course not. He was just teaching them a little lesson so that they wouldn't dare to molest them again. But he can't fool her. She's not 3 years old anymore. She knows he did it to protect her. For the last few days, while he was away, she's been harassed by bullies all the time. But she's not afraid of them at all. As long as he's around, no one can threaten her. Sushin asked Mother Wang to keep an eye on Shinner, as he still had some things to do. The woman replied that Jianghu is a harsh place. He shouldn't forget that little sis is waiting for him here. It may be a harsh place, but no more harsh than the human heart. She needn't worry. The girl screamed for her brother to come back soon. The system congratulated him for successfully completing the task of killing a harassing bully. By randomly selecting him, he had obtained Yin Jiping's entry-level Perfect Truth Naigong skill, an entry-level Perfect Truth School sword mastery skill. Sushin didn't understand who was saying this. This was the strongest villain system. He realized that this was the devilish thing that had previously appeared in his mind. The great villain system incorporated everything existing in the world of knights. All he should do is perform tasks to gain villainy points, which could later be used to enter a lottery, or to exchange them for items he needs. Yes, if this so-called devil had not given him the secrets of fencing skill at their first meeting, he would not have been able to deal with it so easily. But he didn't understand how to use it specifically. He should just go deal with it himself. Suddenly, a machine gun began to fall on him. Sushin quickly bounced away from where he had fallen. What a stupid system. You could be even more vague about it. Drunken Moon Tower. Someone told the old man they were in trouble. He asked about the silver coins in the casino. He also inquired as to what that noise was. His brother Lao Wu was killed. He examined the corpse of his subordinate. The one who had killed him was a swordsmith. It was a person whose swordsmanship had reached the extraordinary heights of one strike, one death. But that can't be true. When did Sushin become a swordmaster? Could it be the same one that took away his position? He confirmed Old Chen's words. Although he knows that this kid used to be good at fighting, but he couldn't master the sword so quickly. It's really strange. After all, after immersing oneself in the study of sword arts for 10 years, it is impossible to master a technique of such a level. Could it be that Sushin had studied Neigong? Only true warriors of the Middle Heaven practice Neigong. Did he really think that just anyone had the right to practice it? It was because of his lack of education. He asked what about Sushin. He should prepare 1,200 silver, and the rest is on him. He'll also tell his foster father that Sushin is forming a gang to keep the man from being rumored. The man replied that he would go get the silver. He had a black pill in his hand. It was a nourishing inner strength pill. Compared to his current level of Chewy, it was nothing, but it's better than nothing. He was given a new rookie mission: kill Liu Sandao within 3 days and become the head of the Eagle Gang. The reward is 10 villainy points and 1 inner strength nourishing pill. The penalty for failing to do so is the chopping off of 1 arm. Sushin has been stopped. All the seats here are reserved by the Eagle Gang. He came to see Liu Sandao. This daredevil even dared to say the Lord's name. Sushin quickly presented his sword to the man's throat. He asked again if he could come in now. The man let him do it. Meanwhile, Old Chen had already been brought all the silver as they had agreed. Sushin walked in and suggested that Liu Sandao's position as the head of the gang was not to his liking. He killed Lao Wu and still has the nerve to come here. The old man replied that he had killed a man, so what? He's being paid money to kill, so there better be no hard feelings when he dies. Somehow he feels that today is clearly not a vintage day. He'd better keep a close eye on his sword, but he stopped his punch. This man met the naked sword with his bare hand. Could it be this iron palm technique? Pretty good, even though his sword is fast. He wanted to object somehow, but he didn't. There will be no protests today. He killed Grandpa Hu's foster son, Sanya. He ordered a quick capture of the lad, and now a handful of weaklings want to attack him. Does he really want to run away again? Sushin threw his sword. That's to be expected of Liu Sandao. Betraying his brothers at the most crucial moment is his true nature. Why is he frozen? He'd better run. Liu Sandao wanted to stop him somehow. But Sushin didn't listen to him. Everyone couldn't believe that old Liu San had been killed. Since he is dead, Sushin becomes the head of the gang from this day forward. Sushin asked if there were any objections. They only glanced amongst themselves. Liu Sandao got what he deserved for his evil deeds. The brothers had disliked him for a long time. Now that Mr. Su had done away with him, it was best for Mr. Su to take over as the leader. Sushin asked the man's name. This humble servant's name was Huang Bingcheng. From now on, when he's not here, Huang Bingcheng will keep an eye on these brothers. He thanked Mr. Su. But since Master killed Chen Dao, it would be easy to explain to his foster father, Husan's grandfather today. Liu Sandao is already dead. There's still no notification that the mission has been completed. Looks like we need to sit tight on the gang leader's throne. After all, we'll have to get the approval of the top leadership of the Eagle Gang. He asked how much wealth Liu Sandao had left. Huang replied that there was still about 10 million liang left. Looks like we can't just leave this treasury like this. We should take it to compensate Husan Yu's grandfather. He ordered old Huang to bring the silver left over from Liu Sandao, after which they would go to visit Husan's grandfather. He just killed Cheng Dao, and going to Husan's grandfather's house now is like willingly sticking his foot in a trap. They will only know whether he is confident or arrogant if he comes out of Grandpa's house alive. Brothers Wang and Tian were there. He also wanted to ask them to put in a good word with Grandpa that Sushin from the Eternal Happiness Quarter was asking for a meeting. Could it be the same kid who killed Cheng Dao? Grandpa Husan is already waiting inside. Tian told old Wang that this boy won't get out of there alive. But Tian doesn't know. If he does get out of there, there's definitely a place for him in the Eagle Gang. Is it because he killed Cheng Dao? It's because after he killed him, Sushin still has the courage to come here. He's quite brave. Husan was also surprised that he dared to come here after killing his adopted son. He really is brave. Grandpa's giving him too much praise. Sushin came here not because he is brave, but because he knows that Grandpa won't kill him. Grandpa worked hard for 20 years raising his adopted son, only to have Sushin kill him later. And after that, he thinks Grandpa won't kill him. Where did he get such self-confidence from? The glass in his hand shattered. Sushin had done him a great favor. It was only because of this that the humble servant became cocky. And what a service it is. This year, he's in his late 50s, and Chengdao is almost 40. Obviously, when one has the strength and ambition to be the ringleader, and he is forced into a lower position under his grandfather. I wonder if he has no malicious intent behind this. Isn't he afraid of angering his grandfather, so to speak? In fact, Husan's grandfather understands it himself. Knowing Chengdao, he would not dutifully wait for Grandpa to leave his position. Grandpa was interested in what he was saying. The only choice for Chengdao is to kill Husan and take his position. In the Eagle Gang, everyone only talks about the agility of his body and bravery of spirit. But in Grandpa's opinion, it's his mind that really deserves the baklava. However, that doesn't change this fact that he killed his adopted son. Sushin asked to be accepted as his adopted son. He handed over 1,000 liang of silver. Even though it was not much, it was all from a pure son's heart, just to gladden his father's heart. Husan so knew he wasn't wrong about him. From this day forward, the leadership of Kwai Holin will fall into his hands. He will notify the gang members. Sushin thanked his father. So far, he's only recently become the leader. His subordinates will be mostly ordinary gang members, but Grandpa has a couple of young tricksters. From now on, he will accompany the guy everywhere. He called these men. They were Li Huai and Li Gang. These people have accompanied Grandpa for many years. They are not badly trained. Henceforth, the two younger brothers will accompany and work for Sushin. But Brother Li is too kind. They're older. It's Sushin who needs to learn from them. He sent the others away, and Sushin needs to run some errands. Sushin asked if there were any orders, but Grandpa asked if he had studied Neigong. The guy didn't know what to say to that, but he doesn't have to worry. Grandpa's not going to take away his technique secrets. To tell the truth, he also knows the Neigong technique. The guy had heard that only the head and 3 of his deputies owned the gang, but they don't know anything. When the Eagle Gang was just starting out, there were only 30 people in the gang. If the head of the gang possessed the Neigun, how could he not pass it on? But diligence alone is not enough. You also need natural talent. And although he had been practicing for more than 40 years, he was able to perfect only 13 out of 108 points. Father is very modest. One only has to look at the power of his iron palm technique, and it is clear that even the 36-point warriors of the heaven above cannot compare to him. But Sushin shouldn't overpraise him either, and he should also remember that the Kwaiholin domain borders the Qingju gang, so he shouldn't dishonor his grandfather's name. With his permission, the boy will leave. This guy's mindset and courage are truly frightening. Plus, he's not even 20 years old yet. Isn't he afraid this guy will become another Chengdao? But he's a smart kid. He won't do that. He apologized for the long wait. He can't even find the words to say how grateful he is for their help. Grandfather's orders are to help him consolidate his new position. But he shouldn't even hope that the man would take him in charge. Does he really think that because he can fight, he can do anything? He asked Master to ignore him. It's just that Li Huai has a really bad temper. Li Gan still needs to go home to pack. If you just look at Brother Li, it's clear that he's 100 times more humble in the same position. Old Huang just doesn't realize that normally biting dogs don't bark. The system congratulated him for successfully completing the mission. He received 10 villainy points and 1 nourishing inner strength and pill. And so the girl was happy to see her returning brother. She's a big girl now after all, and she's not ashamed to cuddle like that. Sushin will show her their new home. Just like that, the guy wondered where the bracelet Auntie had given her had gone. She couldn't find the words about the bracelet. The guy asked her not to be afraid and to tell him where the bracelet had gone. She must have lost it. But no, she hadn't lost it. She just noticed that the guy hurt himself and went to the pharmacy to get some medicine. But the pharmacy owner didn't give her anything and took her bracelet. Sushin told her not to worry. He will return the bracelet tomorrow. In the meantime, they will go see their new home. That's how she knew her brother loved her. The girl was asked not to run so fast so she wouldn't fall. In the meantime, he took up meditation. After all, poor Grandpa Husan. He had trained for 40+ years, with only 13 points of refinement. If only he knew that not even a couple of days later, Sushin would already be at the threshold of the gates of heaven. It would be interesting to see the look on his face. The system congratulated on the improvement in abilities. The rookie's mission had been successfully completed. He received a random reward, Chu Jiaonan's Sumeru swordsmanship style. Level rating, 1.5 stars. The story mission has been activated. A noble man can't last a day without power. Not a day goes by without money for a homeless tramp. Without the clinking of coins, your power is but a fleeting mirage. In 6 months, he should receive 100,000 liang of silver. As a reward, he will be able to enter a lottery with mid-level prizes, as well as 200 villainy points. If he fails the task, he will lose one randomly selected technique forever. How could he even accumulate 100,000 yuan of silver when the gang led by Liu Sandow brought in 1,000 something yuan a month? It's really going to take a lot of hard work to raise all that money. Su Xin has become the head of a branch of the Eagle Gang called Kuiholen. The gang is run by Husan's grandfather. He asked the system why all of a sudden the penalty for not completing a story mission was just a random forfeiture of one technique. The penalty for failing a rookie mission was much harsher. If a person fails even one rookie task, it means he's a complete non-entity. And it's better to die early and not pollute the air. He went outside. They greeted the guy. As per his order, the man had already gathered the brothers. He asked when they were moving out. Su Xin replied right away. What a shame. A bracelet of such high quality, and no pair. If it had been a pair, the price would have increased many times over. He's right. Except if he knew what family that girl was from, he'd figure out how to get the other one. Su Xin and Shiner walked in. Su Xin asked if the shopkeeper was still there. The man recognized the girl immediately. He suggested that she was the same girl who came to get her medicine. Isn't that mean girl enough? She made a mess last time and paid for it with her bracelet. But that's not enough, so she has to give her second one. But she didn't do anything. What kind of big business is Merchant Wang's that he has to pay for it with 2 jade bracelets? It comes from this girl's family. His apothecary shop turns over several $100s in a few minutes. She made so much noise she scared away all the customers. He's a total fraud. This shop has no customers during the day. That's big business. If he said big, he said big. He told the kid to quickly hand over the second jade bracelet, or he would report everything to the authorities now. And then there would be prison chowder waiting for them. He hadn't eaten the prison chowder, but something told him that pretty soon even the merchant would have nothing to eat. Is that a threat? Does the kid know that he gives a few $dozen to the Eagle Gang every month for a roof? Believe it or not, the men from that gang are going to come in and pull his legs out. Then they're going to throw him out. Su Xin said to Old Huang to come in. It was Old Huan who came to see him. The merchant inquired as to his fate, but Huan asked the master what his instructions would be. The merchant couldn't think that this kid would be called a gentleman. Huang introduced him to Husan, the son of Hu's grandfather, and Su Xin, the new leader of Kuiholen. Is that merchant really that smart? Suddenly he wants to blackmail Mr. Su. Looks like he's tired of living. This humble servant did not see who he was dealing with. The master is a great man of generosity. He asked to be pardoned this time, but he only laughed at what he said, especially that he wanted a pardon. Juan inquired if the fat man needed to be done. The merchant knelt down. He asked for mercy again. He would return the bracelet to the Lord, and he also had a lot of silver. He doesn't have long to live as it is. It's a shame to kill him to death, so let them beat him up good. That dodgy merchant even poked his finger at him, and he really doesn't like it. The 2 men were ready to take on the merchant. If they only touch it, the government will have no mercy on them. Meanwhile, Su Xin covered the girl's ears and eyes so that she couldn't see or hear anything. Juan decided to stop. He'd had enough. At this rate, he'd probably die soon. They should tie this fatso up quickly. The government representatives will be here soon. They should know what to say. The guys replied that they knew everything perfectly well. He handed the gentleman the bracelet. This bracelet is very high quality. It's too high quality. It doesn't look like something that belongs to the Su family. There's nothing in this body's memory about the bracelet's origin. The girl was still very young, so maybe she didn't need to ask anything. He wanted to help her put the bracelet on. He also ordered Old Huan to summon all the big shopkeepers to the Drunken Moon Tower for a meeting. 2 hours later, Merchant Liu and Merchant Huang came quite early today. The new leader is taking office. No one dares not to come. Merchant Liu asked if Mr. Su had found out the origin of this Mr. Su. The Merchant Huan replied that no one could tell what kind of temper he had. Obviously, nothing good could come of it. He had heard that the owner of the apothecary's shop had been beaten by him mercilessly. Clearly, some apothecary is not like them, who have reputation and position. No matter how tough the gentleman's temper is, there's nothing to worry about. He's waiting for them to have lunch anyway. And Mr. Su is here. He introduced himself to the esteemed merchants as the new manager of Kuiholen. He came to talk to them, so he hoped for their support and cooperation. Mr. Su is too nice. This gentleman is their indispensable pillar of security. He appreciates their courtesy. The Eagle Gang can't afford to give them offense. Speaking of training camps, he's got something he'd like to discuss with them today. Changing the fees barely approved at the beginning of the month is odd. Do they really think Liu Sandao can approve the rules and he can't? He will make his ruling now. Henceforth, he will waive all fees for everyone. Is this Sushin such a kind man? Merchant Liu interjected. It's not like he came to joke with them. It absolutely eliminates dues for everyone. However, everyone sitting here would be required to set aside a gift of stock from their company and pay the appropriate dividends at the end of each month. But a 10% stake is too harsh. The man interjected, asking if Mr. Su was joking by any chance. He's not just going to take that stock for nothing. He has a plan to double their monthly profits. That's a loud statement. But on what basis are they supposed to believe this twaddle? Kwaiholin has a gambling house, a brothel, a wine house, and numerous hotels. In other words, everything needed to provide the guest with 4 kinds of services: eating, drinking, gambling, and entertainment. But the way they do it now does not yet allow the guest to experience the highest level of service. If a gambler playing for money in the gambling house was accompanied by a beauty, he would be more courageous in the game, and winning would give part of the winnings to the beauty. And if he lost, the beauty could immediately soothe him with her caressing sword. If the player gets tired, you are always waiting for him with wine and snacks in the wine house. After all this, when he's quite tired, he can get out and go to the nearest hotel to rest. And now they have to think, with this level of service, will there be a shortage of customers? And really, how did they not realize it themselves? But if we proceed with his plan, won't everyone have to move themselves and move companies to new locations? Compared to other sites, they have a natural geographical advantage. Kwaiholin landscape is fairly divided by land of approximately the same size. Therefore, no one will suffer losses from a small rearrangement. Mr. Su has a point. They have no problem allocating a small amount of money for finishing. These concepts are really good, but 10% of the stock is still a lot. Wouldn't it be better for him to refuse the gentleman and run his own business like he used to? He doesn't even know what Merchant Juan's plans are. Although his idea isn't bad, but Shunda's gambling house is doing quite well as it is. Sometimes it happens that being overly savvy turns people sideways. He doesn't understand where the gentleman got such expressions from. If he doesn't understand, then the guy's about to make it very clear. Sushin drew his sword, after which he stuck it in the merchant's fingers. Does he really take Sushin for a simpleton? The merchant is thinking of using Master's plan and not sharing the profits. How brave of him. He's already chewed it all up and presented it to them on a platter, and they're still making faces. Then he'll get his own. By doing so, isn't he afraid that it will end badly? How this could end badly for him? He hates it more than anything when all sorts of hypocritical individuals spout bullshit in front of him. The gentleman's punch was stopped. If he does kill the merchant before then, it won't be easy to explain himself to the government later. Sushin interjected, not just explaining himself. After which he told the others to come in. They were in place. Whichever of the brothers takes on the merchant Juan and takes the blame will be rewarded with 1,000 silver. And also the maintenance of the members of his family the Lord will take care of. He clearly hadn't expected such a move from the master. They'll never make that much in a lifetime. What if he doesn't keep his word? And he's just taking this sin for nothing. He is loyal to Master Su, and will take this sin upon himself. 1,000 silver coins will be enough to feed his mother and wife, so that they will not refuse to eat or drink for the rest of their lives. He asked his brothers to keep an eye on his wife so that she would not have lovers with the money he had earned at the cost of his life. Well, he doesn't have to worry so much. When he's done with this case, he can turn himself in, and then the gentleman will get him out with the help of his lawyers. He's not going to let that man die. He trusts the master and thanks him for his courtesy. He can't kill him that easily. For daring to treat him like that, the government will never forgive him for it. Sushin asked again if there were anyone who disagreed with his plan. Now everyone was in agreement. Well, if that's the case, they need to sign a stock transfer agreement. Unless they have any other questions, they can go home. Is it really a bill of sale for the land of the Shunde gaming house? That's exactly what happened. The gentleman sent a humble servant to pay his respects to them and to hope for their assistance in finding compromises with the government. Husan asked Counselor Lee what he would say about his adopted son's abilities. He has a wicked heart and a hard hand. He's smart, and most importantly, he knows where to step in and where to retreat. He wants to use his father's connections to settle a conflict with the government. Of course, he didn't forget the gift either. The counselor asked how much they would give Sushin of the Shunde gambling house property. Grandpa said to keep 10,000 wen, the original land of the gambling house should also be given to the guy. They only need those few tens of thousands of silver coins in cash. He wants to know how many surprises his son will have. A man walked in the arms of women and asked where heaven on earth is. Heaven on earth is here. It turns out that they are then the Gurias of paradise. That beauty was right. They're all beautiful paradise gurias here. They had only not seen old Liu for a month, but in that time, the level of service in Kwaholan had reached a completely different level. If he really feels that way, he should visit more often from now on. And he will. However, Kwaholan has been on everyone's lips lately, but nothing has been heard about Merchant Huang. The gentleman has an excellent memory. Was there anything he didn't like about the new Lunking gambling house? The man replied that he did not. The next day, according to the boss's order, that sword he asked for a month ago has already been docked. He wanted to take a quick look at it. This sword is very good. Shinner also recognized that he was very cool. After which, she asked if she could learn fencing. She can do it, but why would she do it? He'll see. She'll learn fencing and won't let anyone hurt her baby brother. This little one is so ambitious. The monthly fee from the merchants is here. Boss has to guess how much it is. Su Xin asked, and how much? Juan said to drop everything off. The men brought chests. Inside the chests was silver. In the first month, they earned as much as 180,000 liang silver. That's really a lot. He ordered 80,000 liang to be set apart and sent to Elder Hu Sanyu, then called the brothers to a meeting in the main hall. Huang was dissatisfied with something at 80,000 yuan. Su Xin explained that they couldn't eat this kind of money, and if forcibly stuffed into themselves, they would suffocate. He successfully completed the Brave's characteristics, 1-inch task. As a reward, he received 200 glory points and 1 participation in the middle rank lottery. Su Xin asked how many times he could participate in the lottery now. He can now participate 33 times in the entry-level lottery and once in the mid-level lottery. The system asked if he would like to participate now. He decided he would play next time. The brethren are already assembled and waiting in the main hall. Today he brought everyone together on 2 occasions. The first excuse is to give them a month's paycheck. He threw over a chest of silver. He's lived here for 20+ years and has never seen so much silver. The salary for this month is 10 lan silver. And before, they didn't even make that amount in a year. But by taking the Lord's silver, they pledged to abide by his rules. And now they will move on to the second occasion. He asked old Juan to read out a list of names. Jiaoxi, Liu San. Those named have to step forward on their own and get their 20 punches in. Chen Laodao was also there. Van Erhu. It's called working to take the fruits of your labor away from yourself. He knows that they used to eat in their restaurants and use their women workers for free. But from today, they will know that the 10 liang of silver they have received may turn into 20 or even 30 liang tomorrow. By deceiving Kuai Holin, they are digging a hole for themselves. He has realized everything and wants to voluntarily receive his punishment. Today's 20 strikes are a reminder that if anyone else decides to seek freebies or spend money in the future, they won't get a dime from him. Then they can't blame the gentleman for not valuing brotherhood. The border between the territories of the Eagle Gang and the Qingju Gang. Zhang Hong, head of the Qingju Gang branch. Why, when he was running Kuai Holin, this gang of merchants didn't pay him any dividends. The man had heard that the new head of the Kuai Holin branch had just killed the owner of the Huang gambling house. So the others were now tiptoeing in front of him and obediently paying tribute. Ever since Kuai Holin was handed over to the Eagle Gang, they've been living better and better there. Isn't that the man from the Eagle Gang coming? Thank God he followed his boss. Otherwise, how else would he have been able to live large like this? The men from the other gang called out to him. Isn't that Zhao's branch chief from the Qingju Gang? How long has he been moonlighting as a roadside vendor? Already even stray dogs dare to mock him. He ordered his men to fetch this scum now. This is the Eagle's territory. If they dare to enter, the boss will not forgive them for their insolence. He'll give that man a good beating today. Then we'll see what the boss can do with him. They started beating him. Suddenly they said that this kid was really dead. Zhang Hong couldn't believe his eyes. After which he looked at the battered man. What are they gonna do now? If the Eagle Gang really wants revenge, it won't end well. There's nothing else to do. They need to run away quickly and he'll report to the head of the gang. The head of the Qingju Gang, Dai Chung. It's nothing really. He'll send a man to put in a good word and throw in some money for the funeral. Would the Eagle Gang just forget about it that easily? Nothing's gonna happen. He doesn't understand the business of big shots. There was a gang meeting about the murder. Is Qingju's gang so arrogant that they dare to make attempts on his men? The Lord must charge them for the deed. They don't want to die for nothing with their brothers. Su Xin asked as he heard from their gang. The gang sent 10 liang of silver as compensation for the funeral. He balled his fist. Do they really think the gang will just swallow it? The people upstairs want to keep it quiet. They realize how difficult this situation is for the boss. But he had known Chen Sunner since he was a child. And now, only they had healed well, and he was suddenly killed so treacherously. Resentment for this crime would now forever be in his heart. What's the best thing for them to do about it? If they do as they are told from above, it will suddenly lead to despair in the ranks of the brothers. He would not let his brothers die in vain. Sushin will meet with his father, and then he will definitely make Qingju pay blood for blood. The man kept trying to reach Zhang Hong. He tapped his hand on the table. He looked so scared. They had already contacted the Eagle Gang yesterday, and it worked out just like he said it would. But he had heard that the new branch leader, Kwai Holan, was a ruthless tyrant. Would he just let it go like that? Does he really think this new leader would dare to rampage on this earth? He raised his mace, after which he banged her on the table. If this kid is really that pissed off, he'll just nail him with his mace and he won't go anywhere. Husanya's talking grandpa. Sushin sure knows how to do things. In just one short month, he had earned as much as 80,000 liang of silver for his father. Husan asked the counselor how he now viewed the kid. No wonder grandpa is called a visionary strategist. But he immediately received news that Sushin had earned a total of 180,000 liang of silver this month. He knows about it. Sushin's arrival was announced. The son came to visit his father. This time, he came to his father with a serious request. Recently, his subordinate had been beaten to death by a Qingju gang member. His father should have heard about it. This is nothing more than a big misunderstanding. Qingju has already sent his man to apologize. That's enough. Is the life of his subordinate worth a measly 10 coins? It's a whole human life. Husan stopped his chatter. Under his rule, Kiholan is developing well. He shouldn't waste all his energy on these trivialities. He asked Counselor Lee to escort Sushin for him. Everyone was used to such incidents by now, and he didn't need to worry about it. His father doesn't seem to care about this case at all. I don't see how. Let him take this piece for tea as a token of his esteem. On this side, that's all true. But on the other side, there is another problem. The master had given his grandfather 80,000 lakhs of silver last month. However, someone asked the counselor to tell Grandpa Sanya that he had actually earned 180,000 liang. When Grandpa heard this, he was not very happy. A man whose heart is not full of pleasure is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. It turns out there's also a snitch like Li Gang. He's back. Others have asked how he has spoken and when they are speaking. Father decided to obey the decision of other leaders. How could they do that? And what are they gonna do now? This crowd is too disorganized, but he will not let his brothers die for nothing. Tomorrow at this time, he will go and present the severed heads of Zhang Hong and Dai Chung as an offering to his deceased brother. But he can't go. Does Brother Lee have any objections? He's just a secondary leader. If it's forced like this, whether it works out or not, they'll all follow the guy to the grave. He was originally going to avenge his innocently murdered brother. But as Brother Lee correctly pointed out, he shouldn't involve all of them. He proposed to give this freedom of choice to the gang members. If they agreed to this plan, he would risk his life to return with the heads of Dai Chun and Zhang Hong. He can't stand that kind of thing. If the guy decides to act, he'll be in on it too. Brother Chen's honor should by no means die in vain. He's in on it too. He's just crazy. Does he even remember why Grandpa San sent them? Grandpa is old. His courage has long since died. Li Huai is not going to become a coward. Sushin had heard before that Li Huai was direct and belligerent, while Li Gang was hypocritical and mean. But today, he realized that although they were constantly together, the relationship between them was not the best. It would be better to use Li Huai by taking this opportunity, so let him deal with it himself. Li Gang is gone. A smile appeared on his face. They're called Sushin's brothers for a reason. They have courage and nobility in them. However, back on topic, it would still be necessary to follow his plan. First, they would send some disguised brothers to scout the road. If Dai Chun was that easy to kill, Yunla's gambling house would have been owned by the Eagle Gang long ago. This kid doesn't want to live, so he's dragging them to the grave with him. This should definitely be reported to Grandpa Sanya, whether the boss is in no hurry to make such a decision. Huang had heard that Dai Chong had long since possessed the strength of a novice warrior of the above heaven. It will be interesting to test his skills. The next day, Sushin will now approach Dai Chung, and Li Huai should cover on the way out. But why would he do that? He'd see his face. If he walked in, it would be read right across his forehead that he had come here to kill. He'd better save that sword for now. When he hears the boss's call, he should cover him. It all came together. He's not doing too badly for Jang Hoon today. Fortune is clearly on the boss's side today. How many times has he won already? He'd better talk less and get the money. Sushin walked in. He called Zhang Hong a brother and also apologized. Who let that dirty little brat in here in the first place? Let him get the hell out of here. Is this gambling house his? Or does he just not want to go up to the second floor to a separate room? That he's even in charge here? This little brat's had enough of life. Dai Chung ordered me to get this little guy out of here and fix his feet on the way. So he's the Dai Chung of the Qingju gang. Yeah, that's him, so what's next? Sushin immediately drew his sword. Then he attacked him. Dai Chun pulled out a chip. With her help, he was able to stop that kid from hitting him, after which he threw the table over. Sushin recoiled. A flipped table flew at him, and right behind him is the gang leader. Sushin dodged this powerful punch. Dai Chun asked who he even was. Sushin introduced himself as the one who had come for his life, and who sent him. But Sushin repeated again that he had come to take his life. So he doesn't want to be nice. Then it's gonna be bad. First form with mace. Counterpunch. Sushin decided to attack him again. They bumped into each other. Dai Chun realized that this kid is a budding celestial warrior. The guy jumped back to increase the distance. Even though this headmaster is also a novice warrior of the above heaven, but he is hard to deal with. The man's orders were to take this little man alive. He needs to know who dared make an attempt on his life. Why are they just watching? They should get down to business. The others ran at him. How long do we have to wait for him? That blow knocked down the door to the building. He's been waiting. Li Huai quickly dealt with the two people. It was obvious that he was getting high from this battle. That man is crazy. Dai Chun ordered these lowlifes to quickly grab this kid. They immediately lunged at him. The man handed the boss his sword. It's all clear now. It's Sushin of the Eagle Gang. His orders have changed. This kid needs to be killed as soon as possible. Sushin sword in flight. After that, he used a technique called Sword Sumaru, after which he quickly headed for the ringleader. Dai Chun tried to block it somehow with his weapon. He didn't understand what kind of swordsmanship technique this was. But that wasn't the end of it. Sushin strikes again. It was a deadly attack. Everyone watched as the boss collapsed and begged for rescue. Sushin of the Eagle Gang killed their boss Dai Chung. We need to notify the management as soon as possible. Sushin raised his sword, after which he pronounced Zhang Hong's name. He began to walk leisurely after him. Zhang Hong asked me not to kill him. Then he must answer who killed his brother from the Eagle Gang. It was Dai's boss who the guy already killed. He can't kill him. Their reinforcements are about to arrive. If the kid doesn't kill him, he's not gonna get away. But he didn't even hope to escape thanks to this man. Sushin killed him. Li Huai was wrong before. He had mistakenly thought the kid was a petty toady. He didn't expect boss to risk his life for his brothers. He can't talk pretty, but from now on, if he only orders it, a man will follow his boss anywhere. Fire and water. Well, we shouldn't do that. We need to get our heads and go, or if they don't do it now, they'll never leave. It's not like he hasn't had a good fight yet, but he needn't worry. If he follows the boss, he'll have plenty of opportunity to fight, as long as he can take it all. Meanwhile, Huang and Li Gang were waiting for the others. It's been an hour. It can't be that they've gone wrong. Li Gang said that he didn't have to worry about whether they would come back or not. Even if they did, the Eagle Gang would not spare him. He mustn't forget that he's living off Su's boss right now. Did he really think that Sushin would commit such a grave offense and Grandpa San would stand up for him? A bag with blood on it was thrown on the ground. Li Huai asked how this Li Gang would know that Grandpa wouldn't help Boss Su. That little trickster has done some dastardly deeds. They really did come back. Could it be that Sushin already has strength comparable to that of Grandpa San? Juan was glad that the boss was finally back. Sushin ordered to take out this bag and give it to his subordinates, to use it when memorializing Brother Chen Saner. Could he really be able to kill the Qingju gang leaders? Sushin can kill them too. Does he really want the boss to open wide his eyes and just watch his brothers die in vain? Has he thought about how he will explain these words to his brothers? He better not open his filthy mouth on the boss. Li Gang will still see what happens to these lunatics. Old man Huan asked what they needed to do now. Sushin replied that they should gain strength and prepare for the performance. Hu Sanya's grandfather's yard. They didn't believe the news. But that wasn't all. He didn't know what kind of nonsense Sushin had put in Li Huan's ears, but he was now protecting him everywhere. It can't be that Li Huai is no longer like-minded to Grandpa. His face darkened. If this kid isn't dealt with early, you have to be careful not to have a snake around your neck. You can't just leave it like that. Shinner was practicing. He hadn't realized his sister had a talent for fencing. Her brother had finally returned. This little girl is a fast learner. He hadn't visited her like this in a long time. I wonder if he'd forgotten all about her. But how could he forget about her? Shinner asked him to let go because his hands were so dirty. He didn't know that the girl had such good natural talent for learning martial arts. The boss was called out by his subordinate. It was Huang. Sushin asked what happened. Grandpa San sent people to tell him that he was calling him over to his place, so that they could then go to the main leadership together. The foster father is obviously in a big hurry to punish him as soon as possible. They went to the meeting. Sushin asked if the level of martial skill proficiency only increased through diligent training and sparring. Combat skills are usually honed through hard training, but from a certain degree of proficiency, you will still have to progress through insight into the warrior's path. A warrior's epiphany is an easy way to learn the basics of a new martial skill. When his level of swordsmanship reaches a certain degree of proficiency, particularly a type of ability such as the Sumeru sword, his level of proficiency will naturally reach a new level. It turns out he had been deluded before. Now he should focus more on advancing on the path of the warrior. They're finally here. This time the guy's actions were indeed quite reckless. But wouldn't Grandpa think of some way out of such a situation? Maybe he should talk to his superiors for him. If he'd known before, he would have killed him first. It would have been better to cut off all relations with him at once, so that he wouldn't drown in his crimes and drag his grandfather down with him. But after all, Sushin had brought many benefits to him. We mustn't forget that the counselor is now living off his grandfather. He has already made up his mind, so there is no need to continue arguing. It looks like Husan's grandfather is making a completely bad move. Does the father worry about his son pulling his own? The counselor said hello to Mr. Su. This time the son also came to visit his father. Grandpa's angry because he doesn't want to do himself any good. He doesn't live well. He's gotten this far, so they'll see how he ends up. But there's no need to worry. It was Sushin who killed them, so naturally he has to take responsibility for it. He's not going to drag his father into this. He talks too much. His superiors are waiting for him in the hall. Let him try to explain himself to them. In any case, he should say that Husan's grandfather is his foster father. He'll try to put in a good word for the boy. If only that word hadn't ruined him early on. In that case, he apologizes to his father in advance. Gold Moon Chamber of the Eagle Gang's top leadership. Husan reported to the Supreme Superior that he had brought Sushin. It seems that the three on the left are the heads of chambers of the Eagle Gang. He had heard a long time ago that the head of the military chamber was at odds with the head of the judicial chamber. Since that was the case, he would still have to take advantage of this gap in their relationship. The top leader of the Eagle Gang, Sha Feiying. So he's the same Sushin who killed Dai Hong. He welcomed the supreme leader and all those present. He liked this glorious and brave small. It was the head of the military chamber, Lin Fuhu. He broke the rules of the gang and went to the Qingju gang territory unauthorized, after which he committed many crimes there. Head of the judicial chamber, Dong Cheng. Where's his reverence for the Eagle Gang? That old Dong can't change his hardened views at all. Sushin actually beheaded the leader of the Qingju gang. He should be rewarded for that, but he's only aggressing against him. Dong Cheng started to argue with Lin Fuhu. He asked them to take their time. He would like to point out that because he was a member of the Eagle Gang, he had chosen Dai Chun as his victim. He is standing here in front of them, and it is only because of the patronage of the Eagle Gang. Jang Hong murdered his brother to provoke the gang, and Dai Chun's defense of his subordinate damaged the gang's credibility. They had to pay for it, and he had to explain it to his brothers. He speaks beautifully, but has he thought about the consequences at all? He was the one who committed the murders, so if they are worried about the Qingju gang's demand, they have every right to go to them to confess with his head in their hands. When was this Eagle Gang ever afraid of anyone? Lin Fuhu remembered that the year the gang was formed, he had taken the Chesh to chop wood and finished off the 3 leaders in Shengel's playhouse. That was how the gang got its first piece of land. This Sushin is really selfless. If they kill him now, who will stand up for the gang? Dongcheng killed a subordinate of House Chief Lin last year over some petty matter, under the pretext of legal action. Now he wants to kill Sushin too. That's exactly what he needs. The more discord between them, the safer it is for him. He had no doubts about Chief Lin's valiant fighting prowess, but the gang had long since gone legitimate. The days when matters were settled by bloodbath are long gone. If a war with the Qingju gang starts because of this little guy, they won't benefit from it. To Dongcheng, the older he gets, the more cowardly he becomes. He should take a closer look. Lin Fuhu can see that this kid is not bad. Looking at this kid, he remembers himself in those years. If everyone was like Dongcheng was, wouldn't their gang be a group of whipping boys for everyone? It's completely useless to argue with that. Who the hell does he tell anything here? Does he really think Lin Fuhu will be afraid of him? Everyone says that Chief Lin has only one brain, and he's stubborn to death. Now Chief Dong has been scolded so badly that no matter how right he is, he won't be allowed to say a word. One can only imagine his suffering. Sha Feiyin shut them up. The two of them are over 100 years old, and they're still fighting like children. Aren't they sick of it? Zhuang Li's opinion was asked here. It's obvious that the gang leader favors Lin Fuhu more, so why else ask for his opinion? He doesn't have any particular ideas. However, if this case is not properly resolved, it could lead to despair in the ranks of the brethren. The filthy pig decided to support Lin Fuhu in his speeches. This boy's case should be handled with extreme caution. In truth, for killing the gang leader Qingju, he should be rewarded financially and promoted in rank. But that's not fair. But the guy's violating gang rules and going rogue. There should be punishment for that. He agrees to voluntarily accept the punishment. This time they will consider his merits to be greater than his misdeeds. But he must remember that only by following the rules will he be able to live longer. He was thankful for the favor shown. The lad would surely follow his instruction. Yes, if only he knew that the Supreme Superior was more impressed with Lin Fuhu, Husan wouldn't have thought that he would forgive this impudent person. But how will they explain it all to the Qingju gang? Dai Hong is dead, so they won't make any concessions. This little coward still doesn't understand what Lin Fuhu is talking about. Why would they be afraid of some Qingju gang? The Qingju gang's power is inferior to theirs. Moreover, they have internal feuds going on as well. If they seriously decide to do something, they can easily deal with them. The leader is quite wise. It's been decades since he's warmed up, so his sword is about to rust. Even if the chapter was on his side and he won, they weren't done yet. Lin Fuhu, anytime ready to continue. If they don't remove this Sushin right now, they will be in trouble. The head of the trial chamber is gone, and this guy was quite his type. He thanks the head for his trust. He had heard of his battle merits before. Ever since he joined the Eagle Gang, the head of the war chamber had always been his idol. This kid can really talk. From now on, let him ask Lin Fu for any questions. The head of the war chamber also left. Husan reminded him not to be so impulsive. If something happened, he'd better come to his grandfather's house first to discuss it. He just didn't want to give his father any more trouble. But does he look like someone who's afraid of trouble? From now on, he would always discuss all matters with his father first. If this plan doesn't go through, how are you, dear father, going to continue to deal with it? Sushin Manor. This time, he had managed to survive not because of Sha Feiying, who saw the potential in him and intentionally gave him his patronage. Rather, it was because of Lin Fuhu. There are 3 main chambers. Zhuang Li is sweet-talking and sly. Dong Chung with an iron expression on his face, seemingly having no personal motivations, but in reality, he was not so easy to unravel. And only Lin Fuhu, a man of simple mind, convenient for influencing the chief executive. After all, what saves him from death in Jianghu is not necessarily his skills at all, and very often it is the perfection of his heart. Activating the story task. With the money coming in, it's time for a power grab. You need to take the position of a negotiating level head of the chamber with a time limit of 1 year. The penalty is the nullification of one of the available combat abilities, as well as a drop to a lower sphere. The reward is a luck talisman of the first type, with a level of 2 to 3 stars if the level is 50% complete. If the fulfillment level is 100%, it gives the Purple Dawn technique with a level of 2.5 stars, 800 villainous points, and the opportunity to participate in the lottery 2 times at medium level. Sushin asked how many lottery opportunities he had left. The system replied that he currently had 35 entry-level lottery opportunities and 1 mid-level opportunity. Also, 10 entry-level opportunities could be exchanged for 1 mid-level opportunity. Guy ordered a trade for 3 mid-level lottery opportunities. The system agreed. A machine gun appeared in front of him. Can we at least get one of these surprises? He received 1 bottle of Kalin's elixir. The elixir level is 2 stars. Fighters of the above heavens to perfect their true ki. With prolonged use, it can have a positive effect on the physical abilities of the receiver. Sounds good, though it's only for long-term use. He decided to stay involved. This time he got a villain wearing a chin bandana, and with them, the ruined stick technique hitting a dog. The technique level is 0.5 stars. He's not having any luck at all. This time he got a 2.5 star level win. These were the diagrams of the Bai's sword technique belonging to Lin Pingzhi. Before learning the technique, one must first undergo castration. It seems like the system is just messing with him. Next day, Boss Su was called out. It was Merchant Liu, who congratulated him sincerely. Sushin asked because of what such good news he was rejoicing. The news that Boss Su had finished off Dai Chun of the Qingju gang had spread throughout Kwai Holing. Although the supreme leader didn't reward him financially this time, but his place in the Eagle gang was greatly strengthened, and he thought the merchant was just waiting for the guy to die, because he wouldn't have to pay those very dividends that way. Kaiholin's entire well-being today rests on the wisdom of the boss. Kupitz does not vouch for others, but he personally will always support him. Sushin is glad that Merchant Liu is so smart. Huang reported that Li Huai had already arrived. Could it be that these merchants are again pestering the Lord with their tricks? But they're not. They were afraid before, now they're even more afraid. Merchant Liu is a smart man. He knows how to weigh the pros and cons. Everyone was asking Brother Lee to tell them how Boss Su had taken down that Dai Chun after all. Someone heard that Dai Chun is 8 chi tall, and he also has tremendous strength. They don't even go to practice this early, and now they're doing something here. The man greeted the boss. Su Shin inquired about Li Huai's evaluation of his subordinates, while he was thinking of the best way to say it all, but he's already been interrupted. If you just say it in 4 words, the will of the people can be utilized. Nowadays, the brothers' salaries have risen higher than the people in the war chamber. Besides, the boss is willing to risk his life for them. Even if the boss orders them to attack Yunla's gambling house now, they won't question the order. Morale's up, but it's not enough. They know all about the people in the war room. If we send them to fight against 200 of Boss Su's subordinates, a dozen won't be enough. It can't come to this. Can't 20 people and 1 from the war room win? Boss is right. Their brothers are just chickens. The brothers in the war room are very strong. If one of them can still be handled by Lee, not the 3. Even with his high skills, he can't even handle 3 guys. Each of the brothers of the military ward has been carefully selected and trained from a very early age. Every meal they eat is beef and chicken eggs. In the evenings, they also take a bath with healing herbs to strengthen their vitality. Juan wondered how he knew about such details. It was because he had originally intended to join the military chamber as well, but was eventually eliminated during the selection process. Did they even weed out a skilled fighter like him? When he was very young, his mom and dad died, and his uncle took away the house and tortured him constantly. So at the time of his admission to the war ward, he was extremely weak and starved. Knowing Li Huai's character, this uncle must have been feeding worms underground for a long time, but he must not have studied Naigun. If the boss were to impart one Naigun technique to him now, one could only imagine how much his strength would increase. That would be times 10 at least. Therefore, his plan is to have all his subordinates learn Neigong and martial arts. Lee didn't expect that he would actually let them practice the Neigong technique. There's something wrong. Neigong technique is top secret. Even if it was Jiang Hu's direction, it would still require a teacher for initiation. And the Eagle Gang had never had a master passing on the technique to just people. Su Shin inquired if the man knew why. It was because the Neigong technique is extremely precious. But that's not even the point. It's just that the top brass wouldn't dare to do that. They're just afraid. They are afraid that when people learn Neigong, their strength will increase greatly, and with such strength, they may have ambition. Thus, they can easily get out of control. Isn't the boss afraid at all? It's true, he's not afraid, because he'll go much farther than all of them. But there are so many subordinate brothers. Maybe the ones with long tongues will spread it around the gang. It's only elementary Neigong. Even if the leadership above sees it, they'll think it's nonsense. As for the rest of the ordinary gang members, they don't have much money to take care of their health. The boss's thinking is as skillful as ever. He has ordered all the brothers to gather here. He has an announcement for them. And so after a while, all the brothers were in place. Before getting to the point, he would like to ask them why on earth they decided to join the Eagle Gang. This man is a simple man. He originally joined purely for the money. The others laughed. But there's nothing to laugh about. Did Li Qing say something wrong? Everyone here is so good. So how come some people spend their whole lives eating wine with meat, and they only have tea to look at? Are they any worse than anyone else? Everyone was silent. Su Shin demanded to be answered. Everyone started screaming that they were no worse. He set his sword down. Therefore, in order to change their position, they need to increase their strength. And only by increasing their strength can they have money, women, and position in society. The Chengde structure is a luxurious 7-story palace. It is also the largest wine house in Changning County. In the past, only the children of aristocrats could stand there and look down on the mountains and rivers. But Su Shin vows that no later than 3 years from now, he will be standing there, and the whole Changning County will be at his feet. From this day forward, he will train each of them in turn in Neigong and martial arts. He doesn't raise lowlifes. It is up to them to eat meat or chew on cane. Everyone decided they were going to eat meat. People were still yelling for a long time, and there that they would only eat meat. Even what the lower ranks of the gang can learn, Su Shin won't teach Li Gang anything. After all, only ambitious people could become a military powerhouse for Su Shin. Only such people could have great strength. Li Huai's house. Li Gang came in and asked how he was doing lately. If he has some business to attend to, it's easier to say so and not stall. Then he wouldn't beat around the bush. He asked to be taught the Neigong that Li Huai was taught by Boss Su. Boss Su Shin wouldn't teach him, so he won't teach him. If he wants to learn, let him go to the boss. Li Gang pointed out that the latter should remember that his boss is not Su Shin. He only needs this technique to pass on Grandpa Husan. Following Husan's grandfather, he risked his life a lot, but never earned even 100 liang. But by following Su Xin, he not only got money to live on, but also the opportunity to study the valuable technique of Negong. Even a 3-year-old child would know who to choose as boss. Sooner or later he will regret it. Li Huai is ready for that at any time. There's no way Li Gang will believe that he can't oust this Su Xin. Where the hell did you see that? It's just outrageous that Su Xin is really planning a rebellion. He also seems to think this guy has a lot of interesting ideas. Transmitting secret techniques is no longer a joke. It seems that Husan has become an old man, unable to even handle his subordinates. But it's really just a simple beginner's Negong. It's the kind of thing kids learn in martial arts schools. It's not worth a dime. Even though the technique is simple, it doesn't mean that anyone can learn it. They should go and tell Husan to keep an eye on their Su Xin. Dong Chung asked the supervisor would they really just let things pass by this time? Lin Fuhu replied that it was not forbidden by gang rules to pass on teachings to subordinates. Why is he screwing with himself? This Su Xin is from the Changle gambling house. Why would he even own a Nagun? He could have gotten the technique through intergenerational transmission. Su Xin was not from Changning County. If their neighbor was to be believed, the year his mother came with him and his sister to Changle gambling house, they were still speaking with a Shengjin accent. The supervisor ordered people to be sent to look after the kid. If he does go overboard, then Chenu is responsible for straightening him out. Now they have the equipment to train. In time, they must become warriors no worse than those thugs in the war chamber. But if their strength increases so dramatically, there will be those who decide to leave the Eagle Gang without warning, and there will be trouble. He turned his attention back to his little sister. His thoughts were so clogged with Negan that he forgot about her altogether. He motioned for Xinye to come over to him. Today he will teach her the secret techniques of Negong, but first she has to learn it all by heart. She only read the passages from having to close her eyes. Something about heart and serenity. He's really confused. He seems to remember his mom teaching her first-year hieroglyphics. But it's been so many years since then, she may have forgotten. He asked her to repeat after him. With eyes closed, sit down with a clear heart. Hold tightly the spirit of serenity, cover your lips, and embrace the infinite. She began to repeat after him. Su Xin told her not to be lazy. Tomorrow, he would send a teacher to teach her the characters, and she would learn everything by heart. But she doesn't want to read books or learn hieroglyphics. Feigning pity won't help. He doesn't want her to be a perfect girl, but at the very least, she should know and understand hieroglyphics. Someone entered the boss's house again. Huang said that an informer from Yamen had relayed that Te Wu Qing, the chief overseer of the 20 Eastern Department, who is also called Iron and Unfeeling, might be coming to Kuaiholen for an inspection. They've only had 2 quiet days. If Te Wu Qing comes, they won't be in trouble. Well, he got here just in time. It was already night, but something was starting to happen out there. People wanted to catch the man. He looked quite young. People were screaming for him to be captured. The kid just kept running and running, and then a stick hit him, robbing him of his balance. It was painful, but he should shut up. He's been running a brothel for half his life, but this is the first time he's seen such a nasty freeloader. Su Xin asked Merchant Liu what had happened. This lowlife booked the Drunken Moon's house in the afternoon and ordered the most beautiful girls. And when it was time to pay, he tried to escape. What kind of a man would even give him a freebie like that? If they've already caught him, they should deal with him. But there's no rush. There's something wrong here. Su Xin walked up to him. He reached for the kid's face, after which I peeled off his mask. This is the man who's on the state's wanted list. He's a rapist. It's really him. The chief overseer of the 20th Eastern Department, Te Wu Qing, arrived. He thanked everyone for their hard work, and then introduced himself. He was ordered to come and capture this rascal. Just as he thought. He doesn't look like a simpleton. He was happy to meet Boss Su. He's embarrassing him by calling him that. If the overseer doesn't mind, he can just call him Su Xin. This time he did a very good job and captured this criminal. He also handed him over to them, so he put in a good word for the guy with the archivist. But did the head of Te Wu Qing make a mistake? This kid is just a unit leader in the Eagle Gang. How dare he set his own terms? He's treated with all due respect and he responds with too much insolence. This rapist was pursued by subordinates of the head of Te Wu Qing, and with the help of their shrewdness were able to uncover his disguise. That's how he was handed over to the authorities. Where's the credit where it's due? Very interesting. Normally people in the gang would run away when they saw him in the distance. But this is the first time he's ever had someone willingly give him credit. If he doesn't join the Imperial Court, then he's a waste of talent. But with his background, he won't be in the Imperial Court. But you never know. The court looks at a candidate's abilities, not his background. For that, it's given to him personally. From now on, he must visit Te Wu Qing and Yamen. He ordered this criminal to be taken away, but Su Xin stopped the head, for he had something else to give him. He realizes that his service is complex and full of important matters. so Tae Woo-ching will not have time to deal with these petty thefts. If there is a need, he could undertake to deliver the culprit to them within 3 days. Changning County is so big, but can he manage with the strength of his 200 fighters to catch all the criminals and bring them to him? But he won't be able to do that. But if people start showing up at Yaman's doorstep within 3 days, he feels that, like Tae Woo-ching, like the head of the county, he will be pleased to see such a thing. Not only does he lack the talent to be an official, he would also make a great wicked dignitary. Such wonderful gifts he accepts. Now the overseer wondered what he wanted. He only expects as little help as possible from the chapter. The man inquired as to what this small had told him, but Tae Woo-ching gave him a slap because he shouldn't ask what he shouldn't ask. If it had been that guy, he would have become a warden by now. This little brat is no match for such a great man. He already had something in his hand. It turns out that Sha Fei-ying even has such an interesting young man in his charge. From then on, the Eagle Gang became even more entertaining. Su Shin asked what his father had said when he received last month's money from them. They handed over the money, but Husan's grandfather didn't come to receive it personally, so Counselor Lee took it. Does his father really want to cut ties with him? He also learned about the Qingju Gang. After the death of the last leader last month, they split into 2 groups. One group is the followers of the former leader's son, Wei Feng. Although he is formally the head, but in reality, only 3 of the 11 branch heads support him. One of them was Dai Chong, who is now dead. So how do these parties feel about the Eagle Gang now? Wei Feng was in favor of starting a war. He must just want to secure his position on the throne with a victory. His other 2 deputies seem to avoid touching the issue at all times. Avoiding war is not an option. Right now, Kwai Ho-lin is at the peak of his development. If he keeps recruiting people, not only will there not be enough room, but his father won't accept him. And the head of the judicial chamber won't let him live in peace. It looks like expanding influence will require pouring oil on the fire between the Eagle and Qingju gangs. It turns out that this is the spring fragrance tower that Wei Feng frequents. He walked into the tower of the scent of spring. He was stopped by a man and asked what he wanted here. The man explained that Mr. Chen had ordered him to give something to the head of the gang. He asked me to give him the news. The head of the gang is inside drinking wine right now. The man said to leave his thing here and he'd give it to him. It's a bit intimate, so Mr. Chen ordered it to be handed over personally. Turns out his gang leader has hobbies like that too. He figured it out. The man gestured that he was not to divulge all of this. He doesn't have to look for any opportunities. Once he's established himself as the ringleader, the first thing he'll do is take these 2 bastards down. The gang leader is right. Sooner or later, we'll have to show these bastards how strong he is. Someone was coming into the room. Who let him in here in the first place? Let him go. So it turns out he's the same Wei Feng. Where the hell did that bug even come from? Does he really think he's the leader of the gang here? He came today to tell him something. As a member of the Eagle Gang, he came to make him pay his bills in full. It's a murderer. The man launched daggers at him. Wei Feng covered himself with the girl. The dagger hit her. Let him consider himself lucky today. But next time they'll be even. And he will definitely take his dog life. The man jumped down. The subordinate asked if his head was okay or his head. Where was this bunch of scum when all this was going on? But what the hell was that all about? He dares to ask about it. The head of the Qingju gang was almost killed by an Eagle Gang assassin in the middle of the main hall. They'll be walking on his face soon, and they're just going to stand for it. There must have been some kind of misunderstanding. I mean, the killer himself said he was part of the Eagle Gang. If they swallow that, they'll be the gang leaders themselves. He didn't sign up for this. He will go right away and announce the order to go to war. They will definitely get an explanation from the Eagle Gang. Wei Feng only pushed his hand away, after which they left. Does Chen Hong realize what he's doing? It's not in their interest to start a war now. If even after an assassination attempt on the head of the gang in the middle of the main hall, don't start a war, so how do you explain it to your subordinates afterward? It seemed to him that the Eagle Gang wouldn't do such reckless actions. What if Wei Feng had set it all up to start a war, and thus strengthen himself on the throne? He wouldn't have the brains for it. A cornered man can do anything. He's still too green. He seemed to want to start a war. They'll give him plenty of war, and when his subordinates are killed, all he'll be left with is a puppet ruler. Meanwhile, the man was already leaving the scene. He took off his mask. This Qingju gang is so interesting. He asks one last time who sent an assassin to the Qingju gang to kill their head. Dong Cheng and Lin Fuhu met each other's gaze. Lin Fuhu immediately realized that the head of the court chamber was suspicious of him. No matter how much he wanted to start a war, he wouldn't go for such a dastardly deed. There's no point in looking for whoever sent the assassin now, because there's a constant simmering on the gang's borders right now. The bowstring is taut whether they want it to be or not, but sooner or later, someone's gonna shoot. He ordered everyone to be brought in on constant alert. If a fight cannot be avoided, they will seize the initiative first. Under no circumstances should they fail. Dong Chung asked his subordinate what Su Xin had been busy with all these 2 days. The man replied that he had been living strictly according to the daily schedule lately. His brothers had kept an eye on him. He had not left Kuei Holin even once. I wonder if he really didn't do it. He didn't even think that this time they would be so easygoing. They accepted the battle without any hesitation. And also, Sha Feiying promised everyone that whoever reclaimed which lands would get them. The leadership has already given the order to go to war. Tonight, they will attack Yunlei's gambling house. And for every man killed, there will be a reward of 10 liang silver. It's already $10 for just one. He'll kill so many of them that when he gets home, he'll buy himself a fancy cottage and a wife. This evening is the perfect chance to make dreams come true. It's up to them. Together, they will take out all the people of the Qingju gang from Yongel's gambling house. Everyone immediately wanted to deal with everyone in Qingju's gang. 2 men stood guarding the entrance. The stick hit one man, and then the other man was attacked by a mob. The man yelled that there had been a surprise attack, but Li Huai quickly dealt with him. He urged the rest of the brothers to join the fight, that Su Xin is trying to launch a surprise attack here. The subordinates can't stand it. The members of the Eagle gang are extremely strong, and they have long sticks in their hands. The man doesn't know what kind of fighting techniques they use, but the Lord needs to take a look at it soon. How dare that bunch of scum attack them? He should see for himself. But what he saw amazed him. There, as if on a throne, sat Su Xin. He was guarded by 2 of his loyal followers. That man surnamed Chen has already arrived. He raised his sword and ordered Li Huan to clear a path for him. Hu Sanya's grandfather's homestead. Counselor Li learned that Su Xin had already moved out with his troops to attack. It was likely that he had already fought with someone named Chen in Kuei Holing. So what? If they could keep senior gang leader Qingju Luozhen with them in Shunyi Quarter at the key moment and continue to work together, it would only be a matter of time before Changle Quarter was captured. Isn't Grandpa going to do anything about it? Su Xin's wings had become too strong recently. If you don't teach him a lesson, he still won't take Grandpa seriously. The counselor inquired what Grandpa San meant. He was able to overthrow that Dai Cheng, so he's no match for Chen. But Luo Zhen isn't so weak anymore. If the Qingju gang situation in Kuei Holin is critical, and they here in Shunyi continue to quietly bide their time, what will Luo Zhen do? He'll head to Kuei Holin for help. That's right. This way, he would be able to get rid of Su Xin by Luo Zhen's hands. Even if Luo Zhen was defeated with their Shunyi army, it wouldn't be the slightest bit difficult to capture them. That's how, without any effort, they will achieve both fame and fortune. They would kill 2 hawks with 1 arrow. It was a brilliant plan. However, by doing so, Grandpa San would alienate Su Xin even further. Su Xinya inquired about the casualties among the brothers. More than 15 have minor wounds and another 8 were killed in action. Su Xin ordered Huang to calculate the brothers' combat merits. Tomorrow morning, they will pay them their reward. And they would give the families of the dead 1,000 liang of silver each. Huang will do it. But he asked what about Chen from Qingju's gang. He's too weak. Couldn't even take 1 bite of him. Does old Huan want to ask the boss why, although so many of their brothers have died? He seems so indifferent. But Huan replied that he didn't want to ask that. Troops are not ruled by feelings. Unnecessary pity can only add to his indecision and weaken his character. There is no such thing as a war without casualties. And if he wants to guarantee his survival, he must take care to be stronger than others. Well, he doesn't have to worry. He is Su Xin's first confidant, so all he has to do is just not betray the boss and he won't let him down for anything. He's devoted to his boss with all his heart. If he wasn't, where would the old Huan of today come from? He shouldn't be too sensitive. Let him go and mind his own business. The man told Liu Qi that their boss was a real professional, because in just 2 days, they had already taken over half of Yunle's neighborhood. They can't compete with their boss in Qingju. Suddenly the sound of metal was heard. They didn't realize what that sound had just been. An unknown man stood in the distance. He had long ago warned Chen to practice his fighting skills. He paid not only with his lands, but also with his life. The man asked who he was. It was Luo Zhen from Qingju's gang. This is a senior leader from the Qingju gang, Luo Zhen Long Spear. The other man will detain him, and he should rather run away and lend everything to the boss. But you shouldn't do that. He wondered why the Yunle neighborhood had already been taken over halfway through, and his dear father, who was in charge of the Shunyi neighborhood, hadn't done anything. He was just stalling for time. Turns out this is what he's been waiting for. That kid knows how to move his brain. In this case, he thinks a lot better than his cowardly father. The man doesn't care about their disagreement with his father, but he's tired of watching them take over the Yunlei neighborhood day after day. As long as his father doesn't send troops, Luo Zhen doesn't mind following his plan. Well, then he shouldn't take offense. Everyone was clamoring to kill him. But why do they take everything so personally? He's not some slave of the Qingju gang after all. Why would he risk his life for anything? This band of brothers trusts him, that's why they're following him. But he's definitely not going to put himself in harm's way because of that fool Wei Feng, and he won't let his men die for nothing. Only Su Xin and Luo Zhen will compete and see who wins. If the guy wins, he'll leave Yunle immediately. How noble of him. Su Xin immediately rushed towards him. He better get serious this time. Pretty good. Luo Zhen also attacked with his spear. That was pretty quick. He changed the direction of the spear. Su Xin was able to block it. He has a solid punch. He must have perfected more than 70 points by now, and is already close to crossing the middle level of an Overheaven warrior. As Luo Zhen had expected, this guy was no slouch. When the man was his age, he was still only practicing basic spear stances. Basics and strikes again. Even Su Xin's subordinates were beginning to think that their boss was in big trouble. This Luo Zheng is already in his 50s, and he's still so strong. Luo Zhen struck with his spear and Su Xin dodged. Su Xin was able to stop with his sword. Could it be that with such technique and power he had fully comprehended martial prowess? Su Xin was already completely out of breath. No wonder Dei Chung died at the hands of that kid. Now he realizes he never had a chance. But now he's going to hit full force. He used the mountain splitting spear first form technique. The guy had already prepared to block the attacks. It looked like with his current level of strength, such an intense fight wouldn't be able to last long. Another attack flew at him, which he didn't seem to have time to block. Juan was beginning to worry about his boss. But still, Su Xin flew out unharmed. We must hurry up and finish the fight before his strength runs out completely. He prepared to attack Luo Zhen again. This time, the man used the mountain-splitting spear, second form. Su Xin, on the other hand, utilized Sumeru's mystic technique. With that, he began to break through Luo Zhen's defense. Now it was his turn. He pulled out another weapon. It was bad. Luo Zhen attacked with the sharp tip on his spear. Su Xin's sword flew away. There was a pool of blood near his leg. Su Xinya inquired if the victory counted against him. The situation was quite dangerous. Luo Zhen just wanted to fight. So why did he get so angry right away? It was just that Su Xin was confident that his sword was faster than Luo Zhen. If that's the case, he'll have to keep his word. He's leaving, and Yunlei will be his from now on. Everyone rejoiced that their boss had won. Young people are too fierce these days. Su Xin ordered Old Huang to send people to take over Yongle Quarter, and he will go to rest. In the constant battles, he has lost all his inner strength. He no longer has the strength even to hold his breath. The next day, Wan arrived with bad news this time too. Su Xin came out and asked what was wrong. One of their men got into a fight with one of Hu Sang's grandfather's subordinate leaders, Tang Taihe. His men, as instructed by the boss, went to take over the lands bordering Shunyi Quarter, but there awaited them was Tang Taihe, who had already occupied those lands. Their men tried to argue with him, but he just beat them without a word. And he took them prisoner. Since some junior branch leader dares to take lands from him so boldly, it seems that he has the support of his dear adopted father behind him. Who the hell do they think he is? So all kinds of fools and weaklings come in and then do as they please. Su Xin ordered Li Huai to be summoned. Now he was curious to take a look at this doggy foster father. They would see how he barked when Su Xin appeared in front of him. Unle Quarter, all everyone was talking about was that the senior leader of the Qingju gang had been beaten by a young guy named Su Xin. After this battle, the current gang leader didn't even have one senior leader left. It was unclear who he was going to run the gang through from now on. It doesn't make any difference. It's been known for a long time that this guy named Su is a tyrant. Now even he doesn't know if he can continue to run his business. And he had heard that after handing over the reins over Kuai Holin to Su Xin, the profits from all the businesses had multiplied in no time. Everyone was yelled to stand back. What's he staring at anyway? A man hit another man because he was in the way. But suddenly, they were stopped. That was Li Huai. He urged everyone to stay in their seats. Someone asked what the big deal was. As it turned out, it was Tang Taihe, who is in Su Xin's territory harassing his own people. He really is fearless. So that's what this Su Xin is like. Why blame the brothers for taking these fools prisoner? They don't know how to behave themselves. And when it comes to land, the one who seized it first is the one who has the land. Taihe had been fighting for 2 full days, but he didn't think the cowardly Luo Zhen would run away so quickly. He doesn't care where Luo Zhen fled to, but he was the first to take over this land, and his boys too came running to him and said that Yongle district belongs to their boss Su Xin. But who let him beat Su Xin's men? Tang Taihe didn't understand what he meant. When one of his men misbehaves, he punishes him. So where's the cheeky one sticking his stinking nose in? Taihe asked again, wondering what he meant by that. But Su Shin only hit him, causing the man to lose 2 teeth. He was already lying on earth. His guards began to worry about their master, but they were blocked. Let them try to move, and then they're dead. Su Shin doesn't care if he took over the lands or not. But who let him beat up his men in the first place? Does he really want to show how strong he is? Where did Mr. Tang get so much audacity from? Did he already regret his decision? That's why he was silent. Su Shin ordered him to be tied up and thrown into the canal. Let him shop there for a day or two. That person who beat up a man like that is very cruel. But hasn't he even heard of junior leader Kwai Holin? Not a few people gathered, just to save the effort of publicizing. From this day forward, he is the head of the Yongle quarter. Let them go back and tell others that the monthly levy has now been raised to 50 liang per month. Even under the Qingju gang, it was only 30 liang. Su Shin asked if they had any objection, but they replied that they agreed with it. Huang explained that Boss Su does so for a number of important reasons. They can send people to Kwai Holin themselves to ask them. This 50 liang won't make them poor. Now let them all go. There's nothing to see here. Su Shin told Senior Huang to gather all the brothers in the square to speak. He has something to say. A place to hold speeches. They are all gathered here today because he has something very important to tell them. From that day on, 10 people will be promoted to the position of centurion and will manage 100 subordinates. Each centurion will have 10 tens, of which each will manage 10 subordinates. Remuneration according to merit. In charge of logistics and assigning centurions will be the Honorable Huang Bin Chung. Li Huai will be in charge of punishment and fines. The rest of the rules of Kwai Holin will be transferred to the Yongle quarter without change. That's all he wanted to tell them. Next, Old Huan will announce the list of the appointed Sotniks and Desyatniks. Li Qing, Zhao Sunyang, and Kun Chen are appointed centurions. Brother Li finally got a reward for his efforts, and Boss Su's leadership is the fairest. And to celebrate the taking of the Yunlei neighborhood, he's booked the Drunken Moon Tower for them tonight. All their expenses are on the house. Everyone was yelling that Boss Su was the coolest. But after all, it would take over 100,000 liang of silver to armor the entire Drunken Moon Tower for a day. Isn't that too wasteful? But don't worry, they won't spend their money. Merchant Li will sponsor it all today. Because now they've conquered the Yongle neighborhood. That means even more land. With his extraordinary abilities, Huang must know what this means for Merchant Li. He will open a branch of his enterprise in the Yongle neighborhood. Su Shin asked Li Huai why he was still here when all the other brothers had already dispersed. He apologized, for he was a little tired. When Li Huai was young, he was bullied by his father, which caused his lower body to suffer. Therefore, he will not have any sex life in the future. Su Shin said Huang can go. Huang wondered if the boss wasn't leaving because of Li Huai's as well. Su Shin only yelled at what he was thinking, after which, he quickly chased him away from here, but even so, he stopped him. Afterwards, he handed the book to Huang to give it to Li Hui. It was a book that the boss picked out especially for him. This way, the man can turn his pain into fighting ability and prove once again that he is a strong-minded man. Husan's grandfather's mansion in Shunyi Quarter, that ungrateful son of Su Shin. Is he not going to respect his father at all? It's fine that he scored him as a human being, but here's his dues from Yunla's neighborhood passed him by to the treasury gang. And that's over 1 million liang after all. And that son of mine didn't even give up a single penny. Husan's grandfather has really gotten old. Just one piece of news can make him so mad. He asked Counselor Li, what if he told the head of the gang to have Su Shin's land transferred to the gang's possession? But it won't help. Trophy distribution is a matter of principle. Once the changes begin, there will be no avoiding the turmoil. This Su Shin already has over 1,000 men under his command. He's taken over the Kwai Holin lands and Yongle district. His power and strength is greater than the senior branch leaders. Will they continue to let him grow so fast? Maybe they should just stop fighting Su Shin. Not only are they not benefiting, but they'll also be a laughingstock to the people. But he won't do it. He'll never rest until he kills Su Shin. Their conversation had already been overheard by one person who only laughed it off. It was the senior department head, Hao Tung. Grandpa was bullied by his adopted son. Husan asked what he had come here for. Who in the gang doesn't know that he's got a lot of money now? So he came to borrow some from Grandpa. Also, the whole gang knows he's a big cheat. Husan won't give him a penny. But don't be so quick to say no. He's come to help Grandpa find a solution for his naughty son. And in return, Husan will do him a small favor. Husan inquired as to what his plan was. The chick will jump into the hunter's hands on its own. Eagle Gang Palace. Boss Su is resting now, so he can't come in. How he laughs to touch a senior leader. He doesn't have to report anything to anyone. He ordered Su Shin to come out to meet him. The doors opened. Su Xin asked if it was Husan's grandfather who sent the senior leader. Hao Tong noticed that the kid didn't call her father anymore. Husan's grandfather had raised an ungrateful son. Since the senior manager does not dispute this, it appears that he agrees with it. They all realize the guy's been getting rich lately. He handed over 1,200,000 tons of silver to the gang's treasury alone. But Hao Tong doesn't have much ambition, and he's also a little short on funds. He hopes the guy would love to help him. Li Huai wanted to pull out his sword already, but Su Xin stopped him. It doesn't matter whether Grandpa Husan sent the senior leader or not. He still finds his behavior very foolish. Hao Tong thought he wanted to kill him. After defeating Luo Zheng, did he think he was invincible? He should remember that this is the Eagle Gang's territory. He's nothing more than a junior leader. He's gonna sit here tonight and watch the kid kill him. But whether he's got the guts to do it. Su Xin realized that he had decided to parrot him with his position. He drew his sword. The senior leader asked what he was thinking of doing. Does he really want to become a traitor to the gang so badly? If he is going to be stubborn in his intention to go on a crime spree and kill a senior squad leader, he should remember that the gang is not asking him to do so for nothing. He had something else on his mind. Some things are better to have a good discussion before moving to action. Still, Su Xin should be grateful to him. Hao Tong didn't know what he was talking about. The senior leader helped him take another step closer to his plan. Su Xin stuck his sword into him. He watched the senior leader's last moments with a smile on his face. Huang didn't understand why the boss did that. But Li Huai explained that in Su Xin's opinion, he couldn't do anything to harm himself. After all, it's their boss. He told the others to come in. A subordinate came in. Huang ordered everyone who met with senior leader Hao today to be gathered. We can't let this news get out. But you don't have to worry so much. They couldn't hide anything anyway, and he wasn't exactly going to hide it. A case as big as the murder of a senior executive is definitely not going to be left to the leadership. He has just had an opportunity to reclaim what is rightfully his. Juan asked what he was talking about. Of course, he was talking about his position as senior leader, and at the same time, the traitors could be weeded out. He told old Huang to take 1,100,000 silver from the account and give each of the senior leaders 10,000 silver. You don't have to ask them for anything special. Just let them keep their heads down. Huang asked what about the head of Lin's chamber. There's no need for that. Even if they don't bring him any coins, he will still help them. A big crime like killing a senior leader would definitely not be missed by Dong Cheng. And Lin Fuhu with his temper will definitely oppose anything he says to Dong Cheng. Excluding Li Gang, the boss treats the brothers so well. Is there really room for disagreement? It's hard to guess what's on a person's mind until you've gone through some hardships with them. The worst of it is the war within the gang, let alone the murder of an entire senior leader. Even though he had a bad reputation, a pardon was out of the question. Boss Su has gone a little overboard this time. They've been following him for so long. There were many who had killed enemies here, risking their lives for the boss. But in the end, they didn't even get promoted to Centurion. He feels like it's unfair to them. But he better shut up. Who said the boss is finished? That bastard Hu Tong is already so pissed off that he came to blackmail the boss. If the boss didn't finish him off, the man would have found a way to do it for him. They know what Li Gang is up to. Boss Su Xin, from the time of Kuai Ho Lin to the Yongle Quarter, has never wronged them. He had no idea that Su Xin had so much authority in the eyes of the gang members. He must make everyone turn their backs on him. Are they really going to follow him until he leads them into total darkness? When Su Xin receives his well-deserved punishment, they too will have to share one leg with him. What interesting things he's talking about. The boss is here. He said it right. Guys can go first. There's no such thing as a winner. So whoever you want to kill, you kill. Well, why does he say there's no judgment? Doesn't he realize that yet? They're on a completely different level. He only laughed from what the boss said. From his sleeve, he drew a weapon. Even so, he can't live until he kills Su Xin. I mean, he's already told me. They're on completely different levels. Li Gang fell to the ground. His weapon was beside him. He wanted to take it, but he was placed. Boss doesn't even want to be distracted by weaklings like Li Gang. The most pathetic in this world is the one who thinks he's the smartest. He can live for now, because Li Gang will be of use to the boss in the future. Wan exposed them as he had ordered. The guy asked, and how many? There are 8 of them, and one more is the newly promoted Sotnik. Su Xin ordered everyone to be killed. The man offered to pardon them. After all, they'd been following the boss for a long time. Perhaps it would be better to take everything away from them and expel them from the gang. Does he really think the boss is a do-gooder? They get his money, learn his fighting techniques, and use his power. And even so, they're giving it to him. Weeds need to be pulled out by the root. The man replied that he understood. He's just crazy. Su Xin became distraught. Husan ordered the counselor to prepare everything quickly for the gathering. Su Shin killed the senior leader. Does the counselor really think this kid will treat him badly? He should hurry up. And where dear father is going with this? It was Su Shin. He has a gift for his father. He must think it over carefully. Killing a senior leader is a serious offense. Grandfather has offered to go with him to the gang's trial. The boy has done a lot of good things, so he will beg the Lord to spare Su Shin's life. Does my father really think these words of his are going to make any difference? He only achieved everything because of his father's help. Logically speaking, some of the silver goes to his father anyway. But why is he trying to hurt him again and again? Husan wanted to justify himself somehow, but Su Shin stopped his attempts. The boy knows that his father is afraid. Husan is afraid that the guy is getting stronger too fast, gradually speaking out of his hands. After all, he didn't even believe the Chengdao he had cultivated for 20 years. So what can we say about Su Shin? Husan doesn't trust anyone. Grandpa admitted that he is quite intelligent, but he must know that by killing Husan, he wouldn't be able to survive in the Eagle Gang. But dear father is thinking too much. Su Shin doesn't want to kill him at all. All he wants is for his father to admit that Hao Tong's actions brought trouble, which is the reason why his father allowed him to be killed. In addition, he has to say that he wants to put his favorite son up as a candidate for the senior leader of the Eagle Gang. Does he really want to put all the responsibility on Husan? It's better to kill him here and now. At least he'll die with pride. And how does he think to die with pride when Su Shin has evidence of his father's hidden embezzlement of the gang's property? He even asked the counselor if he was right. Counselor Lee confirmed the truthfulness of his words. Li Ruan dared to betray Husan. But why can't he do it? He is just a poor bachelor whose family was killed by bandits. Husan took him in out of pity, and he repaid such ingratitude. Does Grandpa think he doesn't know that he was the one leading the raid on his village? He knows something after all. Husan wanted him, so he killed Li's wife and blamed it on the bandits. Li Ruan had been patient for 20 years, waiting for this moment. Su Shin wondered if dear father had thought things over carefully. By killing Hu Tung, he assigned his own death warrant. Husan, at least, is not going to risk his life as well. Well, he shouldn't forget that Changfang Shuixiao has enough other gangs besides the Eagle Gang. Su Shin asked where his father thought he would go if he didn't become the senior leader, possessing such strength. Su Shin is no longer the same as before. This time, Husan had lost to him. He agreed to the guy's offer. Su Shin, like he said earlier, brought him a gift. This gift is a bit troublesome, so father will have to deal with it. He patted it down. Li Huai throttled Li Gang. Li Gang was lying near his grandfather's feet. He asked Husan to save him. I mean, he's been loyal to him all along. But even that didn't help him. Husan asked, now that he was satisfied. Of course he's pleased. Now they can meet the master. But the counselors haven't gotten back at him yet. After they handle everything, then the counselor can do whatever they want with it. People have arrived! How dare this insolent man slander and kill the senior leader of the gang? He'd better turn himself in and go to the gang's trial with them. Su Shin inquired who they were. As it turns out, they are representatives of the punishment hall. Only those who obey Dongcheng's orders have the right to arrest the Lord's men. He dared to break the law. A man has the right to kill him. He's definitely looking for his death. Su Shin shoved him away from him. That trash dared to try and kill him. They don't have the right to do that. But what about Dongcheng himself? Followers have to obey the rules, so he shouldn't talk too much. Everyone welcomed the man. But what kind of talk is he talking about if these men dare to point their swords at him? So what if he kills them? What an asshole. Dongcheng threw himself at him. But Li Huai stopped his punch. But he did not pose an obstacle to Dongcheng. Right here, even Su Shin began to worry about his subordinate. But he was still alive, albeit with a wound. Dongcheng is deputy master, so why would he attack the boy? Isn't he ashamed of himself? As it turned out, it was Lin Fuhu who spoke. He wanted to fight Dongcheng. Eagle Gang. Although everyone knows that Hao Tong is in a terrible state, given Dongcheng's temper, this time Su Shin is in danger. If it wasn't for the commitment of the system, he would also want to pray for Su Shin and help him at least a little bit. The gentleman has arrived, Dongcheng said as he brought Su Shin with him. Sha Feiyin let them sit down. Dongcheng revealed that this guy had broken the rules and orders of his superiors. He deserved to die for the mistakes he had made. But Su Shin didn't even cause trouble for the Eagle Gang, right? Whatever the reason, he still deserves to die. Who the hell does Dongcheng think he is? They're not going to kill this kid just because he said so! Tension was rising. Sha Feiyin told them to stop. He turned to the others and asked what they thought of the situation. Usually they bellow non-stop, but something is wrong with them today. Husan turned his attention to Su Shin, after which he announced that there was something he would like to say. You can't blame Su Shin for killing Hao Tong. It was Husan's order. Has Grandpa decided to take charge? They don't believe that it is the same calm and cunning Husan. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Even if he is the senior leader, killing a partner is a big crime. He can't survive it. I know Husan, but that's what happened. Hao Tung borrowed money from him, but lost money. After that, he came to Keiholin to confront Su Shin. He opened his filthy mouth and demanded 100,000 liang of silver. Grandpa got so angry that he told Su Shin to kill the bastard, knowing that Husan and his son had a relationship like fire and water for a long time. But this time, he even took responsibility himself. Su Shin is truly a cunning monster. Sha Feiyin turned to the boy. He asked if he had anything to say. Su Shin replied that he was young, but had enough ability to contribute to the faction. Lin Fuhu didn't even realize what this guy was carrying. He had better say something useful, so that the master could spare his life. A partner homicide violation is such a serious offense that it should not be ignored. He decided to take away Husan's lands, keep 10 people in his subordinate, and give the rest of the people to other senior leaders. But it was Su Shin who killed Hao Tung. Husan is also Mr. Su Shin's father. How could a subordinate disobey his master's orders? This time, Su Shin did a good job of taking Yunla's neighborhood. No matter what, Hu Tong was already dead, and Su Shin would take the place of the senior leader. It was exactly what he expected. He thanked the Lord for showing him mercy. Su Shin En regretted the efforts they had put in for the good of the Eagle Gang. They can disperse, for he is tired. He said that in this main chamber they would all discuss issues together, but as long as the head of the caucus was alive, they would always abide by his decisions. Now he and his father have to leave too. Everyone was congratulating Mr. Su. How bored he was with this long discussion. But did Yuan Dong have more important things to do? He saw good new horses from Dong Xuan and Dei Feng's shop. It was quite difficult to steal from Tang An, and he didn't have any money with him, so he had to go back home to get them. Yeah, this bastard should wait for him to die first. Soon the Eagle Gang will be his, and he's acting like this and putting horses ahead of running the gang. He's already old, and won't be able to protect him for the rest of his life. Does he really want to be like Wei Feng of the Qingju Gang, and become a puppet of his subordinates? That won't happen to him. Moreover, the Eagle Gang was founded by his father, Sha Feiying, and who, given his reputation, would let a word be said against Yuan Dong. The man called him a fool and asked why he thought he had let Su Shin go so easily. Yuan Dong asked, and why is that? At the moment, out of the 3 deputies, Lin Fuhu is still unconditionally loyal to him. The man asked if Dong Cheng and Zhuang Li would be loyal to Yuan Dong. Dong Cheng doesn't need to be mentioned. Zhuang Li was a peacekeeper before joining the gang. Now he's known for his brutal killings. Don't think he hasn't done anything for 10 years and hasn't changed a bit. Would Lin Fuhu be able to cope if these two joined forces? And now there is a person with completely different interests, but who has the power to easily shorten them. And that person is Su Shin. He is young and has room to grow. Give him time, and he will become on par with Dong Cheng and Zhuang Li. The important thing is that he has volunteered to work for the gang, proving his loyalty. That alone expresses his attitude. Now the son had to catch his train of thought. Is a person like Su Shin really that important? Sha Feiying only waved his hand and told him to leave. He was tired. Yuan Dong asked what about the silver. The man said to take it from Zhuang Li. He immediately ran. If Yuan Dong had a modicum of intelligence like Su Shin, he wouldn't have to worry so much. He was congratulated for completing the mission at 50%. The reward would be between 2 to 3 stars. The system asked whether to do a happy rotation now. Su Shin wanted to do a rotation for a combat skill. He was given Wen Shuian. This character would have a randomly selected combat skill, namely Palm of Extreme Vengeance. He became curious about this character. The head of the 12th Eastern City wanted to meet with Su Shin. Su Shin came out and asked what he was doing here. The 7-story Dragon Banquet Pavilion is the largest in the prefecture. Wealth was only one of the criteria to enter the pavilion. As for those who had the right to enter the 7th floor of the pavilion, there were less than 10. The man asked if they had heard of the Eagle Gang and its senior leader, Su Xing. The guy is less than 20, and he has already killed the head of the Qingju Gang. His strength definitely cannot be underestimated. Meng Jianghe, 3 Elites Guild. Moreover, he had defeated Luo Zhen, the Spearmaster. His strength was worthy of mentioning. His teacher was Lin Hongyuan, who wielded a Jingsheng. Duan Chao, 3 Elites Guild. Su Shin's victory proves that he was stronger than him. Ningjun Yinyue, 3 Elites Guild, and he finds Su Shin's way of controlling things more impressive than his martial art. Meng Zhang. He wanted to invite him to the 3 Elites Guild, so he asked their opinion on it. They were fine with it. But most likely, as with Luo Zhen, it would be hard to get Su Shin to agree. Luo Zhen is already an old man. He doesn't have any malicious intent. But Su Shin is different from him. The Eagle Gang won't be able to help him achieve his goal, but the 3 Elites Guild will. Then why not try sending Zhang Heng? Given his temper, it's the perfect thing to persuade Su Xin. Zhang He is doing business with Zi's men. He doesn't have time for this. So what will he offer then? He called out to Mai Chun. Mai Chun has arrived and is listening to his uncle's instructions. Mai Chun is no longer a youngster. It's time to get him involved with the gang. This time they'll let him handle it all. But he's arrogant. You can't send him to Su Xin. Mai Chun knows how to keep his cool. Su Xin is a rare martial artist. They should get him when they meet. Mai Chun should be polite to him. If Su Xin's requests are not too great, then let him agree with him. His father can rest easy. He can handle the matter with Su Xin. They only glanced amongst themselves. Since there's no other offer, that's how they settled it. His father will help him choose a helper. They're gone. The master wants to secure his son's future. But he should not be taking advantage of the gang left and right. But master is one of their 3. Yes, and now, as long as the 3 of them are alive, the 3 Elites Guild won't go. Tu Wuqing congratulated Mr. Su. He became the youngest among the senior leaders. That's admirable. Su Xin asked me not to call him that. It's just a title. Su Xin told old Huang to pour tea. Don't be so modest. Not so long ago, no one knew about Su Xin, and now every rat knows his name. Su Xin asked what was the purpose of the overseer coming to them. He had some definite problems, but he didn't want to bother the guy. You don't have to be so ceremonious. If the warden just says so, he'll arrange it in the best possible way. He is not just the head of the 12E city, he is also one of the top 10 faces of the prefecture. Of course, Su Xin would like to invest in Tu Wuqing. The trouble is that Master Sanfu's son, who had gone to Kuai Holin 2 days ago to scout around, had lost a precious pearl necklace. Su Xin must know the temperament of the young master. He is offended by this situation, and right now, Mr. Sanfu is very angry with him. It doesn't matter what method Su Xin uses. The important thing is that he stops being angry as a result. Tu Wuqing can relax. He will try to find the precious pearl necklace. In 3 days, everything will be solved. Then he'll be expecting good news. It's quite a hassle. From what Huan understands, it's going to be complicated. Su Xin inquired as to why he felt that way. As far as he had learned from Mr. Lan's subordinates on the Black Water Trail, Mr. Lan had set up camp in Xiangnan, along with several hundred of his men. After that, he met a young martial artist and his camp was destroyed. He hid in Changfang Xuexiao. Until now, my bowmaster Chen Yunla didn't dare to mess with him, but not now. The dog just lost his home, so no need to worry so much. Su Xin ordered Li Huan to meet with him. This is a quiet time. Let him do some work too. He'll have to go away for 3 days. Unless it's something really important, don't let him be disturbed. Huan followed his order. 3 days later, the young master of the 3 Elites Guild, Chiang Mai, was announced to be coming. Mai Chong came to meet with senior leader Su Xin. Huan greeted the young master and motioned for them to pass. The man asked who he was, where Su Xin was. Huang Bing Chung introduced himself as the one who manages Mr. Su's affairs in his absence. At the moment, Mr. Su is busy. He asked to wait for him for a few days. This is his way of saying that the man came all the way here in vain. Su Xin has the courage to disrespect the 3 Elites Guild. But the young master, Mr. Su, is really out of town. Mai Chun just punched old Huang. The subordinate didn't stand for it and immediately drew his weapon, but Huan told them to put down their weapons. They shouldn't behave rudely towards the young master of the 3 Elites Guild, so it turns out they want to fight him. Since they dared raise their weapons at him, he would kill them all, knowing that the Eagle Gang wouldn't dare lay a finger on him. It's pretty fascinating. Since he's so brave, let him try to do everything. Su Xin. But these are not small things. He shouldn't ruin his future because of someone like Huang Bin Cheng, so he won't even join them. Then he'll just kill all his subordinates. Young Master Chun makes Su Xin do something, which is to kill him. Mai Chun's subordinates immediately drew their weapons after feeling threatened by him. But would he even have the courage to kill Mai Chun? I mean, he said himself he wanted to kill them all. So why wouldn't Su Xin dare to kill Mai Chun? The subordinate shouted for the young master to run away. Su Xin immediately attacked him. He destroyed his sword, after which he flew off into the wall. Next, Su Xin lifted the young master by his neck. If he dares to kill Mai Chun, the 3 Elites Guild won't spare him. But he only laughed, and then he killed him. Since he dared to kill the young master, let them take their shallow master. They should leave Kuai Holin as soon as possible. He wanted to object, but the other man stopped him. Su Xin is no longer alive. He made a mistake today. Huan got down on his knees. His life now belongs to Boss Su. He should have pride and not kneel so easily. They can no longer stay in Changfang Xuexiao Prefecture. One must quickly gather subordinates and become a logger to Xiangnan Lin. A lot of brothers will volunteer to follow him. In fact, it would be better to wait and gain strength, then return to Changfang Xuexiao, and afterward, destroy the 3 Elites Guild. Why do they have to run like some stray dogs? Sushin ordered to gather all the brothers and tell them everything. And after a few minutes, everyone was already standing around waiting for what the boss would say. Most likely they had already heard about the situation, and there was no need to explain anything to him. Sushin doesn't want to get the others into trouble. If anyone wants to leave, they can take 10 liang of silver each to walk. He won't blame them. People looked at each other. As long as he's in a good mood, let them take their silverware and go. This man has a wife and children to take care of. Shame on him. He dared to take the silverware and leave right away. The man apologized. Those who crossed the path of the 3 elites guild in the prefecture wouldn't survive anyway. So he apologizes for his decision as well. The silver was fewer and fewer, and so were the people. Those who stayed with him are now his brothers, and there's no way he's going to disappoint his brothers. Someone shouted that this Sushin must die. The man sat up and breathed heavily. The man explained that the dead cannot come back to life. He wants Sushin to die. The Eagle Gang must pay for his son's death. He will begin preparations immediately. Duan Chao asked Ningjun Yenyue how he felt there. Regardless of whether Big Brother is doing this out of revenge, this matter is related to the pride of the 3 elites guild. Sushin must die. That bastard did it again. Is this really his way of trying to destroy the Eagle Gang? Since it had come to this, why not give them Sushin? But the guy is still the junior leader of the Eagle Gang. But there's no need to be hesitant. If they don't catch Sushin before he escapes, they will be in a very dire situation. Zhuangli is right, we need to take action now. They arrived at Sushin's place. Dongcheng ordered to post guards and not allow anyone to leave the place. They went inside. Sushin asked what the main gang leader and the 3 senior leaders were doing here. These guys should have notified him in advance of their visit. He might even invite them in person. Dongcheng drew his sword. After all the trouble he had caused them, he should surrender now so that the Eagle Gang would suffer less. And how should he understand Mr. Doon's words? That kid was a core member of the 3 Elites Guild. Doesn't killing him count as an achievement? But Dongcheng didn't want to listen to his excuses anymore and pounced on him. Sushin immediately blocked his punch. He signed his own death warrant, but Sushin didn't listen to him. What a bastard. Dongcheng jumped away from him. Zhuangli noticed Dongcheng's shaking hand and realized that this guy was getting stronger so fast. If they couldn't catch him today, he would have to come up with an escape plan. What a bunch of garbage. Even the founder of the Eagle Gang can't do anything about one of their leaders. The 3 Elites Guild were already here. Sha Feiying ordered Sushin to step forward and admit his guilt. Meng Jiang. He decided to give him a chance. The guy has to kill all his subordinates, and then he will spare his life. If he doesn't, the man guarantees that both he and all his brothers will die here today. He kills to preserve his pride. This master doesn't need to be so cocky. What would happen if he didn't choose any of his options? Ningjun Yenyue asked Gangsha's gangmaster what he thought of this Su Xing. After all, he is from their gang after all. But the man replied that Su Xin was no longer a member of the Eagle Gang. What they will do has nothing to do with him. He just picks on the weak and fears the strong. To protect himself, he may sacrifice the core members of his gang. If word of this spreads, the Eagle Gang's reputation will fall in the prefecture. The man ordered to grab Su Xin after all. He wants to kill this idiot himself. This world never lacks for geniuses. Su Xin must accept the punishment for his own mistakes. Juan said that the boss doesn't have to worry about them. Just let him remember to avenge them in the future. Are they still thinking about running away? No one's leaving here tonight. It's not going to be as easy as they thought. He noticed the surprise attack, after which he tried to block her. But his weapon was destroyed, and he fell back against the wall. It was a spell manipulation. Who is this man? It was Tei Wuqing. He wondered what they were fighting for when there were so many other things to do. The boss should have warned them that reinforcements were coming. Well, isn't that the best way to get all the disgruntled kids out of here? The man explained to Tei Wuqing that Su Xin had killed his son. Isn't it natural for a father to avenge him? So why is he stopping him? His son died because he succumbed to his strength. They're willing to chase over the edge, sending a whole bunch of their men to slaughter against someone much younger. The feud for killing his son is not easily resolved. Even if it means going over the edge, he absolutely has to kill Su Xin. But it won't work because Tei Wuqing owes Su Xin and no one will kill him today. Although he is the head of administration of the 12th East City, there is no way he can control the entire prefecture. He must not interfere in their affairs. Who is he to say he shouldn't get involved? It was his disciple Lin Feng. Does the officer have something to say? But he has nothing to say. Tei Wuqing just has to teach his disciple a lesson. And Meng Jiang can do whatever he wants. But he shouldn't talk nonsense. The attacks were directed at a man. But Meng Jiang wanted to stop them quickly. But suddenly they changed their trajectory and got in the man's face. His words are the rules, and nothing in this world rules Tei Wuqing. In Changning Prefecture, he represents the court. He wants to protect Su Xin and no one can kill him. Meng Zhang did not approve of this situation. Duan Chao stopped him after all. They need to come up with a plan first. Is he really suggesting to retreat? Did Big Brother forget that there were rumors of Te Wuqi being someone from the 6 gates? There are 6 gates in Da Zhou's courtyard. Did he really forget about them? Even if they neglect the 6 gates, they cannot deal with them. He may already be perfected in this superior realm. His son's death cannot go unpunished. Things have even taken a turn for the worse. He agrees not to touch Su Xin, but his hatred for the guy for killing his son won't subside. He proposes to his younger brother Li Jung to challenge Su Xin in the arena of life and death. Su Xin agreed. He will step into the arena of life and death. She will set up this arena in the gracious city of gambling in 3 days. Until then, he must not even think of escaping. They're gone. Dongcheng asked the head what about them. Now they will retreat and then make further plans. The head of the gang and the senior leaders are gone. Su Xin thanked Te Wuqing for his timely help today. Just his small gesture to thank Su Xin for helping him on several occasions. Te Wuqing thinks the guy expected the warden's help to come in handy with his supreme leader, but the head himself made that decision. If he had stood by the boy's side today, he would have won the hearts of many people. Su Xin's mind went to plan after looking at Sha Feiying. However, why did he agree to enter the arena of life and death? With Te Wuqing, they wouldn't have dared to harm him. But the Overseer can help him once. He dare not ask for help a second time. He should show the 3 elites guild their place. Su Xin's victory would deny them the opportunity to openly protest him in the future. Te Wuqing asked if the guy knew who Meng Zhang was. Su Xin replied that he was from a big sect. His master Zhong Ding was once a teacher in the Shaolin Temple. When all the temple disciples scattered, he returned to Xiangnan and opened his own darts hall. Meng Zhang was one of his few favorite disciples. No wonder he could use the splendid palm unique to monks. He doesn't need to worry. Ordinary disciples couldn't even hold a candle. What he had learned was only a small part of it all. He would take a vacation to attend to other matters. Su Xin thanked the officer again for the important information. But it's not necessary. He's only trying to keep the guy alive. Where will his pride be if Su Xin dies? Wan asked his boss what they should do now. One must keep practicing. He had just made a breakthrough to the late-stage purified mortal realm. He needs time to get used to the new power. The man recommends that his older brother inform Li Zhou. Even if he wins in the life and death arena, he must keep Su Xin alive. Su Xin killed his only son, and now they want him to spare that bastard too. Su Xin is under the patronage of Te Wuqing. His surname is Te, and if what they know is true, then he is definitely related to the 6 gates. The T family created 6 times Da Zhou's courts. Just 3 officials from the 6 Vers are capable of destroying any family. It's just an assumption. There's no confirmation that he's actually connected to the Te family. Su Xin must die. He's gone. His actions would lead to the collapse of the 3 Elites Guild. 3 days later, everyone was just talking about the latest news. Su Xin, who had recently been promoted leader in the gang, had killed the only son of Guildmaster Meng Zhang, a member of the 3 Elites Guild. Today was the day when both sides would fight in the life and death arena in this neighborhood. But it's a long shot. A ratio of 1-2 for Li Zhou and 1-3 for Su Xin. A crowd has gathered in the arena. The 3 Elites Guild was already there. And Te Wuqing also arrived. He said they all came early today. Since Officer Te is already here, the battle of life and death can begin. But Te Wuqing still has something he has to say. Would they really go back on the officer's word? But since when has he gone back on his word? He would say straightforwardly. Since Su Xin has accepted the life and death battle, the incident will be ended after this, regardless of the winner. If Su Xin has any problems after today, Te Wuqing will not spare anyone then. Since everyone agrees, the battle can begin. Li Zhou was already in the arena. Su Xin went up there as well. Huang asked Li Huai, "What are the chances of winning the boss?" Li Huai replied that he wasn't sure, but he could definitely pull it off. Does he really expect Huan not to cheer for their boss? In the battle of life and death, one must always think one step ahead and never doubt. Not even for a moment. If there is no certainty of victory, half the battle is already lost. Didn't he learn it from the demon sword technique? But it was taught to him by the boss. The fight has begun. Li Zhou immediately pounced on him to make him die. Su Xin began to repel his attacks. Li Zhou recoiled. Su Xin immediately rushed to attack. A shield formed around the man. Su Xin's weapon was already in the air. To think that Meng Zhang would actually pass on a precious martial skill like the golden defense barrier to his disciple. He heard that Su Xin's sword is fast, but it seems that it can't hurt Li Zhou. The speed of his sword was now useless. He used the Arhat's fist, Dragon Slayer, after which he struck. But something was wrong. Did he really plan to win with this unfinished skill? Su Xin used a fist of hatred. He also wondered where this man got his confidence from in the first place. Hate, blind skies. Li Zhou fell to the arena floor. Is this really the last stage of the mortal realm? This guy could really use some fighting skills. Sushin used the technique of hate, unfair justice. He already wanted to end this boring fight. He wouldn't dare do that. To Wu Qing stopped guild leader Meng. Is he really trying to break the rules? But Sushin is not a maniac. Since this kid is his cherished disciple, he will do him a favor. But since he stepped into the arena of life and death, he must be compensated. He'll cripple him. Li Zhou started coughing up blood, after which Su threw him out of the arena. He asked guild leader Meng if he was the victor of the battle of life and death. The battle of life and death was over. So is the feud between Meng Zhang and Su Xin. Is there anything to say to the leader? He only clenched his fist, and then he left. He apologized for his older brother's temper. The man understands his pain of losing his son and mutilated dear student. He thanked the officer for understanding. They would be the first to leave. This is Meng Zhang's best disciple after all. So how could he lose? It looks like Chongning province will suffer a major change. Su Xin didn't disappoint him. It was all thanks to Wu Qing's help. We can drop the formalities. Since everything's settled, he'll go settle the court cases. Su Xin thanked him for his help. Su Xin told Old Man Huang and Li Huai to go back and get ready. After all, they would be going to the main hall. But why would the boss want to go to the main hall? Juan is sure that the gang boss doesn't want to meet him right now. He has no choice. He must give Su Xin back what he deserves. If only Su Xin had died in the arena. But he had just defeated Li Jun. Su Xin has had a reputation in the gang since that day. So what about his decision? Now the man they were talking about is here. Although he wasn't expected to be here, he's still the senior leader of the Eagle Gang. So why can't he be here? He should stop beating around the bush and tell his true purpose for coming here. His goal is pretty simple. He wants a position that matches his current reputation. He wants to become the 4th-ranked master of the Eagle Gang. They did not expect such a statement. But that's not going to happen. With his current reputation, so how does he not deserve the position of master? If the Eagle Gang master denies his promotion, he may have to look for other avenues. If rumors spread, he's sure it won't do any good. What the hell is he planning? Does he really think he's going to betray the gang? But you don't have to call it that viciously. He didn't betray the gang betrayed him. He did his best to do his part for the good of the gang, but when he caused trouble, she left him immediately. It was too frustrating. If a loser like Cheng Dong can become a gang master, why can't Su Xin become one? How dare he? If he has any objections, there is no need to be shy about voicing them. He is determined to get the title of master. He was sure that with Su Xin's current strength and methods he possessed, other gangs and guilds would want to hire him. The gang master had already kicked him out, but he returned with the intention of becoming the new master. Perhaps he just wants to take revenge on Dong Cheng or the gang master. But it's not that simple. He has to get to the bottom of it first. Su Xin is capable of becoming a master in the hall with the contributions he has. But he is still too inexperienced, and even in the whole province, there is no young master like him. Well, that's a load of crap. Even if he becomes a master, he won't touch their sphere of influence. Lin Fuhu asked, so what is he planning to do? Does he really just want to show off? The battle room, the punishment room, and the control room. None of those have anything to do with him. He plans to create a hall with mostly internal methods of boosting energy and combat skills for gang members. He certainly never misjudged people. This isn't just some bullshit, it's a great goal. When did Su Xin even have time to become a Samaritan? Dong Cheng asked if he could pass on the fist and sword skill. Master Dune needn't worry. This is a war room. Since they're gang members, they can cultivate whatever they want. Dong Cheng is so persistent. He actually wants the boss to pass on his fighting skills. The head of the gang demanded Su Xin's terms. The man believes that he is kind enough, but the gang master misunderstood him. As a member of the Eagle Gang, shouldn't he be assisting the gang? But since the head of the gang had expressed it that way, he still had one more request. The man inquired as to what he wanted. He wants Li Huai and the master. He needs them to take the happy forest and the city of eternal pleasure. He will announce the news that the guy will become a master, and they will be the main leaders tomorrow. He's still young and will definitely become a core member of the gang in the future. The arguments they had in the past, it's best to forget them. He thanked the gang master. Su Xin was not the type to hold a grudge. He had long forgotten the matters of the past. If it wasn't for this stupid mission, he wouldn't even be talking to him today. He won't bother the gang master anymore and will leave first. A little later, Huang asked the boss why he had created a martial arts hall. It's not profitable for them at all. He doesn't need a fighting room. He just needs to capture people's hearts. To do that, he needs to form some kind of relationship with them. He'll be good enough for the gang members to appreciate the gesture. After the battle hall is built, they should ask Li Gan to find some people to import Quan Zhen's cult low-grade internal promotion technique and dog beating stick. These guys had also just been promoted to the ranks of leaders. They shouldn't waste their energy on such mundane matters. They heard their boss. The system congratulated him for completing the story mission. As a reward, they gave him the Divine Light technique, 2.5 stars. The hidden characteristic is the ability to dissolve unique spiritual energy. 800 villainy points, and 2 chances to spin a medium-level luck roulette. He asked the system how many roulette spins and villainy points he has right now. The host has 5 medium-class roulette spins, 4 low-class roulette spins, and 1,000 villainy points. Developing Divine Light techniques was of paramount importance to him right now. As for the rotations, he could save them for now, as it all depended on luck in the end. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by his little sister. She asked where he had been all these few days. She asked not to be left alone in the future. Shin'er will listen to Big Brother. Sushin promised that he would not leave Shin-er alone again in the future. She was glad of his promise. He'll arrange for someone to send her a private tutor. But why an honest tutor? Doesn't that mean they won't see each other for a while? If she keeps sitting at home, she'll end up being a fool. Besides her, there will be other kids coming to tutoring and she won't be alone. She was interested. Sushin will pick her up from there every day. When she has a break, the guy will teach her how to raise her internal energy. She was looking forward to it. Did father promote Sushin to master for nothing? Today it's Sushin, and tomorrow it'll be Zhang Xin and Li Xin, and then someone else. If it continues like this, where will their pride be? But what would he do if he were in his father's shoes? He wanted to kill the bastard. Even the 3 Elites Guild can't do anything to him the way he's going to kill him, if only with his mouth. He may be ignorant, but he must always remember one thing. Everything he does is so that Yuan Dong can inherit the position of gang leader without any problems. They watch the weather change. From now on, chaos will reign in the Eagle Gang. It was raining outside. A month later. If it isn't Sheng Tzu, compared to last month, Shang Zi looks stronger. But stop talking nonsense. Since the martial arts gym opened, another man has been spending most of his time there. This is a very rare chance to cultivate inner energy for ordinary guys like them. Only a fool wouldn't take the chance that was given by the head of the Su Hall. But he's the only one who thinks so. It turns out that Supreme Leader Liu's son was caught by the Yamen after attacking the son of their old master San, who works for them. Even though Chief Leader Liu was doing the best he could in Changning Prefecture, Hall Head Su Shin had easily completely sorted himself out in the end. Hall Head Su had accomplished many things despite his young age. His reputation in the Eagle Gang is gradually growing, but doesn't he know that you shouldn't talk loudly about such things in the street? He should be more careful not to offend someone and get himself in trouble, but he just can't keep his mouth closed all the time. Su Shin told the system to exchange all of his low-level luck spins for mid-level luck spins, and to use them. He had obtained the Wu Dan Sect's low-level internal energy cultivation technique of the Wu Dan Sect from antagonist Song Ching Shu, and the rating of this technique is half a star. He decided to continue. This time he received a mid-level spiritual food elixir, rating of 1.5 stars. Now this was an item he could use. Now he had obtained the Dragon Elephant Devouring skill from the Golden Era Magic King character. What luck! He finally obtained the 4-star Dragon Elephant Devouring skill. The 4-star combat skill can greatly increase strength. By developing it to the highest level, the user can utilize the power of 13 dragon elephants. This power combined with the Divine Light or Afterglow technique will definitely be impressive. Who knew there were rare prizes in the damn system after all? But don't get excited about it before it's time. You might not be so lucky next time. There was a knock at the house. Wan relayed that the gang leader had ordered everyone to gather in the main hall. Su Shin only sighed as he finished his business with the system. The bowhead is in such a hurry after only a month, and so they were already sitting in the hall, waiting for the head of the gang. Master Su was approached by a man. Has something happened lately? He's not sure. They won't know until the head of the gang arrives. Su Shin has been praised by everyone lately. The man asked if he was worried that the gang leader might think that the guy was trying to rise above him. The gang leader wouldn't hold a grudge against a young man like him. And the gang leader has arrived. Everyone saluted the head of the Eagle Gang. Sha Feiying had indeed brought his secret powers here. Dong Cheng wondered what it was all for, but he was successfully ignored. The head replied that they should not give it too much importance. Today, he had gathered everyone in this room to discuss plans for the future development of their gang. Even if they were going to discuss something, why would the chapter bring their secret powers here that the rest of us shouldn't know about? Is Dong Cheng trying to challenge the gang leader's orders? The 4 factions in Changning Prefecture are too weak, while the 4 guilds are too strong. Even if they combine their territories with the bamboo and ocean factions, they can't even compare to the 3-year-old guild. Then what's his plan? It's pretty simple. To improve the Eagle faction, you have to undergo a dramatic change. Could the current situation be improved so easily? The 3 guilds were much stronger than them, and they had experts for any difficult situation. Zhuang Li asked what this drastic change was that he was referring to. From now on, all authority in the caucus will be frozen. The 4 hall heads will only be responsible for oversight and control. Everyone was mulling over this news. The supreme leaders and their subordinates are also returning to the faction. They will not receive their monthly salary. He just wants to get all the power back in his hands. The faction leader can't make such a sudden decision. He promised everyone that he would coordinate everything with the brothers. Everyone risked their lives to conquer those territories. He can't just take them away. If they lose all their subordinates, what makes them supreme leaders then? He told everyone to shut up. He's known for a long time. They've all been getting into the caucus accounts. If there is any objection, let them come forward and they will discuss the money they have been pocketing for years. All quiet. Sha Fei Ying asked if the 4 hall heads had any objections. Old people like them have no objections, but the head of Su Hall may have his own thoughts on the matter. When they see their self-interest being harmed, they try to make a shield out of it. Those idiots might want to use it as well as a spear. Su Xin agreed with the faction head's opinion. Is this guy really going to willingly give up all of his gathered strength? But he did have one objection. Su Xin is a smart man. This matter only concerns the internal affairs of the Eagle faction. As long as he follows orders, no one will say a word against him. The faction leader is thinking too much. The guy will give away the Eternal Pleasure City and the Martial Arts Hall, but they're still faction leaders. Shouldn't they own their own territories, so it's clear why people work for them? Yuan Dong told the man to stop his attempts to bargain, but he only wishes happiness to the forests of good fortune and the people loyal to him. Is that too much to ask? There was no problem with that, so he agreed. Just like the head of Su Hall said, commanders can keep some of their subordinates and one of their territories. The composition of the punishment hall does not change. However, she only retains the right of observation. The right to punish will be removed. The same goes for the Hall of Business. The management of financial affairs is taken over by the faction. Major actions are only allowed with their simultaneous approval with Hall Head Lin. The remaining supreme leaders are left with 10 men and 1 street each. The rest goes to the faction. Of course they didn't agree with it, but they won't say anything against it. Sha Fei Yin asked if there were any objections. Even though his men were not touched, the punishment hall can no longer punish. How can the hall be called punishment hall now? If he does, he'll only be the head of the hall in words. Lin Fuhu only remained silent. If there's no objection, then so be it. There is one more thing. Yuan Dong is already an adult and will inherit the Eagle faction in the future. So he decided to let him take an active part in the affairs of the faction. In the future, the gambling city and the Hall of Punishment will come under his control. That sly fox made too hasty a decision. Yuan Dong wants to run a city of eternal pleasure and a martial arts hall. He pointed at Su Xin. They clearly hadn't expected such a request from him. Let Su Xin concede. But Yuan Dong whatsoever isn't afraid of pissing him off at all. But the punishment hall is the best place to train. So why does he need a martial arts hall? He wants Su Xin to know that the Eagle faction belongs to the Sha family. He will do as he pleases, and this kid should be his loyal dog. What the hell is he talking about? It's all very exciting. He only clapped. Then let young Master Sha's will be done. Let him take control of the Eternal Pleasure City and the Martial Arts Hall. This encounter continues to surprise and amaze. If the head of Su Hall agrees, then everyone can get back to work. Everything should be ready within 3 days. Dong Chung was clearly unhappy with this decision, even very unhappy. And what only the head of the caucus is thinking. Are they really going to give up the captured lands so easily? Su Xin understands exactly what he means. But then why did the Lord allow them to do so? As a last resort, they could rebel against the Eagle faction and create their own. If they do, the reputation and the accomplishments they collect will turn into nothing. Su Xin ordered to find a couple of loyal people and send them to keep an eye on Sha Yuan Dong. If anything happened, he should definitely report it to him. For the time being, they will stand idly by. Today he took something from them, and tomorrow he will obediently return it many times over. Let them watch him rise to the top. Watch him gain respect, and let them watch him lose everything. He has a side task. Need to kill Sha Fei Ying and Sha Yuan Dong within 3 months. As a reward, he will receive a mid-level luck rotation, 300 antagonist points, and if he fails, he will receive a penalty in mid-level luck rotation, as well as minus 300 antagonist points. If he refuses the assignment, there will be no change. Such an interesting side mission. He's starting to like this system. He accepted the assignment. 3 days later, City of Eternal Delight, Martial Arts Hall. Sushin handed over the Eternal Pleasure City's register and this month's income to the young master. It was all pretty good. It's not nice to give someone something they've nurtured for so long. Those territories originally belonged to the Eagle faction. What's the big deal about giving them back? But there's no need to joke about it. Doesn't it hurt when hard-won land is taken away? But Yuendong is giving him a chance. Let Sushin work for him. Within 3 years, he will make the Eagle faction surpass the 3 Elites Guild. When that day comes, all of his properties will return to him. What is he talking about? Now, as the head of the Eagle faction hall, it is Sushin's duty to lead the faction to the pinnacle of power. Stop joking around, Yuan. Dong clearly told the guy to work for him, not the Eagle faction. He's too young to play mind games. Sushin doesn't understand what young master is talking about. If he doesn't need anything else, he will go. If the young master has such ambitions, he'd better focus on faction development. He slapped the table. He won't forgive that damn Sushin. Once he becomes faction leader, he'll make him pay for it. It'll be interesting to see how he implements all of this. Muchina relayed that his subordinates were worried that the martial arts hall had only taken over in 3 days. Yuendong asked what he meant. This is Shuchang. The cultivation mantra teachers remained loyal to Sushin and left with him. If this continued, there would soon be nothing left of the martial arts hall. Sushin had opened up a martial arts hall to everyone a long time ago. Didn't anyone learn anything from him? He ordered to find the right people, and he doesn't care how he does it. Just have him find someone suitable for it. There's something else. Since he increased the monthly defense fee by 50 liang, most of the merchants are furious. People are rioting every day. When the City of Eternal Pleasure was taken over by Sushin, he also increased the tax. So why can't he do that? If they continue to cause trouble, let him break their legs and throw them out. It's a very bad business. Anyway, it's their source of income. Yuendong punched him. Stop talking. Let him do what he says. A bunch of lowlifes can't do anything to him. He agreed to do as he was told. He doesn't believe that he couldn't handle it if it turned out to be Sushin's strength. The City of Perpetual Indulgence 1 month later. Spring Breeze Pavilion Building. The man pleaded with Sir. He's a small business. With these increases in defense fees, they won't last. But the man only kicked him and told him to shut his filthy mouth. They gave him a house and now he's begging them for money. He told the crowd that had gathered to watch this to get out of here. Don't they have anything better to do? He decided to leave here too. Chased everyone out of their way. When Mr. Su ruled this neighborhood, he kept his subordinates in line. Now it's gotten worse. The protection fee has gone up too. If it continues like this, how will they live? This situation is known to everyone. Sha Yuandong has gone too far. Under Mr. Su, there had never been such chaos in the streets. Even Old Man Huang and Old Man Li did not receive a single liang of silver from them. Perhaps they should demand the Eagle faction to bring Mr. Su back. But don't they know that Sushin has lost his position in the faction? It's a battle of interests within the Eagle faction. Can they get involved? In such a case, you can lose not only money but also lives. Mr. Feng is done beating around the bush. Since he's gathered them here, he definitely has a plan. It's very simple. If Sha Yuandong doesn't give them life, they will kick him out of the City of Eternal Pleasure. The City of Eternal Delight was once under the control of the Qingjun gang. The deputy gang leader Chen Hong was a regular at their pavilion. If they agree with the plan, they should prepare money to negotiate with Deputy Chief Chen. They will ask to attack the City of Eternal Pleasure. And they, having helped them, will drive the Eagle gang out of here. But the Qingjun gang has already lost once. He's afraid that this time he can't expect success either. But let's not forget that the Eagle gang was only able to obtain the City of Eternal Delight because of Sushin. Without Sushin at the helm of the City of Eternal Pleasure, they have no business here. He agrees with Mr. Feng's plan. The others also joined the plan. The next day, the lobby of the Jinjun gang. Since the Eagle gang had decided to step on their own tail this time, they would do them a favor. Chen Hong and Ma Qi-yuan were there. But do they really have such a plan? Ma Qi-yuan is worried that they're going to ambush them. He knows the situation in the City of Eternal Pleasure very well. Everything agrees with Mr. Feng's report. The man inquired as to when they go into business. Chen Hong replied, "Tonight is the night. Mr. Feng will have to set a fire in Tanku, and as soon as they see this signal, they should immediately attack. The City of Eternal Pleasure. Why do they even patrol at night? Compared to a night with a beautiful girl in a brothel, it's just a waste of time." Of course you do. Who likes night patrols anyway? People started in about there being a fire, and some were yelling about killing. Looks like something happened out front. They need to take a look at it. Everyone ran as fast as they could. Sha Yuendong has arrived. He stopped the man and asked what was wrong. The young master must run away quickly. The lobby is on fire. They were attacked by the Qingjun gang. Yuan Dong didn't understand where Shu Chai had gone. He should find him quickly and tell him to send people to fight the Qingjun gang. But Shu Chang escaped a long time ago. They need to escape as soon as possible. As soon as something happened, he was out of here in a flash. Let him wait and Yuan Dong will deal with him. But that man did not wait for the young gentleman. Yuan Dong immediately ran after him and shouted for him to wait for him. Su Xinyu was sitting there and someone walked in on him. It was Huang who relayed that Sha Yuan Dong had already played with fire. It was faster than he expected. It's only been a month and it's all ready to fall apart. The faction supreme leaders can't take it anymore. At least Dong Chengwu and Li Zhuang definitely can't. Sha Yuan Dong thought that the Eagle faction belonged to him completely, except that the others wouldn't agree. If they put the faction in his hands, all the successes of the past few years would be ruined. This time even Su Xin won't do anything. No one will allow Sha Yuan Dun to become the head. Huan asked the master what they should do now. Of course, they need to enjoy the play and wait for it to end. Once the storm has settled, they will show up as saviors. The Qingjun gang has taken over the city of eternal pleasure. One of the supreme leaders and his men head for Kuaiholin. I wonder if they've decided to attack Kuaiholin. Those idiots from Qingjun are really boring to live with. Su Xin wanted to meet with the supreme leader of the Qingrong gang. There were already people standing at the threshold of the manor. Su Xin walked out towards them. The man started stuttering as soon as he saw that it was Su. The other hit him on the head and told him to speak clearly and understandably. It was Su Xin. Where did he even come from? Didn't they take the power away from him? Looks like the faction's supreme leaders tricked him. He just happened to hear that Mr. Su is here right now, so he decided to pay a courtesy visit. But Su Xin only replied for those to get out of here. They're gone! Are they really going to let them off so easily? But why not? It would be even better if they caused more trouble. Su Xin remarked that everyone else should go to bed early tonight. An interesting performance awaited tomorrow. The next day, a man asked me to tell him what had happened. Sha Yuan Dong had only been ruling for a month, and he had already lost Eternal Delight City. If he inherited the Eagle faction, he might lose his own territories as well. This time the faction leader was reckless, but he told everyone to shut up. Everyone here is concerned about the future of the Eagle Caucus. They should unite and demand an explanation from the faction leader. And they're all here early today. The long-awaited persona had finally arrived. He must have heard what happened last night. It was because of this reason that Su Xin came here today. Since the head of the Su Hall has already arrived, they can begin. Enough of beating around the bush. Zhuang Li wondered what his next move would be. Everyone should realize the situation. He only wants to ask one question, and that is whether the Eagle Gang belongs to all of them or only to the Sha family. What does the head of the Su Hall mean? What interesting people they are after all. In spite of his rage-stricken heart, he pretends it's all for the greater good. Su Xin doesn't care at all about what they're going to do with their future. But there was no way he would give the Eagle faction to Sha Yuan Dong. Dong Cheng suggested that he wanted to split the Eagle faction. Hall head Dong better watch his words. He shouldn't overestimate himself. He's only the head of the hall in words. There was no way they could dispute what he said. It was the truth. Given Boss Su's contribution to the faction, they will accept whatever decision he makes. They asked to talk about their plans. They will definitely join Su Xin. And so the head of the caucus arrived. Sha Feiyin inquired as to what they were doing here, having abandoned their territories. A silence hung between the heads of the halls. If things continue like this, they will no longer have a place to call home. The old man inquired, and what he meant by that. His thought is very simple. The actions of the faction head not only do not help the ascension of the Eagle faction, but inevitably lead them into the abyss. In the history of the Eagle faction, it wasn't even like they had lost so much land in one night. Shouldn't he have some way to explain such a loss? Yuan Dong asked if this kid was really accusing him of this. But he should know better than anyone why this happened. It's entirely his fault. What happened was not a random fire that allowed the Qingju gang to attack. It was a conspiracy from the beginning. How could the merchants even dare to collude with the Qingju gang? They must have lost their minds. Under normal circumstances, they would not have had the courage to do so. But since they were cornered, what choice did they have? Yuan Dong took away the City of Eternal Delight by abusing his power, increased the protection fee, and allowed his men to extort money from merchants. Considering only the Pavilion of the Rising East, they were losing tens of thousands of silver coins a month. Even if they turned a blind eye, he had only sent 2 people to patrol Eternal Pleasure City. This resulted in them being caught off guard by a fire in the middle of the night. What could be more humiliating? Even a cornered rabbit starts to bite. No wonder the merchants colluded with outsiders if he actually allowed his men to extort money from them. Sha Yuan Dong has no idea how a faction should be ruled. Under his rule, Their inevitable downfall awaits them. What nonsense he's talking. The merchants have no conscience. Yuan Dong will kill them when he takes control of the city of eternal pleasure again. Sha Feiyin told him to shut up and punched him in the face. His father actually hit him. This boy lacks experience in matters of faction management. This time, the man will teach him a lesson. And in the future, until Yuan Dong can rightfully take his place, the old man will be very strict with him. It was a funny joke. Sha Yuan Dong had lost an entire city, and one slap would not be enough for his mistakes. The old man inquired as to what he wanted. Everyone has to admit their mistakes. They all deserve a decent response. No wonder Su Xin had so easily decided to give up his power. He was looking forward to this day so that he could openly criticize the faction head. Sha Feiying recalled that Yuan Dong is his son. He may be the son of the faction head, but the Eagle faction itself belongs to everyone. The man confirmed the rightness of the head of Hall Su. They can bitch when a faction leader takes away territory and people, but Sha Yuan Dong has lost the city of eternal pleasure. Tomorrow, it could become a thriving gambling city, and they could lose their homes. He won't stand for it anymore. But Su Xin was surrounded by armed men. Su Xin was accused of trying to split the Eagle faction, but the guy was just talking to the faction leader. An armed man has no right to interfere. Someone who doesn't know the rules should be punished. Li Huai immediately threw a punch, and so one armed man was finished. The others clearly didn't expect this move. Yuan Dong also looked dumbfounded at this. Su Xin's position doesn't change. The Eagle faction belongs to everyone, and Sha Yuan Dong must answer to everyone. It's all very good. It had been quite a few years since someone dared to challenge him. To think that there was someone who claimed that the Eagle faction didn't belong to him. I wonder if they feel that way too. The Eagle faction was created by everyone. They don't want the territories they conquered to be lost so easily. They had been watching Dong Yuan grow up for a long time. It's okay that he doesn't know how to run a faction. As long as the Eagle faction exists, the guy can enjoy a peaceful life. He can't say much about it, but if the Eagle faction disappears, Dong Yuan will lose his home. What a bunch of traitors. They need to make sure that they don't regret the decision they made today in the future. Sha Feiying and Dong Yuan are leaving. The boy didn't expect them to leave so soon, but he ran after his father. He asked if he could still stand at the helm of the Eagle faction. If you think about it, the whole thing is more problematic than what they expected. Su Xin only yawned. He suggested that everyone rest for now. The faction leader might be in danger. Su Xin would send some people to protect the leader from Qingju's possible attack. I can't believe he's insane. From what he had heard, a dozen years ago, Sha Feiying had finished off several people for disobeying orders. It would be unwise to make enemies in addition to Qingju's gang. So what does he want them to do? But they don't have to do anything. They just have to wait. Dong Cheng didn't realize if he was actually going to kill the faction leader. Or was he going to ask for Wu Qing's help? But Zhuang Li doesn't think so. If he was going to ask Te Wu Qing for help, he wouldn't wait for a month. It looks like he already has enough power to kill the faction leader. Eagle faction, Golden Moon Pavilion. Sha Feiying handed his son a token. If he doesn't come back, Dong Yuan should take him and look for the bandits' hideout in Henan. That man will take care of him for the rest of the guy's life. Could it really be the Hall of the 36 Sabers of Mount Tai Xing? Su Xin and the other guys are weaker than his father anyway. The boy wondered if he should be so serious. He was already old. And regardless of the outcome of the battle, without the Hall Masters and Supreme Leaders of the Eagle faction, it would be impossible to survive. At such a critical moment, the other factions would definitely attack them. He should take this token as a precautionary measure. If trouble should arise, he must save his life. Once he arrives in Henan, he will be safe. It's all because of Su Xin. If it wasn't for him, the faction members wouldn't have opposed him as the next leader. Sha Feiying drew his sword. Today, he would clean up the Eagle faction for his son. As for whether Dong Yuan will be able to rule it in the future, it only depends on his own abilities. They set out on the road. Dong Yuan noticed that there was something wrong here, for it was too quiet. Sha Feiying told a certain person to show himself. The old man was surprised that he had already made his first move. Other people started to come out. Su Xin also showed himself. To think that he would be discovered so easily. The faction leader is very observant. As one would expect from Su Xin, if only he could, in accordance with the faction's rules, mutilate him that very day. He's not the only one who thinks so. But it's too late to think about the decisions he's made. By attacking a faction leader, he goes against all moral rules. The emperor changes with every dynasty, and today Su Xin came to power. He's just a faction leader. Feiyin ordered no one to move and protect his son. The old man wanted to see his abilities he wants to kill him with. Sha Feiyin attacked him. Su Xin noticed that he was using Yanlin's saber in a crescent blade stance. He swung his saber. The guy dodged it. After that, the old man used a horizontal cut. Sushin also attacked him. Two forces collided, except that Sushin's sword was destroyed. He immediately jumped away from the old man. Fast as the wind, steady as a forest, and fierce as a flame. This is his saber combat skill known as Flame Eater. It didn't matter how cunning Sushin was. In the face of absolute strength, he has already lost. But he only laughed at such words. Isn't it a little early to make such statements? He has complete confidence in his actions. He used his technique and wanted to attack again. This was the magnificent half-step realm. He ordered the others to help the young faction lord escape. Sushin was already flying towards him. Sha Feiyin blocks his jab. After that, the guy used the power of the dragon elephant. The old man's sword began to crack. Sushin's fist pierced through his sword and hit Sha Feiying's body. May this dear faction leader rest in peace. The old man flew off and hit a tree. Dong Yuan couldn't believe his own eyes. He started to run. He was screaming that this guy was the real demon. Sushin only laughed from the fact that this was the very son of the deceased faction head. Sha Feiying lived the life of a hero, and at the end, there was no one to pick up his corpse. He was approached by Li Huai. Sushin ordered that no one should be left alive. He took orders from his boss. Sushin was sitting by the tree happily. After a while, a subordinate approached him. All 37 people, including Sha Yuan Dong, were killed. Sushin ordered a message to be sent out that the Qingju gang had been destroyed by attacking the Eagle faction. She sent an elite squad to ambush the Eagle faction leader and his men. The faction leader and his son put up a valiant resistance, but were killed in the battle. The others couldn't believe that the faction leader was dead. Now the Eagle faction has no leader, so what do they do now? They glanced amongst themselves. The subordinates did not know what the future held. Lin Fuhu couldn't believe the words of Hall Head Su. He had gone after the faction leader yesterday, so why didn't he protect them? If the head of Lin Hall had any questions, it would be better to question those present last night. The faction head had raised Sushin, and now that he was gone, his heart was full of pain. But the Eagle faction can't be destroyed that easily. Today they will hold elections for a new caucus head, and it will take the Eagle faction to new heights. Thus the position of faction leader should go to him. But isn't that a bit unexpected? However, in terms of achievements, Sushin definitely deserved to become the head of the faction. But the head of the hall takes it too lightly. Is there anyone with less experience than Sushin among them? Even if they were to choose a faction leader, they should choose among them, not this kid. The boy wondered why he thought so. If they were talking about achievements, Sushin had single-handedly conquered one of the 4 cities of the Eagle faction. As for strength, he killed 2 supreme leaders and defeated Supreme Leader Qingju. He created the martial arts hall, a third of the faction's combat strength they owed to him. Isn't that still not enough? That he wants to be faction leader is not a topic of discussion, it's an order. Those who disobey him will surely die. Things were going so far that they no longer mattered. Sushin asked if there were those who wanted to join him, and those who were against it. Everyone began to pay tribute to the faction leader. Now that that's settled, they'll move on to faction development. He will announce a new set of rules and promotions. From now on, the senior leaders of the Eagle faction need not engage in battles. They will be tasked with keeping order in the streets and managing cities. The monthly payment will be 1 silver to the rank-and-file members of the faction, 10 silver to the junior leaders, and 100 silver each to the senior leaders. All income collected from their territory will be managed by the faction. A control room will be established under the control of Li Huai. Each senior leader will have at least 1 person from the control room under his control. But aren't senior leaders now the highest echelon of the faction? And that's not all. There will be someone from the control room. Now they would move on to the 4 halls. Huang Bing would be the head of the control hall. Zhuang Li would be his deputy. The martial arts hall would be directly managed by the faction leader. The punishment hall can still enforce punishments, but they must be authorized by the control hall. All promotions to these posts are made only according to achievements. All faction members can join the battle hall. Members of the battle hall are not allowed to interfere with the faction's management. They are only needed in battles and will be paid according to their personal contribution in battles. The battle hall would also be run directly by the faction leader. Besides Lin Fuhu, there would be 3 other deputy hall leaders. The senior and junior leaders will be promoted according to their achievements. Now they've all heard the change. He only has one motive. The Eagle faction doesn't need useless people. If they want to be successful, they have to work for it. They have to work for it. People liked what he had to say. If there are no further questions, they may return to their duties. Dong Cheng also asked Brother Zhuang what they were going to do about it. Even without Zhuang Li's words, he should know how strong Sushin was. Considering that the old man had attacked the current faction leader at every opportunity in the past, he had already shown him mercy. After all, Sushin is much more competent than them, so they will leave it as it was. Side mission completed. The next task was to become the strongest faction in Changning Prefecture within a year. As a reward for completing it, he would receive one-time selective summoning with a rank of 3.5 stars. So you have to become the real king of Changning Prefecture. In Changning Prefecture, the Deep Ocean faction and Qingju are the weakest of the three factions. The Eagle faction is much stronger. The four guilds, including the Three Elites Guild, the Iron Saber Guild, the Divine Wind Guild, and the Blood Mantle Guild, are much stronger than any of the three factions. The Blood Mantle Guild is the most mysterious among them, for it has strong support and relies on assassins. Strength is exactly what he lacks most. The system told him that the user had 1,300 antagonist points, 1 mid-level spin, and 37 low-level spins. Sushin wanted to convert all the low-level spins into mid-level spins and use them immediately. A machine gun appeared in front of him. This time it didn't fall from the sky. The system reported that the conversion to 4 mid-level spins was complete. The system has started using the spins. He got a useless object. The system congratulated him for getting Yue Bukun's fake mustache, which he used as a cover after he was crippled. 0.5 star rating. Damn that system. The guy wondered if the system was sure this was a mid-level award. This time it was the weapon that fell out to him. He received the Blade of the Growing Dragon, the weapon of one of Chu Xiaonan's 7 dragons, rating 2 stars. The attribute of the weapon was the dragon's roar. The Blade of the Growing Dragon was forged from precious metal refined 100 times. The blade is so sharp that it causes extreme concussion when it touches its target. It is strong enough to break any conventional weapon. The sword doesn't have a unique invisibility skill, the dragon roar effect will blow. It belongs to the character of Himoji, rating 3.5 stars. This time he got the big catch. But the infernal strike requires spiritual energy. But since he hadn't reached the magnificent mortal realm yet, doesn't that mean he can't use it? The splendid realm is the highest realm, subdivided into 3 more, namely the spiritual ocean realm, the heavenly life point realm, and the divine palace realm. But it's only a disposable item, so it only requires a small amount of spiritual power to use it. He should already be able to utilize the power that only belongs to a cultivator of the magnificent realm. If that's the case, that's just great. 3 days later, the headquarters of the Three Elites Guild. It was stunning news that Su Xin had become the leader of the Eagle faction. It was said that Sha Fei Ying was ambushed and killed by the enemies. This must have given Su Xin a chance to become the faction leader. Does he really think that's what happened? Sha Fei Ying, just like them, was at the pinnacle of the perfect mortal realm. Not to mention that he had cultivated the Fire Eater martial skill. Was it really possible that Su Xin had actually already reached the magnificent realm? So what if he had reached this realm? If he only made it through pure luck, then his position must be precarious right now. Big Brother doesn't know exactly when he needs to give up, but he was adamant that one cannot coexist with the enemy. Su Xin must die. A month later, at the largest market in the 12th Eastern City, the City of the Golden Moon. After changing the faction rules and recruiting new people, the number of members has already exceeded 12,000. Most surprisingly, about 8,000 of them want to join the fight room. That's perfectly normal. There will be many instances that will need even more members. As for those wishing to join the fighting room, let them accept everyone, no matter who they are. Before climbing to the top, one must sharpen his blades. To achieve greatness, he must use everything at his disposal. They were no more than mere weapons. Someone was yelling about her being a stinky girl. Shinner actually dared to hit him. The boy is going to teach her a lesson, so she realizes who the boss is here. But this kid insulted her for not having parents. He deserved her punch, so what if he scolded her? She's just a wild child without parents. Let her raise them from the grave and teach him a lesson if she can. Other people didn't know whose kid this was, or what kind of nonsense he was talking about. But he should shut up. There's nothing they can do to that kid. Shinner explained that she wasn't some wild child. But the kid kept going on and on about how she was a wild child. Juan is here. Shame on those boys for attacking a girl in a mob. There were already tears in the girl's eyes. Uncle came just in time. These seem to be the kind of techniques they study in secret. The boy asked who he was to talk to him like that. Behind the boy, his guards were already standing behind him. The man asked, "So this girl belongs to his family. So they found the man responsible. Don't even let the man think he can leave without being responsible." To behave so brazenly in the City of the Golden Moon, one must have a very strong backing. Su Xin wanted to know how to answer in front of them. Shinner was glad that her brother had come. The man turned to Brother Liu. The man assumed that based on the appearance, it was also a cultivator. After all, this wasn't the Ocean Faction's territory, so it would be foolish to get into trouble here. Since he's a cultivator in that case, they'll turn a blind eye to what happened this time. After all, children often fight among themselves. He decided to take the young gentleman away, but the guy doesn't think of letting them go that easily. Sushin didn't even agree to let them go. That man needs to know when to stop. Why would he be so worried about that? Does a verbal altercation between children require 4 dogs to protect one of them? Let them not even think about leaving until he gets an answer that suits him. He's too arrogant. The man is the leader of the group under senior leader Zhang Hejiang. This kid is his son. Is this man threatening him with the Ocean faction in the Eagle faction territory? The Eagle faction is just an Eagle faction. If things take a bad turn, even its leader won't be able to save it. Sushin will no longer tolerate this kind of inappropriateness. This man seems to have misunderstood something. Sushin is the Eagle faction, and the Eagle faction is him. Another man called out to them, for the head of the faction had arrived. Everyone started moving out of the way of people. Everyone welcomed the head of the caucus. Now the man realized who the one holding him by the throat was. Sushin threw him to the floor. He decided to introduce himself once more. As it turns out, the character Shin means trust. The man asked the head of the Su faction to forgive him for not recognizing him. He asked for no leniency this time. He asked for an explanation of how it was that the son of a senior leader of the Ocean Caucus came to a private lesson on the Eagle Caucus grounds. Or is this just an excuse by the Ocean faction to place a spy in the Eagle faction to cause trouble? But that's not what this is about. It's because this guy is the son of the leader's mistress. His wife doesn't want to accept this child. That's why he sent his son here, because he was afraid to leave him in the Ocean faction. What a wretched lord he serves. He doesn't even want to keep his son around. Sushin turned to the boy and explained that it was not good to bully girls, so he should sincerely apologize. But he won't do it. Does this kid really think that Sushin is a saint? He's just a spoiled brat, so Sushin will teach him a lesson instead of his parents. Huang and Shiner watched as the child fell. He'd better listen to his big brother and apologize nicely to a girl named Shiner. The boy was on his knees apologizing to the girl. Thank God it's all over. The man asked the head of the faction if he could now take the young gentleman away. Sushin replied that he could do it. He lifted the kid up and then threw it in the man's direction. He ordered the message to the head of the male faction. Sushin demands an explanation about what happened. But haven't they already answered? What else does the head of the Su faction want? The issue of the children has been resolved. But the issue of the Ocean faction, gathering on the territory of the faction of the Eagle of Forces without his own permission, is still unresolved. He'll be sure to deliver that message. They're gone! That's the problem. Gathering forces on uncontrolled territory is a kind of disrespect. They should know that the head of the Su faction isn't the type to let it go. This time, the Ocean faction is in big trouble. Shiner took her little brother, the head of the Ocean faction, Zhang Bei-fei. They could have easily resolved this matter, but of all people, it was Sushin's sister that his son had a fight with, the co-chief of the Ocean faction, Yang Dong. But it's just an ordinary quarrel between 2 children. Why do they have to make such a fuss? Sushin is acting too arrogant. What kind of explanation did he dare to demand from them? The co-chief of the Ocean faction, Shen Chunming. Sushin has a basis for this entry. In the entire Changning prefecture, because of all the strength, they are the weakest. The Ocean faction's strongest cultivator is only at the last stages of the supreme mortal realm. Each of the 3 factions and 4 guilds in the prefecture have at least one cultivator who has completed the last stage of the mortal higher realm. But there are rumors that Sushin might have already stepped into the higher realm. Sushin is under 20 years old after all. How could he have developed so quickly? Could it be that he grew by absorbing spiritual energy? Plus, he had heard that Chief Officer Tei Wuqing is close to Sushin. Come to think of it, this guy is not as simple as he may seem. This matter has already been resolved. All they can do now is to give Sushin Jianghe's life by claiming that they have no idea what he has done. But they can't do that. If they do so, they will go the way of Sha Feiyin, and the faction members will lose trust in them. Then what does he propose to do? Even Sha Feiyin had turned out to be uneven with Su Xingyu. Do they really have to bury the Ocean faction because of Jiang He? The decision is final. They should go and present Su Xin with Jiang He's life. The next day, Eagle Caucus. The people of the Ocean faction aren't idiots at all. The fact that they sacrificed Jiang He ruined all of his plans. Wan asked his boss what they should do now. Even though everyone knew about Su Xin's plan to devour the rest of the forces, Zhang Bei-fei's determination caused his gaze to change. Since they can't point their swords at the Ocean faction, they will bring them down on the Qingju faction. Li Huai asked when they would be doing this. They will do it today. In order to reclaim the City of Eternal Delight, they will start a war with the Qingju faction. Everyone was clamoring to bring back the city of eternal pleasure. The man ran toward the premises. He began his report. The Eagle faction had entered the cities in just 4 hours. They had captured more than half of the city of eternal pleasure, and at this rate, they might soon lose it entirely. They marveled at this speed. They did a great job. They really deserved it. Even if they control the Qingju faction with his help, their best efforts were all even. How can this idiot laugh in a situation like this? They control Qingju without any official authority. After all, if Qingju's faction is destroyed, he too will be in for some uneasy times. Then what are they doing? Have them send reinforcements now. Why don't they just send Luo Zhen? He's on his way there. First, they need to send the remaining men to defend the city, and they will think about further plans if the Eagle faction retreats due to the large number of losses. If they don't retreat, all Qingju can do is defend herself. The Quarter of Eternal Delight. Qingju's strength is running out. It's time to become famous. The spear flew. From such a forceful blow, the others began to fall. It was Luo Zhen. He noticed that it was too noisy here. The enemy had already started running towards him. The man noticed it. He blocked that blow with his spear, after which he immediately recoiled. He was glad to see his opponent. This opponent was the head of the Li Hall. Senior leader Luo hasn't even been rumored about for months. He's extremely strong. Su Xin appeared. Others recognized the head of the Eagle faction, Su Xin. The guy tells them to relax because he's not here to fight their boss. He had always admired Luo's leadership skills. Therefore, the guy suggested that he join the Eagle faction. If he agrees, the post of deputy head of the battle hall will immediately become his. Although he has no affection for the Jinju gang, he owes a lot to the deputy faction leader Chen Hong. Faction leader Su's offer is very generous, but he won't be able to appreciate it. Senior leader Luo is truly an honorable man. Su Xin Tru does not wish to be his enemy. However, faction warfare is not child's play, and there is no way he can cheat the trust of his brothers. Su Xin will give him a chance. If the man wins, he will leave the Qingju gang alone, and if he loses, he will do as the head of the Su faction wishes. They picked up their weapons. The bout is about to begin. Luo Zhen used the lurking dragon technique. This attack almost reached the protagonist. Su Xin directed an attack of his own on this attack as well. The two attacks hit each other. Now it was Su Xin's turn to attack. Their weapons clashed, but all of this was happening exactly according to Su Xin's plan. His weapon began to glow. This sudden attack shattered Luo Zhen's spear. Su Xin seemed to have struck the man's body. The others watched their fight with dumbfounded faces. Luo Zhen recognized that he had lost. Fortunately, this final attack did not injure him. Since Hallmaster Luo's weapon was broken, he returns to the Eagle faction with his brothers and awaits further instructions. After all, he had just changed sides. If Su Xin ordered him to attack the former masters, he was sure to put the man in an extremely difficult position. Luo Zhen was thankful that the faction leader had entered his situation. A man came running in with the news. The main hall of the Qingju faction was taken over. Deputy faction head Chen Hong and Ma Qin were not there. It looked like they had managed to escape, but only Wei Feng, their puppet, had been captured. Luo Zhen didn't believe that they had actually escaped. In the end, the man really was just a pawn in the hands of those two people. With their actions, they only strengthened Luo Zhen's loyalty to the Eagle faction and Su Xin. The man recommended not to take it too personally. Since he was used this time, it meant that he had repaid the kindness of his former masters and owed them nothing more. Therefore, no one would dare reproach him for siding with the Eagle faction. From this point on, Qingju is no longer part of Changning County. 3 elites guild. Their nest had been burned down and they had run away. The man asked why they were here. Mr. Meng is a good joke. In fact, they came here to enlist his support. This endorsement sounds like some kind of joke. After last night, the influence of the Yelling faction became even stronger. All because they both ran away instead of fighting, and now they need the support of the 3 elites guild. Their strength is barely at the average level of the Middle Heavens. There's nothing for them to do here, so let them leave. When they left, they took with them about half of the fortune accumulated by the faction, 10 million liang of silver. If Mr. Meng agrees to help retrieve Qingju, that sum will be all his. He's out of his mind. What good is a faction without money? Does he really think that such a paltry sum is not worth the influence over Changning County? The man inquired if they really had that amount of money. The man gives his word. They realized in advance that they would not be able to stand up to the Eagle faction, so they moved most of their funds to the government bank. After he receives the money, then he promises that within 1 month, they will return to Qingju Gang. Does the gentleman really think he can do all this in 1 month? It's exactly as he said. But first they have to go to the bank and deliver 5 million liang of silver for him. But it's not done yet. Isn't that amount of money too much? Does Deputy Ma not trust him? But he didn't mean it that way at all. As they know, the situation between the 3-year guild and Su Xin is rather delicate right now. So in order to overpower him, they can only bring in someone from outside. And naturally, he's going to need a large sum of money to do it. They don't distrust Mr. Meng. Su Xin's current strength cannot be underestimated. Even Luo Zhen couldn't stop him, then betrayed them and defected to his side. To defeat Su Xin, he only needs one person. This is his uncle's mentor Chen Zhao, a true warrior of the early sky. They were discouraged by this level of cultivation. He's off to visit his uncle tonight, and in the meantime, they should send out an invitation to all factions and guilds for a Hunman feast. Once Su Xin absorbed Qingju's gang, he immediately rewarded all the members of the action generously. Even the rank-and-file members of the battle hall were not left out. Now their fighting spirit has reached unprecedented heights. This is what the first blow of a ram lifts the spirit means. Su Xin's influence has grown so much that they can no longer ignore him. Obviously, if he decided to openly attack their faction, they wouldn't last long. This guy is a wolf, and a wolf has a wolf heart. Did they really think that if they sent Jiang He's head for him, that would be the end of it? It's too late to think about that. It's worth thinking about how to deal with the current situation. As he knows, the leader of the guild and the 3 elites, Cheng Zheng, hates Su Xin because he killed his son. Before that, he had sent people to them, and they came up with nothing. But now the situation might change. He had also sent people to other factions and guilds, but the result was the same. They don't see Su Xin as a threat. As long as he didn't threaten their personal interests, they wouldn't lift a finger. A subordinate has arrived with a report. The Guild of the 3 Elites has sent an invitation to the negotiations between all factions and guilds. The meeting will be held tomorrow at Shenlong Tower. It was a great opportunity for them. Who would have thought that everyone would want to be summoned to the tower for negotiations? It's pretty interesting. As far as he knew, there had only been such a gathering in the district once in the past 100 years. That time, its purpose was to prevent the 3 Elites Guild from rising above the other factions and guilds. Could it be that they are targeting the Eagle faction this time? But it doesn't really matter. There's a certain remedy for every occasion. Shenlong Tower. The head of the Eagle faction arrived in his own person. However, he came first. The man had prepared a place for him on the 7th floor. Su Xin is very grateful for this generosity. The Eagle faction is far away from Changde's neighborhood. That's why he didn't come here often. Considering how quickly his holdings are expanding, the man thinks they'll soon be pretty close. Su Xin laughed and thanked him for his good wishes. The head of the Iron Sword Guild, He Tian. He didn't understand what the 3 Elites Guild was doing. They had summoned all of them and still hadn't shown up. The head of the Divine Wind Guild, Gong Qingfeng. Since they're already here, there's nothing they can do. But still, they had gathered 3 factions and 4 guilds. As said, they still haven't shown up. Do they really think this is a funny joke? But the man was wrong for a moment and made the correction that there were 2 factions and 4 guilds gathered here. Gong Qingfeng asked the head of the Su faction if he was telling the truth. But you don't have to say that. The 3 factions and 4 guilds are still there. Some people are appropriating what they shouldn't be appropriating, and now it needs to be reclaimed. He decided to introduce an important person in front of them. It was his uncle's mentor, Chen Zhao. He is known throughout the world as an early heaven warrior. The head of the Blood Mantle Guild, Qi Yuan. He asked Guild Head Meng about the purpose of inviting Mr. Chen here. He invited his mentor here so that he could maintain the established order in the prefecture. Recently, someone decided to arbitrarily start a war and wreak havoc all over the county. I'm sure many of them are disgruntled. If we let it go, they will never live a peaceful life again. Could it be that they, the most powerful people in Changning County, would just let a youngster with milk on his lips do whatever he wanted? This boy has a wolf's heart. It's up to them to make the Qingju gang and its century-old legacy disappear. But how can they coexist with a wolf like that? But what kind of wolf are we talking about? Fighting between factions had always been the order of the day. If the Qingju faction had the strength to end Eagle France, they wouldn't show mercy. Furthermore, the fact that he destroyed the Qingju faction only applies to other factions and guilds. What does that have to do with Mr. People like him, if he sees that there is injustice somewhere, it is imperative to intervene. Juan didn't understand what kind of justice he was talking about. It was obvious that he had been called in to put pressure on the Eagle faction. Su Xin inquired, and what was he going to do? It was quite simple. All the boy has to do is to give back all the Qingju gang's possessions that he had embezzled. Right now, he was only on his way to the power of the early heaven. If one were to fight a true early heaven warrior in the open, the odds would definitely not be in his favor. If one uses the newly acquired Hell Ball, the guy's chances will become about 50/50ths. You can also use it to avoid it. To be safe, it would be best to provoke him first so that he makes a mistake and opens up. The man inquired if Sushin would listen to Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen is indeed an imposing man. So he orders the 3 shopping streets that Su has taken over to be given back. Whether he is a respected person or not, what does the master have to do with all of this? This case is about the protagonist in Changning County. Who is he to even command here? Others were taken aback by this guy's tone. Chen Zhao noticed that the younger generation had become completely naked. He's gonna bring this guy down tonight. Now he had to be ready to bow down. This was the way the early Sky Warrior decided to force Su Xin. It seems like he can't just leave it at that. Wan felt incredibly powerful. Just like Li Huai, here is the so-called force that cannot be resisted. Because of Mr. Chen's strength, the table was destroyed. Su Xin became interested in his words about bringing the guy down to earth. He liked it, so he's going to teach this old man something today too. He has withdrawn himself from the world, so that he is nothing more than a turtle that has hidden its head in its shell. He knows nothing about the current affairs in Chongning County, so he is in no position to open his mouth and interfere in the county's affairs. This kid is too ignorant. Chen Zhao is no longer willing to hold back and wants to kill this kid. He pointed his fist toward the protagonist. Su Xin broke the infernal ball. After that, he used the Vajrayana technique, the infernal strike. Chen Zhao clearly didn't expect such a move. He didn't understand where such an intense true chi was possible from. That blow knocked him back. The others didn't understand what this technique was. Could it be that he had released true chi? There was a wound on Mr. Chen's chest. The release of true chi is truly terrifying. The deadliness of this technique is evident. Who would have thought that this instant strike was able to kill an early heaven warrior? It's simply impossible. Could it be that Su Xin had already reached the Shengun level of the early heaven? However, Su Xin did not expect this technique to use up so much energy. In an instant, he almost used up all of his true chi. The man would never have thought that the Su faction leader had already reached such limits in cultivation. It seemed like he and the others had been in ignorance all this time. The head of the Chi Guild is too courteous. Su Xin places great importance on rules and decorum. There is no need for anyone present to worry. It was good when the enforcement of the rules applied to everyone, however. This gathering had a couple of flies that could only make one feel disgusted. Su Xin asked guild head Meng if he happened to think the same way. He looked at the kid in horror. Su Xin gave an order to Li Huan. The one gladly complied with it. That blow wounded the man. The other watched this picture with horror and began to call out for guild head Meng. He knelt before him and begged for help. The man had given him all the wealth of the Qingju gang. He can't stand idle right now, but the man only told him to shut up. And then another man died. How cruel he is to his subordinates. Whatever they are, they still gave him all their silver. Guildhead Meng didn't even have anything to respond to that. Since they've dealt with everything here, it's time for them to split up. If they say so, so be it. Huang asked the boss if they would really let the 3 elites guild just leave. Right now, the Eagle faction was just starting to build strength. The time has not yet come for this guild. If they want to achieve dominance over Changning Prefecture, they need to be decisive and act step by step. Tonight, they're making a general assault on the Ocean faction. Su Xin had not reached the strength of an early heaven warrior at all. Although his techniques are quite strong, he still lacks fortitude. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Meng Zheng go so easily given his temperament. However, although Su Xin had yet to reach the early heaven level, it wouldn't be long until that moment. Given his ambitions, they should be able to figure it out for themselves. They'll be ready by then. Ocean Fraction. Eventually, the Eagle faction launched an open offensive against them. They won't be able to fight back Su Xin with dignity. The Eagle faction has risen to the top, and they are unstoppable now. The man recognized that they were much weaker. The man asked the head of the faction if they were going to meekly give up the Ocean faction with its century-old heritage. It's like he wants to. We just need to remember how Chen Zhao died. If they resist, they will suffer the same fate. That's why he's ordered to send men to Su Xin. Have them inform him that they are preparing to surrender. There's not even the point of spilling the blood of his brothers in vain. After taking over the Ocean faction, the Eagle faction began to control a total of 11 trade streets. The number of faction members surpassed the 30,000 mark. Thus, the faction had become one of the strongest organizations in Changning County. However, it was still unclear whether the Eagle faction had reached the level of 4 guilds. However, the task was not finished. Su Xin still had to achieve dominance over Changning County, at least nominally. Only then would the task be considered completed. Now Su Xin has gone so low as to summon all of them himself. What's that little guy up to? But guild leader Meng shouldn't say that. The man is confident that Su Xin will explain everything to them. Looks like he's gotten even more arrogant since he decided to make them wait so long. Could it be that the guild leader is so impatient to hear what Su Xin wants to say? The head of the Eagle Caucus has arrived. Mr. Meng decided to stop all this chatter. He inquired, "So what was the purpose of inviting everyone here today?" But there's no need to worry. As for the case, he'll explain everything in detail, point by point. Looks like there's more than one issue on the agenda today. Their strength in Changning County is second to none. In the other counties of Huanan Province, they also occupy one of the highest positions. However, their forces are so dispersed that anyone can now ride over their heads. The man asked to speak up. Let him say what he wants. It's quite simple. A snake without a head cannot move, and a bird without wings cannot fly. He proposes to create a union of 5 organizations and choose a leader so that they can unanimously fight back against the outside world. He only laughed. It's really quite funny. The man assumed that Su Xin was just about to become the leader of this union. It is a matter of course. I am humbly prepared to assume the duties of the head of this union. The head of the Divine Wind Guild, Gong Qingfeng, is not against the establishment of the union. But shouldn't the position of leader be an elected position to avoid strife between organizations, and for the sake of preserving peace? That's the way it's supposed to be. The head of the Blood Mantle Guild, Qi Yuan, confirmed that the matter with the leader needed to be carefully considered. The head of the Eagle faction, Su Xin, tried to calm them all down. If they agreed to elect him as their leader, he would prepare a big gift for each of them when he took office. This gift will be worth 5 million liang of silver. They too could not believe the value of such a gift. The head of the Iron Sword Guild, He Tian, asked if the guy was serious. They all have first-hand knowledge of his extraordinary entrepreneurial skills. Even so, he says he will give each of them 5 million. However, even if all of the Eagle faction's assets were gathered, it would still not be enough. Guildhead Qi's point is correct. The Eagle faction really doesn't have that kind of money. But 5 million isn't that much money. If his plan succeeds, it could be several times that amount. But it's still not convincing. The man asked what plan he was talking about. This plan can be called in just one word, namely monopoly. Everyone knows that goods from southern countries are welcomed with wide arms here. They're expensive and highly profitable. For example, the price for a single outfit made of moonwood fur can reach 100 liang in shiny gold. But if you buy it directly from southern countries, the price barely reaches a few liang of silver, maybe even lower. In the forests of southern countries, bandits rampage through the forests, so foreign traders have to hire bodyguards and pay tolls for safety. Most importantly, their trade flow is quite unstable. Recently, he had already sent men to contact the chiefs of the largest tribes that lived in the forests of the southern countries and purchased manufactured goods from them at prices 5 times the market price. Thus, these merchants, who were providing an already meager trade flow, lost their main suppliers. Their business was no longer profitable, so many of them were forced to give it up. This is how they were able to achieve monopoly. And most importantly, the brothers are a powerful army. Therefore, even if some of these merchants persist and don't give up, they will have the means against them. Goods from southern countries are indeed in great demand. If what Su Xin says is true, this business will pay off 100-fold. The head of Su's faction has a lively mind, and his plans are well thought out. If what he says is true, he is willing to accept the offer. Only a fool would refuse to make money. He's in too. That's pretty good, but he still had his doubts. The Blood Mantle Guild exists on the backs of hired assassins. There is no shortage of profit, not to mention that they are subordinate to a powerful assassin organization known as the Blood Mantle Tower. So a paltry sum of 5 million can hardly interest them. The branches of the Blood Mantle Tower and his guild are spread all over the country. As for his interest, Su Xin knows what he can be interested in. This list contains all the deadly poisons that the southern tribes have been able to find. Have the head of the Qi Guild accept this as collateral. This way, by accepting the offer, he will have the exclusive right to trade and purchase these poisons. For an organization that had mastered the skills of secret assassinations to perfection, these poisons would surely be worth more than gold and silver. In addition, it would bring the Qi Guild head one step closer to joining the Blood Mantle Tower. To become a part of this organization requires a lot of success. With his innate abilities, he really can't force his way into the Blood Mantle Tower's official membership. Su Xin must have been able to discern this. Besides, even with his influence, it's impossible to gather so many poisons in such a short time. Recognizing Su Xin as the nominal leader of this union in exchange for a chance to become a full member of the Blood Mantle Tower was indeed a good deal. Faction leader Su's plan is truly excellent. It's an offer he can't even refuse. The Blood Mantle Guild agrees to recognize the head of the Su faction as the leader of this union. The Divine Wind Guild recognizes the head of the Su faction as the leader of the Union. The Iron Sword Guild also accepts the head of the Su faction as the leader of this union. Now it's the Hmong faction leader's turn. What will he do? If they refuse this offer, the other organizations would rise at the expense of this case, and they would become the last guild in terms of influence in Changning. The Three Elites Guild agreed to recognize him as the leader of the union. Mr. Meng didn't want to do this, but Prophet took over. Thus, he is now taking over as the head of the union. As for their agreement on the southern countries, Sushin will send people to each of them to present the agreed gifts. However, he wants to warn them. The prices of the goods in the brochures given out had been carefully calculated and set. If any of them decide to change the prices at their own discretion, Sushin will not be responsible for any further trouble. Eagle Caucus. The system congratulated him for completing the task. As a reward, he was given a store system startup, as well as the issuance of primary powers. The current level limits the purchase of an item to no more than 3.5 stars. He went into the store. In front of him was a store with skills and weapons. He knew that nothing was free in the Celestial Empire, but these were too exorbitant prices in this store. 4-star skills, it turns out, cost twice as much as 3-star skills. To use the store or not is his personal right. The right of final interpretation is left to the system. He's so pissed off at this stuck-up system. He remembered that the reward for that mission was also a random skill, or a 3.5-star ranked weapon. He chooses the skill. He had obtained Bai Zhou-Fei's villain skill. The character's rating is 3.5 stars. He is proficient in the technique Fingers of Spiritual Chaos of 24 periods. The strength of the technique is between 3 and 4 stars. He rejoiced in the skill he had acquired. But there was a note. The technique of the 24-period Spiritual Chaos fingers is divided into 2 parts. The first finger of Spiritual Chaos of the 24 periods is rated 3 stars. After mastering the first finger perfectly, 3 more fingers will open before the owner of the technique, namely Po Sha, Jing Meng, and Tiandi. The first 2 fingers have a rating of 3.5 stars, and the last one has a rating of 4 stars. As far as he understood, Bai Zhou-Fei himself had not fully mastered the technique. Even the creator of the technique had not mastered the last finger of Tiandi. Apparently, he would have to learn the last step of the technique himself. 3 months later, Changning County. It took so long. Zijian. If some path has worn them down so much, how are they going to lead the Yijian Sword School to greatness? This time, they're not required to excel. The most important thing is that they don't screw up. Under no circumstances should you risk getting yourself into trouble. They listened to the big sister. The man didn't realize what kind of day it was that Shenlong was so lively. He had heard that the sister of the head of the Su Union had a birthday today. The celebration was just about to take place at the tower. The girl was wished a happy birthday. She thanked Uncle Li for the gift. Huang doesn't even know what to say to this honorable Li. After all, Shinner is still a little girl, and he gave her a sword. But he only laughed. Shinner stepped in for Uncle Li Huai. She is very happy about such a gift. Li Huai stroked her head, after which they laughed. Sushin could see that the man had done a good job, but the man was even embarrassed for such a modest offering. And the head of the Su Union didn't waste any time. It was Mr. T. Sushin had a celebration in Shenlong, and Tei Wuqing was not invited. He even felt a little resentful. They're just celebrating his sister's birthday. The boy is well aware of how busy Mr. Tei Wuqing is. He had no intention of bothering him for nothing. It's because of Sushin. It's such a beautiful child's birthday today, and he came without a present. He apologized sincerely, but Shinner reassured him. So many people had come to congratulate her today, so she was happy with everything as it was. Little Shinner is right. The important thing is that she is happy with everything. However, unlike Shinner, some people are not satisfied with what they have. Their appetites are insatiable. Such people cause a lot of problems. Su Shin inquired if anyone in Changning's neighborhood was starting to cause trouble. He offered his help. But it's just a small incident. A couple of bedbugs lurking in the darkness, that's all. Once he finds a way to do it himself, he'll quietly solve the problem. Even from the faction, there was news that many strong warriors had been spotted in Changning County. They are not locals, and it is unknown what they want here. News is slow to reach them. He was here today to talk about it. Something pretty serious is about to happen in Changning County. Su Shin inquired as to what this was all about. Well, there's no need to be so worried. Tei Wuqing asked the boy if he knew who had come to see them today. These were very influential people. First, Zhi Ziyan, the current head of the Yijiamen Sword School, one of the 5 sword schools from Jiangnan Province. She is the bearer of Master Meng Jingxian's secret sword art, which has been passed down from generation to generation. She is ranked 78th among the people of Jianghu in terms of strength. Second, Feng Dongting, the son of an elder of Qingcheng School, one of the 5 sword schools from southern Sichuan. He is ranked 105th. Third, Jiang Ling, a representative of the year cycle group from Jiangnan Province, one of the 7 groups of the Celestial Empire. The annual cycle group is divided into 4 seasonal altars, namely the altar of spring, summer, fall, and winter. It is also divided into the halls of the 24 periods. Jiang Ling is the head of the early summer hall. Due to his advanced age, he is not on the list of Jianghu people, yet his real strength is comparable to masters from the early 80s. Fourth, the heirs of 3 powerful families from Hunan Province, the Ruan, Zhang, and Jiang families. Although they are not very famous here, these families hold the reins of power in Hunan Province. The main character certainly didn't understand what these schools, halls, and families were all about, especially what this list of Jianghu's strongest people was all about. Te Wuqing asked not to say that he knew nothing about them. He came here from another time, after all. It makes sense that he doesn't know anything about them. Su Xin explained that he had only recently become firmly established on such an insignificant piece of land like around Changning. He had no time to learn about Jianghu and these schools. He really has not been paying attention to matters outside the county at all. The man is advised to correct this oversight and learn everything he needs to know. Otherwise, it may come back to haunt him in the future. Since this was the case, he decided to talk a bit about the schools and currents in the lands of the Great Zhou Dynasty. The country of the Great Zhou Dynasty is divided into 41 provinces and several hundred counties and districts. Behind the territories of their country in the east is the Jin Dynasty. In the northern steppes, the Golden Horde reigns. In the west, there are 36 states and foreign countries, as well as a few more minor lands and territories that border them. Within their country, there are 3 Buddhist temples, 4 Taoist sects, 5 sword schools, 6 great houses, 7 celestial groups, 8 sorcerer sects, and 9 demons in 9 regions of the country. Su Xin was surprised that he only heard numbers between 3 and 9. Isn't there no groups of 2 and 1? There are some, but he, being a petty guardian of the law, has no way of knowing. Only the people of Jianghu know about it. At this moment, Su Xin's power and status are not enough to reveal this secret. Su Xin asked to talk about this ranking of Jianghu people now. The people list is formed by the imperial court. The list has 108 positions depending on strength. To get on this list, a person must have outstanding talent and his age must not exceed 35 years old. When such a person's age exceeds this mark, or their strength goes beyond the early heaven, they are excluded because of this list. Every month, the imperial court updates this list based on the information they have about the actual strength and new successes of the people on the list. In addition to this list, there is also a heavenly list and an earthly list. The heavenly list has 36 people, and the earthly list has 72 people. It is worth noting that the people on the heavenly list are great masters in the first generation. Their power is measurable, so the people on the heavenly list are not separated by power. The imperial court is truly magnificent. By creating a human and earth list, they must have thought that they could make the people of Jianghu fight each other to move up the list. There has always been and will always be a competitive spirit. Even if you exclude those who try to get in for wealth and women, and imagine if those lists didn't exist, lunatics like Jianghu's men would have made their lists sooner or later. The imperial court is only adding oil to the fire. Be that as it may, what could such powerful martial communities need from the central plains in this backwater? That's why he came here. It is said that the leader of the Sanxiang martial community, Dong Yuansheng, also known as the Ferocious Lion, had left his treasure here in the past. That's why all these people came here. He'd never heard of him. Of course, the boss doesn't know about it. The fact is that Dong Yuansheng disappeared without a trace 80 years ago. In the past, the Great Zhou Dynasty had come here from the southern wastelands. Dong Yuansheng was one of the men who led it to greatness. He united the provinces of Xiangnan, Xiangjiang, Xianxi, and all the martial artists of these provinces under his command. Thus, the Sangxiang Martial Union came into existence, and Dong Yuansheng became the head of this union. After that, he attacked the formerly dominant lords of the Central Plains, the Eastern Jin Dynasty. This man was a great warrior and strategist. It is safe to say that without him, this country would not have such vast lands. His merits are undeniable. However, 80 years ago, he disappeared without a trace, just before they were about to wipe out the Eastern Jin Dynasty. Following this, the union collapsed, and the Eastern Jin dynasty was able to finally live to see another day. At the peak of its greatness, the Sanxiang Union had destroyed countless foreign schools and currents. It also gathered inexhaustible treasure stores and priceless martial arts treatises and mighty elixirs. And now the top leaders of the schools and currents of this age have eyes red with envy at the mere mention of these riches. It turns out the existence of Dong Wenxing's treasure is no secret. These big shots are going to make a lot of noise in this humble dwelling. They won't act out in the open and attract large numbers of people. If the treasure does not exist, they will simply walk away in shame. But if the treasure does exist, their actions will attract the attention of all the other groups. But this time, only the younger generation, namely the disciples of the great masters, had come to join them. Their strength is roughly at the border of early heaven. After all, Su Xin and the Eagle faction were currently at the top of Changning County, so he was sure that any of these guests would pay him a visit soon. It's time for him to leave, because of his special status, it's not easy for him to maintain relations with Jiang Hu's men and their groups. If any of them were to cause real trouble, have the guy send someone to Tei Wuqing with this news. Su Xin wished the gentleman a happy journey. Wan asked his boss what they were going to do. They will wait for any of these schools and groups to pay them a visit. Mr. Tei Wuqing has made a good point. Of course, the affairs of these groups will directly affect their little faction. Suddenly, a cry was heard as to what it all meant. How dare they kick him out in broad daylight? Do they really think they have no money to pay? The man saw pure silver. They sincerely apologize. They in no way meant to be inhospitable. The fact is, this modest establishment is booked for tonight. If it's okay with the young man, how about we visit them at another time? And this meal would be on them. Is he insinuating again that they can't pay for it? But that's not what he meant at all. That kid's name is Xiao Qi. Xie Jian told him to stop. They'll just find another establishment. The boy obeyed his older sister. Su Xin recognized Yijiang's celestial maiden, Xie Jian, who was known to everyone as a warrior girl. The owner of this place in no way wanted to offend the young talents from Yijiang. He just didn't know what kind of people were standing in front of him. No need for such formalities. She asked to be called by her first name. Su Xin motioned to Mr. Liu to have a table set up for these dear guests. The man thanked the head of the Su Union for resolving the misunderstanding. He would give the order immediately. As the boss had ordered, they cleared the upper floor hall. Why would they climb so high? They're already tired, so they can talk on the first floor. There are only a few people here, and he needed to book all 7 floors. Is he afraid that not everyone has found out that he has a lot of money yet? The girl knocked him on the head for being rude to the boy. She is almost certain that the head of the Su Union is a very famous person in Changning County. Xiao Qi is still acting like a child, so she asked him not to be taken seriously. So it turns out the girl knows him. Since the head of the Su-No Union is hers, who is she to not find out about him as well? The faction leader must know what her purpose is. This meeting was fated to happen anyway. She hopes that the man will help her find the clues to the treasure of the ferocious lion. Well, what's in it for him? Xiao Qi called the protagonist an insatiable petty king of his backwater. He even dares to put conditions in front of them. He was tapped again, only this time with a sword. Isn't he saying the wrong thing? Why does his big sister hit him? Has he forgotten all their teachings? The fox must never take advantage of the tiger's power. The fox must never take advantage of the tiger's power. The boy replied that he knew this one. She had an elixir that strengthens inner qi, prepared from a secret recipe of the Yijian school. She hoped it would be a worthy payment for his help. The rating of this elixir is 2 stars. According to legends, it was used by the late Heaven Warriors as well as the first warriors of the early Heaven. It's a decent paycheck. So they made a deal. But wasn't the boss too hasty in making such an important decision? But that's not a problem at all. Madame Z's intentions are sincere. How can they refuse? Many representatives of great schools and currents have arrived in Changning, who will now begin to operate secretly behind the scenes. Guy didn't mind a trifling favor to gain the support of such an ally. Suddenly, Shinner, who was looking for her brother, came running in. Why on earth did he leave if it was her birthday? The boy smelled something. Xiao Qi turned to the girl and said that this sword was not a toy. If she holds it wrongly, she will hurt herself. She recognized the true swordsman. Some 8 or 7-year-old girl and she's already wielding a sword. This is so much fun. He offered to fight her. The boys use these chopsticks for food. If she can fend off his 10 blows and not drop the sword, he will make a present for her. Shinner agreed and asked him to be careful. This sword was given to her by Uncle Li, and it is very sharp. The boy asked if she was ready. He would start. The girl replied that she was ready. Mrs. Z told the boy to stop. But the older sister had to see it too. After all, he knows it himself. He thanked Mrs. Z for her good intentions, but he would not force his sister to join any schools. Shinner can't leave his brother. If that's the case, then she won't insist. Let him properly train his sister in the art of swordsmanship. If he does it well, she could be on the human list in about 10 years, and one day she could even be on the Earth list, Sushin suggested, returning to the main topic of conversation. After coming here, they must have already had certain clues that could help them find the treasure. Since they needed Sushin's help, he would first need to find out everything they already knew. They had indeed managed to track down important threads that could help in finding the location of Du Yuansheng's ferocious lion treasure. This plaque is one of the keys to the treasure. Except for this one, the members of the other 3 groups who also came here also have one of each. Recently, they learned that the last key is right here in Changning County. But there's something wrong here. It turns out that all the groups found out that the last key was here and immediately rushed here. But their groups are not related to each other, and yet they all came here on the same day. Though a few hours apart, they all got here on the same day. This too is an oddity. The distance from the groups to Changning varies, and of course, it takes different amounts of time to get here. It is quite obvious that today's situation was planned by someone. Someone had given each group this information at different intervals, intending to gather everyone here at the same time. It turns out he wants to say that someone intentionally used the treasure of the ferocious lion as bait to gather all the groups in Changning County. If the hunch is correct, this behind-the-scenes villain has the same goal, namely the treasure. Even so, visiting groups, including theirs, have found only 4 of the 5 keys. It is most likely that the 5th key is in the hands of the conspirator. However, he is quite sure that the others will not be so good-hearted as to agree to share the treasure equally. The conspirator is operating in secrecy, and she's as good as in the palm of her hand right now. The girl asked Sushin and his faction to find an opportunity and get to the bottom of this matter. They had already heard that 3 distinguished representatives of noble houses from Hunan province would honor them with a visit. They apologized that Mr. Meng could not personally greet them. The 3 heirs of the great houses, Zhang Qingfeng, Zhang Yuandong, and Ruan Mingyue, had arrived. Iron Sword Guild. 1-year cycle group, Zhang Lin. The man came here to meet with the Iron Sword Guild from Changning County. He Qian introduced himself. The head of Jiang Hall doesn't need to be so courteous. Divine Wind Guild. Fang Dongting, Qing Cheng Sword School came to see him. The man asked if guild leader Gong had given the order to search for clues. He doesn't have to worry. Gong Qingfeng has already given everyone the necessary orders. His subordinates are currently searching for information. Fang Dongting asked how long it would take to sweep through Changning County. The man replied that it was at least a week, but he gave him a maximum of 3 days. But that's impossible. He has just over 10,000 subordinates under his command. Even if they continue to search without sleep or rest, 3 days will still not be enough to search the entire Changning County, Fang Dongting asked, wondering if he was messing with him. The man had already given him the 3 secret wind sword fencing techniques of his school, and now he was saying such a thing. If the matter is so urgent, how about borrowing some people from other factions and guilds? Given his high prestige, they wouldn't dare refuse. The man inquired in which group in Chengning province had the most people. Gong Qingfeng replied that the Eagle faction ruled by Su Xin. It has approximately 30,000 people at its disposal. In addition, Su Xin is also the head of the faction and guild union in this county. In Changning County, there is the Bloodmantle Guild, which relies on one of the 8 sorcerer sects, namely the Bloodmantle Tower. In addition, there is also the 3 Elites Guild, just who obviously has the most people. Nevertheless, it is the Eagle faction that he recommends going to. It's so much fun to watch this mouse fight. He had heard that the Yijian school and the Eagle faction had already established cooperation. One could just take the opportunity to take a look at the so-called Celestial Girl. He decided to do as he was asked after all. The next day, the Golden Moon Quarter, the entrance to the hall of the Eagle faction. A man knocked and was told to enter. Gong Qingfeng, the head of the Divine Wind Guild, came to see him. In addition, a young man who possesses mysterious strength came along with him. It must be one of the representatives of the groups that had recently arrived in this county. Su Xin asked if they had said why they had come. They demanded for Su Xin to come out and greet them. How surprising that someone demanded that Su Xin personally greet the guest. He'll do it and find out why they're here. He noted that the Su faction head's dwelling was much cozier than that of the Divine Wind Guild. Young Mr. Fan is correct in what he says. So this is the young heir of the Qingcheng Sword School, Su Xin inquired. So what was the purpose of them deciding to visit the Eagle faction? They say there are a lot of people in the Eagle faction. He needs to borrow 10,000 men. Of course, he won't be in debt. In exchange for his help, he will present 2 beginning swordsmanship techniques of the 7 wind swords of the Qingcheng school. And he's only willing to teach him the basic techniques. That impudent Su Xin doesn't give a damn. Su Xin do that. He's bringing about his own doom. Fang Dunton attacked him. That's a lot of nerve. A man had already arrived in his defense. And that was Zi Jian. She stopped his sword. He immediately recoiled. Of course, he recognized the one standing in front of him. Zi Jian recalled that Feng Dongqing was not at his place in Qingcheng right now, so he shouldn't go around here making himself look like some important person. Also, 2 more people arrived who really enjoyed the spectacle they were treated to. It was Zhang Ling and the head of the Iron Sword Guild. A sword battle was akin to a game of chess. Each blow from the enemy is akin to a move, and the one who manages to anticipate his opponent's moves wins. The Yijin School's all-seeing sword technique is truly impressive. Feng Dongqing inquired as to what he was doing here. Chengning County isn't his property to boss around. If young Fan came here, why couldn't he do the same? He would remember well everything that happened today. In the future, when the treasure is found, he and Zhang Lin will settle accounts for everything. After that, she was gone. What was expected of the celestial maiden of Yijiang? After all, she was using all her power right now. All Jianghu people know that the all-seeing sword technique is only the basic technique of the school. The main deadly weapons of her school are the 4 great swordsmanship techniques, namely the life, death, illusion, and extermination techniques. The man wondered which of the 4 techniques had been passed down to her. But doesn't he think it's a little inappropriate to find out about her, given their current relationship? He recognized the girl's rightness. In that case, he would not dare to bother her anymore with his inquiries. He also mentioned that if Madame Sai suddenly thought of making an alliance, she could approach him at any time. They also left. Zhang Lin was clearly not the kind of person who would come here for the sake of curiosity. After all, today's agenda did not concern him in any way. She apologized for getting him involved in trouble. Fang Dongting had obviously come here because of her, but Madame is too worried about it. She was able to handle it herself, and besides, Su Xin has already taken payment for his help. Therefore, he is not going to back down in such matters. As far as their cases are concerned, nothing new has been learned so far. She noticed that the Su faction leader was too impatient. Even if the treasure hunt turned out to be a failure, it wouldn't upset her or Yi Jian much. The boy wondered what the mistress was talking about. Du Yunsheng's treasures are indeed tempting, but their location and even existence are vague. Her school had found one of the 5 keys over a decade ago. At one time, they had tried to find this treasure but never achieved anything. But according to his information, the other groups have only recently found their keys, while they found their key more than a decade ago. The thought of the Yijin school popped into his head, but then a subordinate arrived, announcing that the chief warden of the 12th Eastern Department, Te Wu King, wished to meet with him. Su Xin asked where Mr. Te was now. The man replied that he was waiting outside the door. I guess it's not very comfortable being sandwiched between representatives of great schools and bands. Su Xin acknowledged Mr. T's correctness. It feels like he's between a hammer and an anvil. These people are not inferior in power or influence. All he can do is put his head down and wait. Te Wu King thought that he would never let his head go. In Changning County, Su Xin had always acted violently and decisively. The guy confirmed that he would never bow down to anyone if Te Wu King leads the way. However, he doesn't have much of a choice right now. He doesn't have to worry about that scum in Fang Dongting. Soon, Su Xin will definitely surpass him. Be that as it may, he is a young talent that is on the human roster. Perhaps Mr. T shouldn't praise the main character so much, and belittle him. Even though Fang Dongting is on this list, it does not change the fact that he is scum. If it wasn't for his special position in the Qingcheng school, he would have never been able to make it to the human list. But the human list ranks people by their combat merit. If it's about the first 30 people, it is. However, with the people that follow, it doesn't have to be. Every great group strives to save face. When some of them see the Jianghu master disciples of other groups engaging in distinct superiority, they simply cannot accept it. Now I can see what this was all about. No wonder Zijian seemed much stronger than Fang Dongting in that skirmish. That time, his rank had just caused Su Xin to have doubts. But it's time to stop throwing around unnecessary words. Te Wu King came here to find out something. Namely, how long ago the Yijin school got their hands on one of the 5 keys, and what their position on the treasure is. The guy replied that it happened more than 10 years ago. Te Wu King ordered this conversation to be kept secret, and for the guy to keep looking for clues. Mr. T doesn't have to worry about that. The guild of the 3 elites. A kunai flew toward him. Luckily it hit the wall. Zhang Qingfang took the kunai in his hands and unfolded it into the scroll that was with him. There was information about Su Xin. The longer he listens to the Honorable Ming, the more he doubts his sanity. For some reason, he's so wary of some young guy. A man overheard their conversation. He shook this message, and his hand began to shake. After which the man left. He could laugh all he wanted, but Su Xin was truly a sad man. In just 1 year, he was able to get from the bottom of the faction to his current position. In addition, his former uncle mentor Chen Zhao also wards his hand. Ruan Mingyu thought that it must be a joke that he had killed an early heaven warrior, but it is the truth. All the faction and guild heads were present at that moment. Su Xin used the true chi release, and a moment later, his mentor uncle was killed. Does Meng-san really think that just by releasing true ki, one could kill an early heaven warrior so easily? Zhang Yuandong said to stop all this. They only need Mr. Meng's help in capturing the treasure. Su Xin's house. An additional quest. Enemy of the Truth has been activated. It is necessary to defeat the followers of the true path. As a reward, he manages to antagonist points, and the total reward will depend on the strength of those killed. The reward is credited for each killed. Limit of 1,000 antagonist points. Dasha can tell by the title of the assignment that he is indeed being forced to become a villain. He accepted the assignment. Su Xin was walking down the street at night. There was someone coming toward him. Su Xin immediately turned around and asked who was here. He had already been attacked by a man who wanted him dead. Su Xin took his punch, retaliating with his own fist. He learned that this killer was on the perfect later heaven. Su Xin asked which group had sent him. The assassin recoiled. Su Xin managed to survive today, but he would get to him in the future. He left quickly. The guy was curious as to who he was after all. It was quite obvious that his cultivation level was not high, but his Qigong technique was perfected. Then he heard something was wrong. When he arrived at the location, he noticed the very man who had attacked him. In the distance, Mr. Meng was already there, and also his men. The congregation immediately inquired what Su Xin was doing here. The guy explained that the Golden Moon Quarter was his territory, so it was not at all unusual for him to be walking around here. He was very interested in what the Three Elites Guild had forgotten in the Eagle faction's territory late at night. When the cloth was removed to see the killer's face, they recognized Zhang Qingfan. Ruan Mingyu told his brother that it was Zhang Qingfang, and he was no longer breathing. Zhang Yuandong was angry and was ready to attack us Su Xin. He used the technique of 9 swallow punches. Su Xin took this blow with his sword. His weapon began to glow. This caused the attacker to throw his sword from his hands. The man realized that this was a top-of-the-line weapon. Su Xin replied that he did not kill the man, and also asked who they were in general. The man replied that they were the heirs of the 3 great houses from Xiangnan. Jiang Yuandong and Ruan Mingyue were in front of him. On the ground now lay Zhang Qingfang, who had come along with them. And Su Xin was brave enough to kill the heir of one of the 3 great houses. It was clear what was going on. Now he had an explanation for all the weirdness. It became clear to him that someone was setting him up. Ruan Mingyu asked why he was smirking. He didn't think that because he had gained dominance over a piece of land, he could now look down on Xiangnan's warriors. But he already said he didn't kill the man. He was also attacked, and then he heard the noise and came here. The protagonist is caught red-handed, and he dares to evade responsibility. He should be arrested. Zhang Yuandong stopped them. Since the guy himself says so, we should examine the corpse first. But Ruan Mingyu has already done it. Zhang Qingfang was killed with a single sword stroke, and nothing more can be found out. But they are deeply mistaken. Jiang Lin arrived. He explained that even though there was only 1 wound, one could tell a lot from it. Zhang Yuandong asked the head of Zhang Hall how he found himself here. The man explained that the Iron Sword Guild didn't have many people, and they had to work around the clock to find the threads to the treasure. Therefore, he can't just sit idle. This Jianghu generation is still so ignorant in some matters. In front of them lay a late heaven warrior who had mastered the Qigong technique to perfection. He was slain with a single sword strike to the throat. Only a person who possessed the strength of an early heaven warrior could successfully launch an attack on a warrior with such strength, or equal in strength to this slain man in the event that the villain was able to take him by surprise. But really, none of that matters. Ruan Mingyu asked why on earth the man felt that way. It's pretty simple. The man pointed at his sword. Since Zhang Qingfang died with his sword in his hand, it meant that he was not taken by surprise. If the early heaven warrior had made a surprise attack, this man would not even have had time to take out his sword. And judging from the wound, the assassin's sword was unusually shaped and extremely sharp. Most importantly, the killer held the sword in his left hand, Susin was alarmed by such too hasty conclusions. Still, the question remained as to how Hall Head-jang was also able to determine in which hand the assassin held his sword. The man called them just a bunch of uncouth kids. Even his subordinates can see such obvious details. A wound inflicted by a left-handed person comes from one angle, and if right-handed, from the exact opposite angle. It was pretty sad that the younger generation of great bands don't even know such basic things. As far as Zhang Yuandong knows, in the entire Changning district, Susin is the only one who is fluent with a sword in his left hand. The guy only laughed from all of this. Hall Head-jang speaks so convincingly that Susin even believed that he had killed Zhang Qingfan himself. The guy also wondered if everyone had been possessed by a Conan. Conan has been a mystical sleuth in 6 ministries. However, his zeal in this case only shows that he is the killer, and that is an undeniable fact. He said it all pretty well. Fong Dongting and Gong Qifeng arrived. He had been caught red-handed, and it couldn't even be denied anymore. But sometimes what appears before their eyes is not the truth. Zheqian explained that jumping to conclusions too hastily wouldn't do anyone any good. Next to her was Li Huai, as well as the people of the Eagle faction. Gong Qifeng assumed that Susin had decided to take out all the witnesses. Did he really think that his subordinates would be enough to deal with the early Sky Masters present here? It was time for guild leader Gong to stop labeling him with new labels. Until now, he had never met young Master Zhang of the great house of Xiangnan province. So why kill him? Since he's not a murderer, there's no reason for him to eliminate witnesses. But the motive for this is quite simple. Just like Zhang Lin said before, the corpse can tell them everything. This time, however, he will take on the case himself. Here's another piece of evidence. But the rolled-up paper said that at the appointed time, Susin would be waiting for him Golden Moon Quarter on Linhua Street, and that the 5th key was in his possession. If he is not mistaken, this is the handwriting of the Su faction leader. Now it's clear why Zhang Qingfang is here. The main question now is whether he used this information about the key as a bluff, or if he really has the 5th key. And for what purpose did he involve the others here? Zhonglin might seem like he was acting in the general interest and just sticking to the rules. But in reality, his every move was thought out and this whole situation was planned. With just a couple of phrases, he had made him a prime target in the eyes of the others. The boy wondered what purpose he was pursuing. Since they were talking about details, if Xiejian is not mistaken, this leaf is made of a special kind of bamboo that grows in the Haizhu Mountains, known as green bamboo. Green bamboo paper is produced in the Central Plains as this variety cannot tolerate high temperatures. In places with hot and humid climates such as Xiangnan province, this variety is rarely found. Everyone knows that the head of the Su faction is in charge of foreign trade in Changning County. Do they really think that Susin would leave such an obvious evidence against himself if he was a murderer? The girl's words definitely made sense. If what he had heard about Su Xing before, then he really wouldn't allow such a ridiculous gaffe. Perhaps he did it on purpose to avert suspicion. The thing is, it really doesn't prove anything. But the injury tells them everything they need to know, and there's nothing they can do about it. Faction head Su's left-handed fast sword style is known throughout Chongning County. Guild leader Meng must agree with him. Of course, they all had the chance to see Su Xin's fighting style in action. And what makes them think that only the left hand can do that kind of wound in the first place? He asked for permission from the guild head of the Gong Guild to clearly demonstrate everything to them. There are countless astounding techniques in this world. He can't wait to show how to make a similar wound once more. Especially how easy it is to pull off. Su Xin seemed to want to attack the Gong Guild head, but his sword passed by Gong Qingfeng. Su Xin startled his subordinate. Su Xin had just attacked him, and after something like this, he was still going to say that he wasn't going to take out witnesses. It was noticeable how guild leader Gong forcibly panicked. A man of his status shouldn't lose his head over such a small matter. Now he invited the others to look at the dead man's wound. Obviously, the Su faction leader had just used his right hand, and it turned out that the trajectory of the wound was the same as Zhang Qingfen's wound. Now let them listen carefully. If they can't handle something, it doesn't mean that the others can't either. Su Xin is nothing more than a little person who hasn't even reached the early heaven level. If someone like him was able to pull off a trick like this, it means that the rest of the stronger people can do it as well. It's too rash to draw definitive conclusions based on the type of wound alone. Now knowing that he is not the killer, what are they even still doing here? Do they really expect Su Xin to call them for a late-night snack? Even though he was able to exonerate himself today, that doesn't mean he's cleared of all suspicion. Zhang Yuandong replied that they should go too. Ruan Mingyu didn't want to put up with it, after all. the assassin was still walking around outside. Since the head of Su's faction had confirmed his non-involvement, they shouldn't continue to trouble him. The man was hoping to see a great sight tonight. He replied that they should do what they wanted, and he was getting out of here. Xie Qian asked what had even happened here, and how he had stumbled upon Zhang Qingfan's body. It was obvious that someone wanted to frame him. The problem is that he doesn't understand his enemy's true motives at all. In Changning County, Meng Zhang hates him the most. However, he does not possess the level of strength to be able to kill Zhang Qingfan with a single blow. If the provocateur's goal was the treasure, then it would be better for him to attack Su Xin to get his hands on one of the keys. So what was the point of framing him? Who is the head of a small faction? He ordered Li Huan to pass the message to Huang Bingqing. Have him find out who Zhang Qingfang had been in contact with that day. It was especially important to find out who was the last person you saw him alive. After a while, Huang Bingqing finished making inquiries. As it turned out, the last person to see Zhang Qingfan that day was a person from the Eagle faction. Soon after, each of them went their separate ways. This enemy in the shadows does not shy away from any methods. Since Su Xin was able to prove his own swords were not involved, an investigation will now begin, and others will also be able to find out about this witness. As for that letter supposedly from him, there was nothing he could say. He decided to go to interrogate this man. If he had anything to do with this case, they needed to find out who was behind it. The girl wanted to go with them too. Today's event is too suspicious, and so she too wants to find out who is behind it all in the end. But it was no good, for that man was already dead. He was shocked by this news. This witness was lying on the table along with a bowl of some kind of liquid. Li Huai sniffed the liquid. He replied that it was poison. Whoever thought this through even took care to eliminate the witness in such a clean way. Su Xin ordered to send people to find out everything about this person, but it was already done. Huan just didn't have time to pass it on to the head of the faction. This witness was called Du Jing. He was a member of the Eagle faction battle hall. His father was a distant relative of Du Yuancheng. At one time, he had accompanied Du Yuancheng and was responsible for controlling the warriors' weapons and equipment. It seems that the crux of recent events is beginning to become clear. Another subordinate has arrived. He reported that a secret passage had been discovered in the backyard of Du Jing's dwelling. They need to go see it. But it's even a little surprising that such a healthy secret passage hasn't been discovered by anyone yet. Huang would also never have thought that there was such a secret passageway within the Eagle faction's territory. If the information from Du Jingyi was reliable, then it was very likely that this was the location of Du Yuancheng's treasure. However, Du Jing, who is directly related to Du Yuancheng, is already dead. It is likely that the person behind the scenes has gotten rid of him as a rush that has outlived its usefulness. It is possible that this person behind the scenes is also directly related to Du Yuancheng. There were many thoughts about who this person even was, and whether it was possible that this person was someone from Changning County. This place is so spacious that it can hold over 1,000 people. This room was indeed too huge. The girl inquired of them where they were now. If he remembered correctly, the Changde neighborhood was now above them. Huan told the boss to take a quick peek at it. As it turned out, someone had already inserted one of the 5 keys. How much effort had been spent searching for this place, and finally, it had found itself. He never would have guessed that this secret room had been under their feet the whole time. Fang Dongting inquired what Su Xin was thinking. It was clear now that they were following him. Although faction leader Su was able to temporarily exonerate himself, he was still the prime suspect. That was why the man suggested that everyone follow him this night and find out what he was up to. Who would have thought that the head of Su's faction would give them such a classy gift? But it wasn't clear how they were able to sneak in here, and what had become of the Eagle faction's men who were guarding the entrance. Since those insolent scum had no tact, he immediately sent them to the other world. Such words and his actions have caused others to spring into action, but Su Xin stopped them. Su Xin seems to have a knack for showing tact. Right now, the treasure is only one step in front of them. If they all quarrel now, none of them will be able to get what they want. But before they go through that door, he proposes to make an agreement. All the group leaders of Chongning County will be able to enter, but their men will stay outside. All this is to make a fair division and avoid any devious antics. The man agreed to those terms. Gong Qingfeng recognized this thought as reasonable and agreed as well. Huang wanted to oppose in some way, but for Su Xin, it was not a problem, so he told his men to wait outside. The Eagle Caucus also agrees to these terms. Zhonglin told everyone to follow his movements. They should insert their keys in one of those holes. He inserted his key. Others also followed suit. Zheqian inserted her key as well, And finally, the 5 keys were in place. A silver door appeared in front of them. They decided to go ahead. They can't be lagging behind others either. It felt like everything was going too smoothly. Something was clearly wrong here, but it was hard to figure out what it was. The girl suggested that since they were here too, they should go. The boy agreed with her. They had already traveled some distance, but there was no treasure at all. He who has seen little is much surprised. Has he never seen a formation like this before? Martial arts cultivators who have reached the heavenly limit are able to utilize earthly and heavenly power to create such a formation. So what is there to be surprised about? Even though the Du Union's leader had hidden his treasure here, there were traps set up for security purposes that could easily destroy it. As for the formations, they can delay the invasion of outsiders and protect the treasures as well. Of course he knows about formations. He's just a little on edge right now, that's all. But it wasn't like that at all. Zhonglin is behind this whole thing. This whole treasure hunt was carefully prepared from the beginning. He's the one who inserted the 5th key that was originally in the lock. He's also the one who killed Zhang Qingfang. It was worth admitting that Su Xin was really smart to have thought of all this. He confirmed that the guy was right. Unfortunately, there's no reward for that. Ruan Mingyu couldn't even think that it was Jiang Ling who had killed Zhang Qingfan. Does he really think that his year cycle hall is so strong that it will be able to resist the 3 great houses of Shangnan? But this case has nothing to do with the year cycle group. The head of the Zhang Hall had never been this simple. He was never an ordinary year cycle hall head. The same goes for guild head Gong Qingfeng. He wasn't simply the head of one of the guilds in Changning County either. Now we know who was lurking in the dark. He could have guessed someone was plotting, except he didn't think he was behind it. The guy wondered who these 2 were. There was no point in them hiding now. Gong Qingfeng recognizes the same Su Xin. In all of Changning's guilds and factions, there are only mediocrities. But he was the only one who was able to advance this far on this piece of land. It was a pity that once he got into this mess, his fate was sealed. As it turned out, Zhang Lin was taken into custody by Du Yuansheng when he was a child. He became his 93rd adopted son. Since he was very sick when he was young, he was sent to the year cycle group of the 3 great healers for treatment. It took quite a long time to heal him, so he managed to avoid the fate of a ferocious lion. Du Yuansheng had countless disciples in the past. Gong Qingfeng's father was precisely one of them. Fortunately, in terms of strength, his father was the weakest, and that was why he was able to escape the so-called purge that the imperial court had arranged. It appears that the imperial court is behind Du Yuansheng's death. Do they really think it will be as easy for them to get away with it now? The treasure is also claimed by the Qingcheng and Yijiang sword school members who are here now. He's not even afraid to die. Half of this Zhou dynasty's territory is absolutely due to his adoptive father. He offered these lands to Ji Haodian on a platter. In the end, the Ji family forgot about his kindness, and together with a few traitors from the Sangxian Martial Alliance began to plot against him, which led to the collapse of Sangxian. And now that Ji Haodian had become old and ignorant, it was time to reclaim what was rightfully theirs. This sounds like the plot of some melodrama. Are all authors really that negligent these days? He became a little curious. Ever since he was born, he had lived in Chongning County. Those who came to visit them would have no way of guessing that he was acting at one with mentor Uncle Jiang, since what happened was that he had fallen under Su Xin's suspicion. During the recent events, his actions did not match his usual style of behavior. In his eyes, guild leader Gong is a young man with a calculating and lively mind. His methods are cruel, and his true motives are hidden from everyone. After all, he was the one who provoked Fang Dongting to come to Su Xin and cause trouble. And when Su Xin got into trouble, Gong Qingfeng was the first one to start throwing stones at him. If Meng Zhang had done this, he wouldn't have even a shred of doubt. However, that person was him. Gong Qingfeng was very active in a matter that, at first glance, would not benefit him at all. As for the head of Jiang Hall, it was much simpler. On the one hand, he was trying to pit the Yijian and Qingcheng schools against each other. And on the other hand, when the guy fell under suspicion of murder, he made it look like he appeared there by chance. If you think logically and organize all the known facts, everything becomes clear, especially for Su Xin, who is directly involved in all of this. All of his actions, one after another, convinced Su Xin that he was aiming to wreak havoc. Or is it still the same coincidence? The protagonist has really thought things through thoroughly. But Sin Lin wonders how he could have guessed the rest. They originally had not 2 keys in their hands, but as many as 3 or even 4 keys. He was even able to guess to this point. Su Xin is indeed an unusual person. The guy was right, and there were indeed 4 keys in their hands. Over the past years, he had used his own strength and influence to find these 4 keys. However, the last key was in the hands of the Yijian school, and was out of his reach. That was why they had carried out this plan. Qingcheng school has really found its key only recently. He intentionally gave one of the keys into the hands of Qingcheng school, and provoked an incident between them and Yijian school. His goal was to pit them against each other. This he could still understand. But what was the point of dragging the 3 great houses from Xiangnan into all this? What good were they to him besides using them to frame Su Xin? Indeed, why did he get them into this whole mess? And why did he kill Zhang Qifang? Did he really think that he had nothing to do with it? Originally, it was the 3 great houses that conspired with the imperial court and ruined his adoptive father. Even if it was true, did they really still think the 2 of them could do anything to them? He has quite enough strength to crush such pathetic insects. He had the Shengong of the early sky, and now the secret room mechanism has been triggered. We'll be able to open the exit in 2 hours. None of them are leaving alive tonight. So it turns out there are 2 early sky warriors against them. But this fight is only between the 2 of them. Neither he nor the Iron Sword Guild wants to be involved. If he lets him go, he will keep what just happened a secret. They guarantee to keep their mouths shut. As everyone has known for a long time in this world, there is only one way to get a man to keep his mouth shut. Either the fish will die or the net will break. Does he really think they will just sit there and wait to die? If he were them, he wouldn't be so confident that they could survive. Cuts appeared on their necks. 2 heirs from the 3 great houses died. As it turned out, he used the secret sword art of a bohai group that existed in the past. She has a rather commendable observation. Although he doesn't possess the 9 strikes technique of the ferocious lion that belonged to his foster father, this secret art is enough to deal with them. Here and now, their blood will serve as a sacrifice to revitalize the Sangxiang Martial Alliance and its banner. As expected, the Celestial Maiden didn't let him hit. After all, she is the 78th on the human list. She is truly worthy of her rank. Zhang Lin ordered Qing Feng to deal with those scum first, and he would take care of Xie Jian. The man began to get into his fighting style. He readjusted his swords, which flew at them. Su Xin was able to dodge it. Although Gong Qing Feng and Fang Dongting are both at the early sky level, it is obvious that Qing Feng's Qigong is an order of magnitude stronger. Meng Zheng used the great split palm. The man, on the other hand, used a shapeless blade. But it was useless. Fan Dunton watched them lose. Gong Qing Feng used the rain of blades to attack him. The man shouted for Wu Qi to block him. Another man appeared in front of him. Wu Qi advised the young master to find a hiding place. As soon as he can get out, he'll bring back up right away. He ran away. That bastard decided to make cannon fodder out of him. Su Xin regrets it, but has to leave them. Tsu wondered if he really wanted to leave. Unfortunately, he can't let the guy disturb the young master. He apparently doesn't understand the situation he's in. Apparently, that young master left his subordinate here to die, and he's going to sacrifice himself for that master. So he's gonna drag the kid along with him. But don't blame him for that. If it wasn't for young master, he would have died in some backwoods long ago. He knows very well that he is no match for Gong Qing Feng. All they can do is team up and delay him to buy young master time. But Su Xin has no intention of following this plan. Since this crazy fanatic is so eager to die, he's going to help him do it. The guy used the dragon elephant technique. Crushing palm. His attack traveled across the man's flesh. This attack threw the man back into the wall. Gong Qing Feng watched this with a chuckle and even clapped. Su Xin is truly ruthless. This is what one would expect from him. If they could revive the Sangxiang Martial Alliance again, they would need people like him. The guy asked if he decided to join this union if he would let him go. But of course, he wouldn't do that. The man was just complimenting him. One way or another, he's not going anywhere from here today. The guy bought some item from the system store. If that's the case, then Su Xin himself wouldn't mind sending that bastard to see the dead. Gong Qing Feng called the guy a cocky brat. He can call a guy whatever he wants to call himself. But even that wouldn't help him. A golden lotus appeared in his hand. This was one of the 72 great Shaolin techniques, the divine flower. How could he even master this forgotten technique? Plucking a flower and smiling, I became a Buddha. There is no sin, there is no punishment. All living things are pure, all around is vanity. He put his palms together. It was as if the Buddha himself had appeared in front of him, who sent a devastating attack on him. He lost that fight. Su Xin's legs were no longer holding him up either. This technique used up even more energy than the infernal strike. If that trump card was not enough, death would surely await him. After all, the hardest currency in this world is his own strength. It seems that Zhang Ling is no less powerful than Gu Qingfeng. and possibly much stronger. He also doesn't know where Zhejian is now and how she is doing. Her survival now depends entirely on herself. The girl must win. It was noticeable that this fight wasn't an easy one for her either. She definitely deserves to carry the title of Heavenly Maiden. Yijiang, her prowess is not inferior to the strength of great husbands. It's such a shame she'll just have to die here today. But the girl wouldn't be so sure of that. She remembered that the man had asked which of the 4 great techniques of the Yijian school she possessed. She listed again that there were life, death, illusion, and annihilation techniques. He's about to find out all about it himself. She had mastered the most powerful of the 4 techniques, namely, the extermination technique. She used the blade of 9 disasters. When the 9 scourges are released, not a single blade of grass will revive again. This is what extermination means in the name of this technique. This technique began to erase him. Meanwhile, the guy was already looking for the girl. In this labyrinth, it's impossible to navigate. He must find Xiejian as soon as possible. But all he can hope for now is luck. He went into some kind of room. There were 4 unknown doors in front of him. The man who appeared also didn't expect that Du Yuansheng's ferocious lion treasure really existed. It was Fang Dongting. He was surprised that Suxin was not dead, and he also inquired about Wu Qi. He replied that Wu Qi was dead, and so was Gong Qingfeng. It was a good thing that Gong Qingfeng had died. Jiang Ling went after Zhejian, so one of them would be here soon. One way or another, his subordinate died saving his dear lord. Doesn't he care one bit? The man explained that he was just one of the Fang clan's chain dogs. So what kind of experiences are there to talk about? Well, as for the guy, Suxin saw something he shouldn't have seen. Suxin wondered if he was talking about treasures. Their powerful opponent Jiang Ling is still out there somewhere, and he wants them to start slaying each other now. Mr. Fan is rushing things too fast. Considering that Jiang Lin was currently fighting with the girl, it wouldn't be long before he got here. There is a person outside who has been secretly accompanying him. If he finds that his master has been gone for a long time, he will surely notify Preceptor Fang Dongting and his disciples. The time will come, and the Qingcheng school will send all its forces from Xiangnan province. Thus, all the treasures would become theirs. That's why everyone who knows the location of the treasure must die, including his Eagle faction. Now that guy knows that Qingcheng school didn't just send him this scum. For better or worse, his school is one of the 5 great sword schools. News of the treasure and the fact that they possess one of the 5 keys is bound to spread. No one will believe it's a coincidence. To avoid unnecessary trouble, all they have to do is come here first. He seems to have so underestimated the power of temptation that great groups have for this treasure. He still doesn't know where he is with the girl right now, or if she is even alive. The true Kui in his body is only recovering right now. If he is going to cross blades with Fang Dongting, he needs to stall for time. It was quite obvious that the guy was scared right now. If he had accepted Fang Dongting's offer instead of helping Xiejian, maybe he would have even kept Suxin alive. The guy wondered, and what he wanted from him. Does he really want the protagonist to fall to his knees and beg for mercy? He realizes that his opponent can't let him live. After all, he needs to keep a secret, and only the dead can keep secrets. This kind of sober thinking in this situation is astounding. Even he's a little impressed. However, Suxin was too naive if he thought that he would be able to stall for time this way. Were his actions really that obvious? It's time to accept your destiny. He was able to somehow use his sword to block that blow. But Fang Dongting's power is too astounding. He didn't use the sword path technique, Exile. That technique did get him a little sick of it after all, even if he dodged it. His true chi still hasn't recovered. If this continued, there was little chance of getting out of this mess. Well, that won't do. The man wondered if he could handle that kind of power. He would see how he could dodge it. The man used the water and fire technique, a flurry. Is this really the end? And now he had the perfect chance. He didn't realize what had just happened. It was as if the attack had stopped. Time seems to have slowed down, and then it saw a gap. He immediately decided to take the chance given to him. Suxin was able to use his sword to break this attack. After which, he crossed his sword together with Fang Dongting's sword. The men didn't understand how Suxin knew the Qingcheng school's water and fire techniques, as well as how he was able to trace the flow of qi. The guy has no idea what streams he was talking about. He was channeled by his own sword. Fang Dongting realized that this was the sword aspiration. How could he suddenly realize the sword intent so suddenly? How could some ragamuffin from nowhere be worthy of such a blessing? Looks like the main character got something very worthwhile. He attacked Fang Dongting. The man used the sword path technique, thunderclap. Su Xin engaged the spiritual chaos fingers. 24 periods. This attack pierced through Fang Dongting's body. The man was about to say something, but he didn't have time to do it. Su Xin slit his throat. Didn't he say that pure strength didn't solve everything? The system congratulated him for destroying the true path warrior Fang Dongting. Part of the secondary task had been completed, and he was rewarded with 200 antagonist points. Since the system only gave him 200 points for the early Sky Warrior, it meant that he had to kill 5 people to get 1,000 points. And that guess was correct, because the system confirmed it. It turns out that every early Sky Warrior has a strength at least equal to Fang Dongting. He doesn't think that he will be able to complete this minor task now. Since Su Xin had killed this man, the Qingqing Sword School wouldn't just let go of him. Even if he could get out of here alive, staying in Changning County would be extremely risky for him. Cleaning up the place a bit might buy him some time to escape. That's all he has to do now. But surprisingly, one person you left alive. He noticed the head of Su's faction. The man asked if he was okay and what had become of Gong Qing Feng. Su Xin replied that he was dead. Fang Dongting and his escort Wu Qi were both early heaven warriors. Although they both had to sacrifice their lives in the end, they were still able to defeat Gong Qing Feng. Then I'm glad it's all over. But we can't forget that Zhang Lin is still around. If he's alive, they'll both be in trouble. Anyway, it's time for them to head for the exit and wait for the Tom. If Che Jian managed to delay Zhang Lin for 2 hours, or if he got lost in this darkness, they would at least have a tiny bit of hope. He Tian grabbed the outstretched hand to get up. As it turned out, Guild Head Meng was still breathing. The Iron Sword Guild head inquired if the guy would leave him here. Surprisingly, Su Xin decided to take it with him. The humanity of the head of the Su faction is astounding. In the past, Meng Zhang tried to use all different ways to get to him. And now, contrary to expectations, Su Xin wants to help him. But if he didn't need witnesses who could confirm Jiqian Qingfeng's true strength, he wouldn't even flaunt a finger to save them. They heard someone coming. It was Xie Jian. Both the girl and the guy were surprised they were alive. The guy explained that Fang Dongting and his escort Wu Qi had found a common death together with Zhang Lin. He was the only one who managed to stay alive. The girl replied that Zhang Lin was also dead. Therefore, it was worth it to get out of here. Considering how much time had passed, the door should already open soon. But before they leave here, Su Xin would like her to take the 5 keys to the treasury for herself. The girl didn't understand what he was talking about. Today, he had to painfully realize the real strength of his faction. If they started sharing treasures in front of all the great groups now, it wouldn't be long before the Eagle faction would be wiped off the face of the earth. Instead of accepting such a scenario, it would be better if he did Miss Xie Jian such a trifling favor. Then the girl will accept this gesture of courtesy from the Su faction head with great gratitude. 2 hours have already passed. Li Huai and Huang Bingcheng were standing outside. Huan was beginning to suspect that something had happened there, since their boss had taken so long to return. But you should have faith in Su Xin. He's definitely okay. Finally, Su Xin and Xie Jian, who was helping him walk, came out of the secret passage. Huan immediately wondered if the boss was okay and what had happened there. He also wondered where the others had gone. The guy replied that he was fine and they would talk about it a little later after they got back. He did not expect that Gong Qingfeng and Jiang Ling from the Year Cycle group were the underdogs of the ferocious lion Du Yuansheng. And since Gong Qingfeng was now dead, the Divine Wind Guild was left without its leader. It might be time to take over the Divine Wind Guild's lands. But the boy replied that this was not the right time for such thoughts. If they couldn't deal with the people from Qingcheng School, he would never be able to sleep peacefully in Chongning County again. But he had already been invaded by other people. It happened too fast. These uninvited guests have entered it. The man pointed his finger and told brother mentor Ho Ming that this was Su Xin. Earlier, they had traveled together with the young master and now no one could find him. Hao Ming asked where their disciple had disappeared to. If he dared to lie, he would immediately drown in the blood of Chongning County. If anything happens, they are ready to drown the whole county in blood. Such actions should not be done by warriors of the true path. Senior Apprentice Ho from Qingcheng High School is too imposing a person. The girl explained that they were not Fang Dongting's babysitters, and they would not be responsible for whether he lived or died. The man was about to deliver the sword, but he was stopped. He recognized the Yijin school student. He didn't even have such a thought. They were only worried about the safety of their school's students. They should know that Fang Dongting is the only son of their elder Fang Rui. He is also known as the Blue Sword of Destruction. If something really happened to the young master, it could end badly for everyone present. Su Xinya is really a pity. The others immediately began to guess the meaning of his words. As a second-generation follower of Du Yuansheng, Gong Qingfeng was incredibly strong. Mr. Fang, along with his escort, fought him with courage, not sparing their lives. In the end, all 3 people died. So, according to him, it was originally Fang Dongting and Wu Qi who crossed blades with Gong Qingfeng. But besides them, including Su Xin, there were also representatives of the 3 groups of Changning County. The man inquired as to the whereabouts of the other 2 leaders. Su Xin said they were seriously injured and are now recovering. Hao Ming ordered his subordinate to send people to the heads of those guilds to question them, and he should also be sure to interview them individually. Hao Ming asked if in addition to their disciple's corpse, they should also find Wu Qi's body as well. Su Xin confirmed the truth of his words. They will find their bodies in the dungeon. That was why the man asked the Su faction head to take them to the scene. It would also be a good idea for him to help remove the student's body from there. This man is determined. The success of his escape will depend on Su Xin's ability to mess with his head for a while. But that won't be a problem, because she has all the keys now. She'll take him there. They returned to the scene. A subordinate arrived at Ho Ming's place. He explained that according to the testimony of the guild leader's inspiration, what Su Xin said was true. Furthermore, based on their words, they couldn't even repel a single attack from Gong Qingfeng. After that attack, they could no longer continue fighting. Perhaps his strength was even much higher than what Su Xin described. Hu Ming now realized how it was. They also found the bodies. Based on Fang Dongting's injuries and the inspection of the scene, everything the Su faction leader said was true. Although everything seems obvious, given Fang Dongting's character, he finds it hard to believe that he would fight anyone to the last man. With that in mind, the man felt that he needed to think it over again. Hao Ming ordered all the bodies to be brought to him. They would wait for Master Wu and decide what to do next. Eagle Caucus. Huang didn't expect that the boss was going to leave Changning County. The guy explained that he had killed Fang Dongting. Only now will he be able to do it. And when the masters of the Qingcheng school arrive here, they will easily uncover his deception. But then what would become of the Eagle faction if their boss left? And also, what will become of his little sister, Shin'er? Su Xin explained that right now the Eagle faction has already taken the right path. If its course of development does not change, it will still be one of the largest factions in Changning County. As for his sister, he had already entrusted her to the protection of Lady Shijian and the Yijian school. She would help Shin'er develop her talent, and under the protection of the school, no one would dare to harm her. Honored Huang's strength is quite small. Therefore, after he leaves the Eagle faction, Li Huai will take over as the head of the faction. But in fact, Huang Bingcheng will be responsible for all the affairs of the faction. He also knew that it was too late for Li Qing to learn martial arts due to his age. Nevertheless, he possesses talents from the sky. They should appoint this man as the deputy of the battle hall. Su Xin was confident that he and Li Huai would be a worthy pillar to support the faction's influence in Changning County. The man said that the boss shouldn't worry about anything. As long as Li Huai is alive, this oral faction will be safe and sound, and will wait until he arrives. Su Xin knew that this man never spared any effort, and that was why he had the opportunity to become even stronger. Right now, his strength was at the borderline of late heaven Dzogchen. With the help of this elixir, the growth of his cultivation would only be a matter of time. Li Huai was grateful to his boss. He doesn't need to be told that with the power of his beast sword technique, once Li Huai reached the early sky stage, the other groups in Chongning County would tremble before him. Thus, the Eagle faction would continue to stand like a cliff. They will make sure that the Eagle faction will exist forever. With brothers like them, Su Xin is sure that he doesn't have much to worry about. The next day, everyone welcomed the mentor with their arrival. Qingcheng Sword School, the sword of the 4 perfections, Wu Daoyuan. He called them a bunch of lowlifes, and also asked where Dongting's body was. Hao Ming explained to the mentor that they didn't dare to do anything before his arrival. They had already delivered the bodies of the disciple and Gong Qingfeng. He looked at the corpses that lay on the ground. Afterward, he told Ho Ming to come over to him. The man approached and asked his mentor what instructions there would be for him. Wu Daoyuan punched the man and called him an idiot. Earlier, this Su Xin had informed them that Dongting along with Wu Qi had fought against Gong Qingfeng together and died together. The man replied that the mentor was correct. They examined the wounds, and judging from them, it was just as Su Xin had said. But that's just silly. Even their cultivation level isn't high enough. Not to mention that they can't see the important clues on the corpse yet. Does he really think that Dunton, given his proclivities, is capable of fighting the footmen side by side until the end, and dying with him? And judging from the flowing true ki, It was obvious that the wounds on these 3 corpses had been tampered with. They didn't expect what the mentor would reveal. That bastard Sushin dares to fool them. But unfortunately, he didn't limit himself to just that. Wu Daoyuan tore Fang Dongting's clothes with his strength. There was some kind of black circle on his body. The man didn't know what it was, after which he shouted for everyone to step aside. Blood spatters appeared. The person who killed Fang Dongting used a powerful technique that split his inner meridians. After using this technique, traces of the killer's true ki were left inside the corpse. He had infused his true ki, which was why they were able to detect what was now in front of them. He believes that the technique used to kill the man refers to the finger technique. Finally, he was finished off with a sword. It is quite obvious that someone deliberately tried to conceal the method of killing. This is definitely Su Xin's handiwork. Hu Ming had heard that he was a rather unusual kid, and he couldn't be judged by a big yardstick. And now he dared to kill a person from their school. He really doesn't need to take courage. The man ordered the fellow to be brought to him at once. But then he changed his mind and decided to pay him a personal visit. The Eagle faction has already been clamoring about where their head is. The man yelled for them to get him here immediately, but he asked not to put them in a difficult position. As it turned out, it was announced within their faction this morning that faction head Su had handed over his position to Li Huang. No one knows where the former faction head went. It's too bad he doesn't know anything. In that case, Wu Daoyuan will talk to the new faction head. And if he refuses, he will miss out on the tray of the entire Eagle faction. The man asked not to do that, but he jumped on him to kill him. Li Huai came to his rescue. The man asked who dared to stop him. Li Huai introduced himself as the current head of the Eagle faction. He came here to introduce himself to Mr. Wu. The current faction head is merely at the final stage of late heaven. Even so, he dared to swing his sword in front of him. She doesn't care about the feud between the Qingcheng school and Su Xin. Also, he can't touch members of the Eagle faction. Shi Qian greeted Mr. Wu. The heavenly maiden of Yijian school doesn't need to address him so formally. However, this Su Xin dared to kill his disciple. Is it for the sake of some tiny faction leader that she is willing to become their enemy? The girl repeated that it was Su Xin who killed his disciple. If Su Xin caused him an insult, the man can find him and take revenge. However, she is in debt to the Eagle faction and he cannot touch her. He saw that Meng Jingxian's disciple, the head of the Yijian school, did not lack courage. If it was her master in front of him, he would have turned around and left without a word. But it was her in front of him now. So there's no reason for him to leave now. The newly arrived man explained that he shouldn't have any objections, because Jian is a student of Yijian school. As it turns out, that person's name is Chu Bufeng. Has the Honorable Wu come to the point of oppressing the younger generation? This is not something to be proud of. Chu Bufeng's nickname is the Unwavering Sword. Wu Daoyuan wondered what a master from the top 10 of the human list whose strength was at the peak of Shengong was doing here. He saw that the Qingcheng school was acting too recklessly. If Honorable Wu dared to say anything else unnecessary, he would cut him. Chu Bufan must have lost his mind to say such things. The head of the Eagle faction killed the son of the Qingcheng school elder, and now the Yijian school was going to protect them. Now it was getting interesting who was oppressing who now. Even if he is Chu Bufan, does he even have the right to declare war on behalf of the Yijian school? Well, he doesn't really care who he kills. However, if anyone dares to touch the people who are under the protection of the Yijian school, he will personally get even with them. Be that as it may, he is a representative of one of the great groups. Isn't he afraid of bringing shame to the Yijian school with his brazen actions? But Chu Bufan only told him to shut up, and explained that he just had that kind of temper from birth. With those brash words, he began to piss him off even more. The man assumed that Qingcheng school had decided to take advantage of their master's absence today. They just pretend to seek revenge, and secretly expect to get their paws on the keys to the treasury. But right now, it's about the relationship between the two great sword schools. Chu Bufan should not slander them without reason. Since it came down to preserving their relationship, he should take his master and get out of here. Does he really think that their school is afraid of the Yijian school? Wu Daoyuan told him to shut up. They decided to leave. After they left, the man called them a gang of little bastards. She thanked Mentor Chu, for he had arrived just in time. The girl doesn't know what would have happened if he hadn't been here. That little brat should be glad his business brought him here. Otherwise, she'd be in trouble. Well, the girl just showed him her tongue. Li Huai thanked Mr. Chu for coming to their rescue. The girl explained that faction leader Li shouldn't express his gratitude. Because of the treasure, they would stay in Changnin County for a while longer. They will never forget Mrs. Z's kindness. She also said that it was all organized by their past boss. Not to mention that he had provided Yijian school with one extremely talented person. It turns out the boss really had it all figured out. Huang suggested setting up a table for the guest of honor who had just recently arrived in Changning County. Shubufan was fine with it. He told the Honorable Huan to lead them, and also that he should remember to bring a good drink. A little later, the man asked his mentor what they should do now, if Su Xin could really get away with it. From his strength, the table began to break. He explained to this clueless idiot that the Qingcheng school wouldn't be able to save face if they got away with killing his direct student. Hao Ming didn't he understand what to do then? He had just received information that Su Xin had left the city on horseback last night. Right now, they didn't even know which direction he had headed. Find out. He couldn't do it naturally. He is too foolish to think that with the power of the early sky, it is impossible to overtake a fast horse. If the mentor says so, he will immediately give an order to catch up with Su Xin. But the mentor told him to wait. In Changning County, one of the branches of the Blood Mantle Tower exists. The man should send people there, have them get in touch with the leader of the Blood Mantle Tower in Shangnan Province. They need to find out Su Xin's exact location. It turns out that the mentor wants to hire people from the Blood Mantle Tower to kill Su Xin. Naturally, he will do it himself. Qingcheng School is famous for its righteousness, so they can't hire an assassin for such a small matter. He understood his mentor's intent, and as soon as he got the information, he would report back to him immediately. A disciple also arrived at his beck and call. He ordered to head straight to the school and pass on the news so that they would put a bounty on Su Xin's head on the blacklist. He should also tell them not to be stingy. Meanwhile, Su Xin was riding a horse. As it turned out, he had been riding non-stop for the third day. He should be crossing the forests of Jiangnan any minute now. He also did not know the current situation in Changning County. But there were already people following him. He stopped the horse, whereupon the guy asked who was here. He killed the Qingcheng School's man, and on top of that, he was almost able to fool him. His courage is truly impressive. He was caught up after all. Su Xin wondered how quickly they had caught up with him like that. But he's not as brave as he's made out to be. Besides, Fang Dongting himself tried to kill him. It's only natural that he had to fight back. Even bulls and rams won't just give themselves up for slaughter. The man recognized that he had said it all well. He admired his fortitude, so he gave him a choice. Either Su Xin would kill himself or Wu Daoyuan would personally kill him. But he should remember the words of the protagonist. He had said that he was not cattle, and he would certainly not go willingly to the slaughter. He'll pay for being so stubborn. Wu Daoyuan summoned his sword. That's the sword that came out of its sheath. He jumped to grab that sword and give it a crushing blow. The silhouette of a phoenix appeared behind him. Since the guy chose the first option, at what point would he end Su Xin himself? He used the water and fire technique, the flame bird. The guy felt the power that is at the Shenggong border. Su Xin began to prepare the system for Vajrayana conversion. The guy was shocked that the system didn't work. She was unable to give him access to the store. There was less and less time left before this attack caught up with him. After all he's been through, this is where he's going to die. But fate decided to have mercy on him after all. Some unknown object dispelled Wu Daoyuan's technique. He didn't expect anyone to help this guy. Who would have thought that a master at the Shenggong boundary would use his full power to kill a cultivator who hadn't even reached the early heaven level? Fortunately, Taewu King came to his rescue, as he always does. He had already saved the protagonist from many troubles. No one expected to see a representative of the imperial court here. But at the moment, he is not a representative of the imperial house. Now, he is the one who will kill him with his own hands. He's so cocky. This is not good at all. He thought this attack was directed at him, but it wasn't like that. Wu Daoyuan shouted for everyone to move aside, but it was too late. The last word the student uttered was exactly mentor, after which he fell. How unfortunate that after the passing of the great master of the 4 perfections of the Qingcheng school, none of them had ever been able to master the technique of the 4 perfections. What a shame. Now, the only thing left of the 4 perfections technique was the White Tiger technique branch led by Wu Daoyuan. There were rumors that the 4 perfect techniques had no followers left at all. Is it really true? Daoyuan was asked who he even was for daring to do such a thing. Tawushin couldn't bear to see the martial arts community of past generations fall into disrepair. Be that as it may, he is still on the human list. So the man had one question. How after all these years of training can you still be at such a low level? Taewu King was able to piss this old man off. Wu Daoyuan shouted at him to shut up. The old man used a spiritual technique, Great White Tiger. Of course, he attacked the man with the desire to kill him. But the truth is that Taewu King doesn't think so. He stopped Wu Daoyuan's sword. This historian dared to attack him to kill him when he himself is nothing but trash. Mahamudra of Mount Sumeru. This man is a phoenix-winged knife wielder, and a representative of the T family of 6 ministries. He has pretty good powers of observation, but it's too bad it won't do him any good. That kid really went out of his way to kill him. Wu Daoyuan recoiled from this attack. Taewu King is a prominent person in the imperial court, and yet he so rashly interferes in the affairs of Jianghu's people. Apparently, he is not afraid of the consequences at all. But he's talking too much for someone who's about to die, and that annoying old man was finally done. All the man said was that garbage will always remain garbage. Sushin observed this. Taewu King assumed that the Su faction leader didn't expect to see him here. The boy confirmed these words. Mr. T had always been a mystery to him. Is this kind of strength befitting the position of the chief warden of the 12th Eastern District? But this is where he's really wrong. The Imperial Court has indeed appointed him to the post of senior warden of the 12th Eastern District. Before that, he was just a small-time detective. Could it be that all the petty detectives are capable of killing a warrior on the Shengong border in a second? Sushin is very grateful to Mr. T for coming to his rescue today, but he still wants to know what it all means. If truth be told, the Imperial Court had long been aware of the existence of Du Yuansheng's underlings. The same goes for the treasure, as well as Shun Qingfeng's true identity. One wondered at the time why they were not exterminated and allowed to live until the present. In fact, that's all they know. The problem was what is unknown about other people. They don't know how many followers they have either. 2 years ago, the Imperial Court had sent him to Chungning County to work undercover to find a way to cover them all in one fell swoop. The miscalculation was that they didn't expect Gong Qingfeng and the others to be so patient, only to proceed with their plans 2 years later. It turns out that he had thought of everything in detail. Even if Gong Qingfeng and Jiang Lin didn't die in the dungeon, they still wouldn't leave Changning County alive. And it seemed like he wasn't going to do anything about Sushin and the rest of Changning's guild leaders getting hit in this way. But don't blame him for this situation he was in now. He had actually tried to draw Sushin's attention earlier. When he had asked about the school's stance regarding the treasure, he had actually hinted at the true state of affairs. Unfortunately, it's too late to think about it. He didn't look like the Su faction's faction leader was repenting for what he had done. He simply killed Feng Rui, the son of the Blue Sword of Destruction, without a word. A person who had reached the boundary of the primordial spirit. And from the looks of it, he didn't even hesitate for a second. He asked Mr. T not to call him faction leader. After all that happened, he was like a strayed dog who could only run away without a trace. But it doesn't have to be. Since he didn't hesitate to kill Wu Daoyuan, a member of the White Tiger Direction, one of the 4 Perfection Sword Group from the Qingcheng School, to save Sushin, Taewu King should offer him another way out. But the guy really didn't understand what Mr. T was talking about. Well, it was pretty simple. He needs to join 6 ministries. Sushin clearly did not expect this. He's already said that Sushin's talent is being wasted. His skills will come in handy in the civil service. Of course, it would be a step backwards for him. But right now, he had no choice but to join the 6 ministries. And the gentleman has played his cards really well. He's afraid that it clearly took more than a couple of days to prepare such an offer. Taewu King has recognized him as wired. He believes that Sushin's hidden potential will bring the Tae family into raptures. But he suggested that all is not quiet within the 6 ministries either. There would be a power struggle in the main repertoire. He had only recently entered his life path and hadn't even reached the early heaven level. If he joined the 6 ministries, he might play the role of a whipping boy there. But in this world, there are power struggles everywhere, although the T clan is the most prominent in the 6 ministries. But recently, there have been people who have begun to claim their position, and there are many of them. Taewu King realizes that he is worried about the difficulties that await on the road after joining the 6 ministries. But the thing is, his name has been placed on a blacklist. Now the 6 ministries and the Tae clan are his only possible choices. Of course, this is the first time the protagonist has heard of the blacklist. He may not have known it, but the guy became the first late sky warrior to have a blacklisted bounty assigned to him. You could say he set a record. The blacklist works on the same principles as the heavenly, earthly, and human lists. There are 360 names on this list. The only difference is that there is a reward for the heads of the people on the blacklist. The rankings and the amount of the reward also depends on the strength of the warrior. The reward that the Qingcheng Blacklist School has set for him is not insignificant. Given his current strength, the guy should be able to realize how long he can live under these circumstances. Realizing the whole current situation, he thanked Mr. Tae for the offer and agreed to join the 6 ministries. He made the right choice. Wise is he who considers the course of events. And there's no need to worry too much. Being a member of the 6 ministries was not as bad as he had imagined. He couldn't vouch for how the imperial court would treat him, but he could assure Su Xin that the 6 ministries and the Tay clan wouldn't harm him. He started cleaning up the evidence behind him. The guy was interested in how he disposed of the corpses. It's not necessary, but it's better that no one knows about the recent events. After all, Taewoo King is acting on behalf of the 6 ministries. They're trying to keep their work out of the public eye. He asked Mr. T because he didn't know if it could be done. It was possible that the 6 ministries could remove his name from the blacklist, but there's no way to do that. If it was about the human list, he could help make some changes to it. However, the blacklist and everything related to it is under the control of 8 sects of sorcery. The 6 ministries have no direct influence over them. He doesn't have to worry about it. If there was no news about the people on the blacklist for 6 months, their names were automatically removed from the blacklist. 6 ministries will definitely find a way to give him a safe place for 6 months. So all he has to do is lay low for 6 months. Guy asked how the hierarchy in the 6 ministries was organized and what position he would hold once he joined. The highest position in the 6 ministries is that of Chief Commandant. This position is currently held by the head of the Tay clan, the Tay Ao Vulture. After him in the hierarchy come the 4 great overseers. One of these positions is also held by a member of the Tay clan. After the 4 great wardens come the senior wardens of the provinces. There are 49 provinces in this country, and each province has 1 senior warden and several junior wardens. In addition, there are several provinces and districts in each province. If these districts have high influence, then the 6 ministries can also send individual senior wardens to them. At the same time, if the influence of the districts is low, then 1 senior warden is responsible for the entire province. Of course, all this power is on the surface. The true balance of power in the 6 ministries is not something that ordinary people are allowed to know. No wonder the people of Jianghu are terrified at the mere mention of the 6 ministries. The power of this ministry is indeed great. In addition to the chief wardens, there are 2 other forces at the disposal of the 6 ministries in each province. There are also unclassified senior wardens in each province who report directly to the general command. They are divided into secret agents and Zhuifeng sentries. Secret agents are the eyes and ears of the 6 ministries. Their main duty is to check and supervise people from the militant communities who are doing illegal activities, as well as gathering intelligence. Because of this, the 6 ministries have a wide information network and rely on them for their information. As for Zhuifeng's sentries, in addition to gathering information, they often have to pursue fugitives from martial communities. In addition to gathering information, Zhuifeng's sentries also have to carry out controversial tasks alone. But its emblem was inscribed Zhuifeng. The requirements for the strength and training of Zhuifeng's sentries are much higher than those of secret agents. Before he assumed the position of the senior warden of Chongning County, he also had the status of a Zhuifeng sentinel. His assignment was to seek out the underdogs of the ferocious lion and cover them in one fell swoop. And for this task, all the forces of the 6 ministries that were in Shangnan province were provided. It turns out that Mr. Tay is proposing that Su Xin be appointed as Zhuifeng's sentinel. He has guessed correctly. In fact, his power isn't strong enough to take the position. But given his intelligence and methods, there is no better position for him than this one. He showed a potion of mysterious power called the Tian Chong Pill. With its help, he would be able to achieve the power at the border of early heaven's Chai Hai in a short period of time. Taewoo King hopes the kid doesn't disappoint him. Su Xin thanked Mr. T. In completing the task of eliminating Du Yuansheng's underdogs, there was also Su Xin's merit. He deserves it. Taewoo King will report to the 6 ministries on his merits. When the time comes, he will be able to exchange his points at the headquarters for the elixirs, techniques, skills, and so on that he needs. He's borrowing the guy's horse for now. He asked to wait for him here. The man will return in a few days, but for now, he will go to the Shangnan Province Branch 6 of the Ministry and give them the information about Su Xing. He has the opportunity to make the most of this time and reach the early sky-level boundary. There's no way Su Xin should leave here until he returns. Zhou Dynasty, Shengjing City, the head office of 6 ministries. A man came out to post an updated human list. Another man started pushing. The other men shouted at him where his manners had gone. These people have got a lot of nerve. Whoever dares to crowd him gets his ass kicked. The people list for the current period has been updated and will remain so until next month today. The same applies to ranks. Anyone who riots in front of the 6 ministries will be killed without pardon. Everyone immediately fell silent. Fool Lin Changhe of the Taoist primary substance sect has been grabbing the top spot for 5 years. It's a new record. Second on the list, however, was He Shu, the Child of the Sword. Hisho Sword Child and Lord of Tranquility have also been ranked second and third for 2 or 3 years now. It seems like the human list is pretty stable this time around. But it was a wonder why the Yiqian School's celestial maiden, Ziejian, had suddenly moved from 78th place to 31st place out of the blue. It was written in the girl's battle merits that she had single-handedly destroyed 20 Taihu people, for which she received the title of Heavenly Maiden. Then she had destroyed 4 demons from Loshan without flaw, using the Yijian Foresight technique. And 3 days ago, she had slain a warrior with the Shenggong strength of the early heaven, the head of the Summer Altar Hall of the Year Cycle Group, Zhang Ling. Another man said about writing down this note faster, because this is very important news. They also noticed another change. The list included a person who was not a member of any current. It was Su Xin's Swift Sword. It was unclear how a warrior at the late heaven level could be on the human roster. He was originally the head of a small faction in Xiangnan province. 3 days ago, he defeated Fang Dongting, the son of an elder of Qingcheng School, and took his 105th place on the human list. At the same time, Qingcheng School had set a high reward for him in the blacklist. Being a person who is not a member of any current, he dared to kill a person from the Qingcheng School. This character is really fierce, but the man hit him to make him write faster. If he can't sell the information because of his hiccups, he'll skin the man. 4 days later, Jiangnan Province, Shengjian Mountain Peak, Yijin Sword School. Xieqian tried to calm the little girl down, explaining that her brother was no longer in any danger. She knows that. Jinner will master this sword technique perfectly to be able to protect her brother. She will really be able to do that. Meanwhile, the guy was cultivating. He heard someone nearby, after which he asked who was here. It was Tei Wuqing who had noticed that there was such a powerful energy around Su Xin's human list talent. It looked like he had restrained his cultivation for quite a long time. Su Xin greeted Mr. T. But such courtesy is unnecessary, especially since he is already on the human roster, so he is no longer a nobody. The boy didn't understand what the gentleman meant. He would understand everything better if he looked at it with his own eyes. Teutzen had just brought the list from the people's room, and it was indeed signed there as a Swift Sword. With that kind of imagination, they could have come up with an even worse name. When you hear that name, you get the impression that you're talking about some little bastard. The guy wondered who was there who had so generously bestowed such a nickname upon him. Just looking at Xiejian's nickname, Yuanyu 9 Calamities, one could immediately tell what her skill level was, but he should be happy about it. There are far more unpleasant nicknames among Jiang Hu's men. Besides, it can easily be changed once he achieves worthwhile martial merits. But for now, he should forget about it. Right now, he's on the blacklist, and fame is the last thing he needs right now. The guy is saying all the right things. Te Wuqing is glad that he was able to reach the Qihai boundary of the early sky. After all, he had just got a task for the boy in Shangshan City. He must have heard that this city was the largest trading center in Xiangnan Province. However, it was very different from Changning County and other districts and regions in the province. Originally, Shangshan was not a city as such. It wasn't until a few decades ago that the current ruler of the city himself founded it. This ruler is the head of the Spirit Harmony martial community, whose name is Yan Huangjiu. It's worth noting that if Shangshan was just a commercial center, they wouldn't pay attention to it. However, aside from that, the city is also a gathering place for cultivators from all over Xiangnan Province. In this place, the weakest cultivator one would encounter would be at the beginning or middle level of the late sky. There must be a purpose why the imperial court wants to send him to such a place. Perhaps there is a problem in Shangshan City that needs to be resolved. There was no specific problem, but there was a threat of one. Although Yan Huangju was officially the head of the Spirit Harmony martial community, but he was already too old, and according to their information, he didn't have much longer to live. A month ago, he gave away most of his power in hopes of choosing a worthy heir among his 13 sons and daughters. Now he was swinging between the currents of the Jianghu people and the imperial court. If he had continued to rule the city himself, the imperial court would have let it slide. But his sons and daughters are not so simple. Many of them now have the great groups of Xiangnan province behind them. It is unclear whether whoever becomes the head of Shanshan will remain neutral like their father, or if they will choose between the martial communities and the imperial court. If what he says is true, and the great bands are really pouring oil on the fire, then if they decide to play fair, things could work out. But if they do cause turmoil or rebellion, the consequences are hard to imagine. So his assignment is to support one candidate who will side with the imperial court and help him become the head of the city. But if that proves impossible, he can kill them all if necessary. He understands the essence of the assignment, and so he inquired about the timeline. Considering Yan Huangju's health condition, the biggest thing is a year. But after all, he still has 6 months to hide because of his being blacklisted. So doing it for the remaining 6 months is going to be a bit of a problem. Taewoo King understands what the guy is worried about, so he has already prepared a new identity for him. But Su Xin still needs to go with him to order a mask with human skin that he will wear to hide his real identity. After that, he will be able to proceed with the mission. But you don't have to go to all that trouble. If he needs a mask, he already has one. He pulled out a mask and put it on. The boy wondered what Mr. T thought about it. The man replied that this mask was flawless. If he hadn't seen Su Xin wearing it with his own eyes, he would have definitely mistaken him for someone else. The man gave him information about his new identity. Let him not immediately rush to Shanshan City, but first familiarize himself with his legend properly. This book contains information about the martial communities of the 6 ministries. The book categorizes all the communities into 3 tiers based on their influence. It also shows some of the ways in which secret agents communicate with each other. Wu Qing still has some things to do, so he'll leave now. A guy shouldn't take on something he can't do. If things don't go according to plan, he should run away right away. It doesn't even matter if he fails the task. In that case, the top will send stronger people to deal with the matter. Since the man trusted him, there was no way Su Xin would harm his reputation. He will definitely complete this assignment. He loves dealing with smart people, because they grasp everything on the fly. The protagonist wished the gentleman a happy journey. A little later, he read the new information about himself. Su Xin is undercover, which is what you'd expect from 6 ministries. His character is a human from the human list. As a disciple of the Wanderer of the 4 Perfections Zhong Haoyan, he needs to look, speak, and act accordingly. Currently, the owner had 1,180 antagonist points, as well as 113 top-level rotations. The system suggested using them now. This damn system just now decided to show itself. Where was it when its owner almost died? As it turned out, the system was discovered to be secretly monitored by a strong master. In order to preserve the system's existence in secret, an automatic shutdown was initiated. It turns out that it can put him in a similar position when his life is at stake. But the system doesn't understand. The owner now has all his arms and legs in place and nothing life-threatening. So why does he look unhappy? If the damn system has any conscience left, let it tell him the right technique for his current situation. Based on the owner's request, the system recommended to choose the Crimson River's spiritual sword technique, which belongs to Fang Yingkang. The technique rating is 3 stars, and the character rating is 3.5 stars. Fan Yingkan. The full version of the Crimson River spiritual sword includes the sword technique itself, the later developed Crimson River finger technique, and the earth-level blade of the Crimson River sword, which the man received from his father Fang Juxia. The owner should also take note that he did not have enough antagonist points to purchase the full set. The system automatically spent 80 starting level spins, as well as all the antagonist points available to the wielder to purchase the first stage of the Crimson River spiritual sword technique. The guy asked what kind of person this system is. It seems like it should be up to him to decide what to spend those points on. It shouldn't be up to the system. But the system does not belong to any biological category, is therefore not a human being. Still, he surrendered under the onslaught of the system. Su Xin ordered him to exchange the remaining entry-level spins for mid-level spins and use them. Download has begun. The machine was in condition for use. The system congratulated the owner on his winning the consumable item Air Execution. The owner of the technique is named Wuhua Hashan, and her rating is 2 stars. This subject was too strange, so he decided to continue. This time he received an elixir, but the guy didn't wait for an explanation on how to use this elixir, and immediately started the next rotation. This time, the system congratulated him for obtaining the Duan Yanking character technique. The techniques, First Yang's Finger, Duan Clan Swordsmanship Art, and Ventriloquism Art, were also obtained. The character rating is 3 stars, and the technique rating ranges from 0.5 to 3.5 stars. Although the strength of the technique is relatively low, it will come in handy in his current position. If one were to use his realized sword intent, one would be able to compensate for its lack of power. 2 days later, Shanshan City. Finally, he saw what this city was like. The boy recognized that it was quite lively. Other people began to hurry, for something interesting was about to begin. The man asked why the other man was in a hurry. Such an event happens every day. Sushin put his hand on him and the man asked what he wanted. The protagonist apologized for being rude. He explained that he just wanted to know what they had just talked about. The man only shook off his hand and asked his brother if this was his first time in Shanshan. The guy wondered how on earth he had been able to guess that. Those arriving here for the first time have no idea about the Cloud Arena. Every day at this time, there are fights in the Cloud Arena. Naturally, crowds of people flock there to watch. He wondered what this Cloud Arena was all about. The man explained that this is one of the features of Shanshan. It is a public arena in the center of the city, which was erected by the head of Yan City. There is a ranking of 100 people in the Cloud Arena. If a warrior wishes to participate, he must first pay the mandatory fee. If a person wins, he advances in rank and, of course, receives a monetary reward. If the winner does not wish to continue participating, he or she loses 1/3 of the reward. As for those in the top 30, if they manage to hold their positions for a month, the head of the city pays them a generous reward in the form of a bonus. Using the warriors' fees for tickets, a reward is generated, and those who want to end their participation must still return 1/3 of the reward. And the Yan head of this city is indeed a businessman from heaven. Warriors take part in battles in the Cloud Arena to become famous. He understands that. But at first glance, the head of the city himself has nothing to gain from it. But it's not like that. If he could stay in the top 10 of the Cloud Arena for 3 days or more, or directly defeat someone from the top 30 and take his place, then the head of the city could personally hire him. Now I see what this is all about. It turns out that the main purpose of the Cloud Arena is to find talented people. The man also warned that if he saw a group of 13 noble people, he should never incur their wrath. These people are the sons and daughters of the head of Yan City. Just recently, the head of the city decided to choose his successor. He gave each of the candidates one symbol, which gives the right to manage one shopping street. During this year, the one who earns the most will become the heir. But after all, the head of Yan City is also a master of the martial arts community. Why would he even care about the future heir's commercial ability? Of course, that wasn't the point. The symbols given by the Yan City head could be given as well as captured through battles in the Cloud Arena. Heir candidates could pit their warriors against each other and put their symbols on the line. In this way, it is possible to capture a symbol from another candidate. Su Xin, who was pretending to be Meng Qingji at the moment, thanked the stranger whose name he did not know. This man's name is Fang Hao. He took the boy's hand and led him to the arena as the fight was about to begin. And so they arrived at the arena. He marveled at how big the scene was. Fang Hao told him to speak softly and turned his attention to the people sitting upstairs. As it turned out, they were the 13 children of the Yan City head. The one in the center was the eldest son of the head of the city, whose name is Yan Shuheng. He is the one with the most savings in Shanshan City. On the left sits the second son of the head of Yan City, whose name is Yan Zhongheng. This man is famous for his cunning and cruelty. He is arrogant and willful, and does not tolerate a grain of sand in his eye. And this is the 9th son of the head of Yan City, whose name is Yan Chengheng. He is a man of integrity who is known for his fairness and unselfishness, and also has an excellent reputation outside the city. All in all, he is the complete opposite of the second son. And this is the 13th son of the head of Yan City, Yan Jiheng. This is his favorite son, and standing beside him are his protectors as well. The head of Yan City personally selected and granted his 13th son 3 early heaven warriors. These 4 have the best chance of winning this race. The other 8 candidates know they don't have enough power and influence to win, so they all align themselves with one of the 4 main candidates. But after all, the city head has 13 children, and he was only talking about the other 8. Maybe Fang Hao just made a mistake. Then, he pointed to the place where the 12th daughter of the Yan City head, whose name is Yan Qingshui, was standing. Her status is different from the other 12 sons and daughters. She is an illegitimate daughter. Yan Huangju's 12th daughter, Yan Qingshui, although Madame Yan's mother was not of noble blood, and the other siblings are most disliked by the young lady, she is nevertheless famous for her integrity and kindness to others. In any case, she has no backbone to win this race. The system has given him a task called Ungrateful and Windy. He needs to gain the love of Yan Qingshui's 12th illegitimate daughter and then dump her. The time limit was 1 year. As a reward, he would be given 500 antagonist points and 5 mid-level spins. If he failed the task, 500 antagonist points and 5 years of life would be taken away. This system has no morals at all since it issues such an assignment as churlish and windy. It would be better suited to the name of the mail system. The system reminded that this assignment is a primary assignment, and the owner cannot opt out of it. He only stared at the system in silence. Fang Hao touched his shoulder and asked his brother where he was hovering. Could it be that he was so much enchanted by young Miss Yan Qingshui's beauty? Sushin replied that the brother was only thinking hard. The man explained that there was no shame in it. They are both men, after all. To tell the truth, when Fang Hao himself first saw her, his reaction was much stronger than Sushin's. Alas, now the young mistress can only sympathize. After the death of her mother and the hardships that followed, the head of Yan City finally brought her to Shanshan, but none of the other members recognized her. And now, because of this whole situation with symbols, she will have to overcome even more difficulties. But it doesn't have to be. Living on the mercy of others often means living on a bird's license. She should know what that means. If the system pointed to her, then he would start with that girl. Besides, it would be a good start for the assignment he received from the 6 ministries. Since Sushin was destined to hurt her, he would immediately start with compensation and give her a grand gesture. Yan Zhongheng noticed that they had been competing in the Cloud Arena for so long, but so far, no one had surpassed anyone. He asked if there was even any point in continuing like this. Yan Zhongheng replied that determining the winner through battles in the Cloud Arena was second brother's idea. Yan Jicheng swept up. Everyone knows that the sibling and mother of the 2 brothers is a great saint of one of Xiangnan's great hands. Therefore, among his subordinates are all masters and experts. The second brother was tired of listening to this chatter. He also noticed that everyone else had already brought their subordinates to battle in the Cloud Arena. The only one left was Sis. He assumed to pit her subordinate against his Fang Ge. Yan Qingxu explained that she wasn't going to fight for the characters right now. If he was so eager to challenge her, then let him find someone else. If she doesn't want to put her fighter in the arena, that's up to her. Just let her give her symbol to Yan Zhongheng and he won't bother her anymore. The girl apologized because she couldn't give him up. She also asked him not to bother her anymore. Those words made him angry. Did that girl really think she could stay out of it? Either she will simply hand over her symbol, or she will send her subordinates to the Cloud Arena for slaughter. The first brother, Yan Shuheng, replied that the second brother was wrong. He also asked why he was scaring their little sister so much. The second brother explains that the first brother doesn't need to make a big deal out of it. They know exactly what he's up to. He turned to his sister and told her that if she gave her symbol to her older brother, there was no way he would let her down. He also mentioned whether her mother was from Ningzhou County. If she agreed to her brother's proposal, he would buy vacant land in Ningzhou County for her, and also erect a memorial tomb for her mother, but she only remained silent. The 13th brother noticed that little sister Qingchui was not at all interested in her big brother's proposal. He only looked at her angrily. Since Sis still can't make a choice, it shouldn't be a surprise that the other brother is so angry. Tonight, everything will be decided in the Cloud Arena, one way or another. The man asked the young mistress to let him go. Otherwise, the gentleman would not leave her alone. But he won't be able to handle Fang Gi. She explained to the second brother that she could not send her subordinates to certain death. Who the hell does she think she is? This girl is just a common bastard of the family. Does she have a fantasy in her head that she can become the head of the city? Qizhong, who was serving the young mistress, stepped in to make second brother watch his tongue. Since they need a fighter in the Cloud Arena, he is willing to do it. Qingsui asked him not to do anything stupid, but he only apologized to the lady. A man can't stand to see them throwing mud at her. He entered the arena. The second brother ordered his subordinate not to immediately start beating at full strength. Fanga also entered the Cloud Arena. He'll give this boy a chance. That's why Qi Jin can attack first. The man immediately attacked with his swords, but Fanji took his punch. If that's all he's capable of, then this scum should die. The girl began to worry about Qizhang. The man used a dark moon strike. This blow wounded Qizhang and knocked the swords out of his hands. Fango advised Qizhang to surrender while he could still do so. He also advised that the subordinate should tell his mistress to give up her symbol. But there's no way he'd betray his mistress. He got a great chance to survive and he's so ungrateful. Since he is in such a hurry to die, Fang Ge will fulfill his wishes. The girl immediately jumped up and yelled for him not to do it. She also appealed to Liang Bo to help Qizhang sooner rather than later. But it's worth remembering that this is the Cloud Arena, and if the old man interferes, he'll be breaking its rules. He is a respected man in the city, but if he lets his hands loose and disregards their good treatment, then let them not be surprised at the consequences that will follow. Fangi hopes that he will remain as faithful a dog in his next life as well. The man apologizes to the young mistress for no longer being able to protect her. The sword was already near his neck, but then a stick appeared and prevented the man from being killed. Others didn't realize what was happening or who did it. Qingsui was still worried about Qizhang, and so the protagonist appeared on the cloudy arena of the celestial sky. Fan Ge was angry after all. This bedbug was apparently looking for death since he was interfering in the fight. Upon entering Jianghu, years and months passed. He used his technique and hit the striker. This attack threw the man right back against the wall his master was standing on. Yan Zhongheng ordered everyone to capture this madman. 5 people immediately attacked him. He immediately drew his sword. After that, he used a technique. The grand plans are one big joke. Thanks to this technique, he dismantled everyone with all the people who wanted to grab him. But there's always time for a drink. This is a description of the legend of the protagonist's character. He found this drink to be excellent. Fang Hao did not understand what brother Meng Qingjie, who is Su Xin, was doing. Others noticed that he had released true ki. This is getting quite interesting, especially when they have an early sky warrior in front of them. The second son asked who he was and why he had come to town, and especially why he was making a mess of things here. If the road is rough, someone will level it. If there is injustice, someone will intervene. That's what's happening here. He hates to see a bunch of dorks insulting and bullying a weak, gentle girl. People in this century must value good, punish evil, and in the right part do not hesitate to show heroism. One must be free and proud. He said his name was Meng Qingjie and also swept up that he would stay in the city for a while. If anyone wants to take revenge on him, let them come boldly. He is not afraid of men who hover like flies and crawl like dogs. He will kill as many of them as come. The second brother already wanted to say something to him, but the subordinate stopped him because a very important stage was underway. Therefore, they should not complicate the situation further. They should weigh everything and think it over. Yan Zhongheng shouted out for this Mei Qingze to not hesitate, for they still had a long way to go, after which they decided to leave. Feng Hao didn't expect brother Meng to turn out to be a master. That's what it means to be a decent person who doesn't show his abilities. Although it's a little sad that the main character kept it from him. The girl wondered if her subordinate's league was in order. He apologized because he was of no use, but Qing Sui calmed him down. In fact, if Qizhang hadn't done so, she doesn't even know if she would have been able to continue to endure the attacks from all sides. But the man just can't stand the fact that they dared to harass the young mistress. Liang Bo remarked that he was still so young, and he was so easy to be pissed off by simple words. The old man explained that perhaps the appearance of this brave man called Meng Qingjie could prove to be a great fortune for them. Qing Sui asked what the old man meant. The old man explained to lure Meng Qingjie to his side. The girl confirmed the wire to the old men. Young Meng is indeed such a personable person. If such a person from Jianghu spurs their horse, it will be impossible for them. But first, she'd have to learn how to ride a horse herself. This man is apparently still reeling from his injuries. While the two were bickering among themselves, the old man turned to the young mistress. He saw the mistress's worries and tried to reassure her somehow. If they really managed to get his support, the girl wouldn't have to worry about her safety anymore. Not to mention the fact that she might have a chance to compete for the position of the city's head. She knows that Liang Bo wishes the best for her, but Mr. Meng is a master who possesses such crushing power. She doubts that she will be able to get his support. As it turned out, the girl had heard the name of this master somewhere before. Only she couldn't understand where she could have heard it. And something dawned on the old man's head, and he asked to bring the people's list. Qijin handed him the human list. Now it was clear where she might have heard that name. This Meng is indeed a newly minted warrior of the human list. In the past, he was a disciple of the Wanderer of the Four Perfections, a master at the boundary of spirit harmony. The second brother broke the table over all this news. He didn't understand where this man who is also on the human list even came from. This Meng Qingjie has absolutely no respect for Shanshan's foundations. The attendant, whose name was Zhang Guang, and who was on the Kuihai of the early sky, suggested that if they did not find this man, it could cause a lot of trouble in the future. Even if they do find him, what about what to do next? He seriously injured Fang Ge and the others. He is surrounded by nothing but scum. The man was also angered by the way this Meng Qingjie looked at him. Then all they can do is accept it. Other than being on the human list, they have seen him in action themselves. Although they are both at the border of the early heaven Shihai, Zhang Guang is definitely no match for him, but it makes no difference whether it is strong or not. Does the attendant think a strong dragon can't defeat a local serpent? If one man isn't enough to deal with it, he'll send two. And if two aren't enough, he'll send 20. Junheng simply refuses to believe that it can't be killed. But he doesn't have to do that. His teacher is the wanderer of the four perfections, Zong Haoyan, who was once a master at the boundary of spirit harmony. In his early years, Zong Haoyang traveled across the sea in search of ways to break through the boundaries of Yang-level spiritual power. Although there was no word from him until now, the fact that he had the time to train such a disciple showed that he had already succeeded in reaching Yang strength. With this kind of strength, even the city head wouldn't mess around. But they just can't just leave it at that. The guy was starting to feel like he had overplayed his hand a bit. If Yan Qingshui didn't dare to come to change him to his side because of this, then it would turn out that the plan was cunning, and he had done it rather foolishly. But he wouldn't worry about that for now. Worst case scenario, he'll have to figure out another way. Fang Hao came to him. He asked Brother Meng what he thought about accepting his younger brother. It's his first time in the city, and he doesn't know these places. He would probably need a guide. Does he really think he can work as a guide for free? Fang Hao replied that brother is such a generous master after all. Surely he could thank him a little. Of course, he will thank him. So while the protagonist is in Shanshan City, Fang Hao will accompany him. He knew the brother master wasn't some stingy little man, but he asked not to be called brother master, for it sounded strange. The man gave him the elixir in advance. And when Sushi leaves the city, the man will get more. As it turned out, it was a Shaolin small circulation elixir. He thanked the master for such a wonderful gift. Meanwhile, the man admitted that his second son has been getting more and more unreasonable lately. The subordinate asked his master to temper his anger. He brought what the head of the city had asked for. He also learned that this man was a disciple of Zong Haoyan. As one could see, he had inherited his teacher's manner of drinking and writing poetry, as well as his fighting style. In the Cloud Arena, he won in a one-on-one fight, and then also defeated an entire crowd. It wasn't just his position in the human roster that clearly spoke for his strength. The head of Shangshan City, Yan Huangjue, asked if Qingshui had tried to enlist Meng Qingjue's support afterward. The man replied that Liang he had already offered young Miss to team up with her, but she had refused. Qingshui is a good child, but her conscience makes her too weak. He owes her a huge debt for what happened to her mother, and he will help his daughter this time. The girl may not worry. Even if she decides to go against her eldest and second sons, he will still protect her. The city head called out to Liang He. As it turned out, it was the same Liang Bo. Yan Huangju inquired what the old man had to say about this Meng Qingjie. Ling He replied that this youngster's character strongly resembled his teacher. The town leader was going to instruct the old man to team up with this kid. This servant knows that the head of the city is very fond of the young mistress. But in the current situation, the young mistress is not willing to bring a human-list person to her side, especially with a power as powerful as Meng Qingjie's. The mayor ordered me to bring it here. As it turned out, this picture had been hand-painted by Zong Haoyan himself in the past. Fuck. He gave it to the love of his life, Shen Shijun, as a pledge when they got engaged. It's a picture of Shen Shijun herself. We should give this painting to Meng Qingjie as a gift, even though he is indeed Zong Haoyan's disciple and has a noble character. But after receiving this gift, he will definitely agree to help them. The city leader also ordered to keep an eye on the two elder brothers, and check if they eventually sought the help of the great groups of Xiangnan province. We need to find out what incidents in Shanshan they had a hand in. The girl replied to Liang Bo that she knew her father was helping her, but by doing so, they will force the man to thank them. This might cause Mr. Meng to resent them, but young mistress has nothing to worry about. Judging from Mr. Meng's actions, he is not at all such a petty and limited person. They were already being watched. This foolish woman really thinks that because this man saved her yesterday, he will immediately decide to jump into her arms. She's just asking for trouble. They came to the inn. The guy immediately saw Madame Yan Qingsui. He also apologized for not greeting her on the doorstep. She explained that she came here to express her gratitude for her help yesterday, but she shouldn't have to do that at all. He just couldn't stand what those people did. The guy invited everyone in. It is hard to find such valiant and noble people like Mr. Meng in the world nowadays. But young mistress, you must not exalt him so. He's not some noble knight. The lad is just a wanderer who follows his desires. So the girl inquired who he thought deserved such a title. He explained that such a title is deserved by the great heroes of this time who serve the state and the people, and also does not seek personal gain. This is a man with a clear conscience, who strives with his head to prop up the sky. and to stand on the ground with his feet. Mr. Meng really is a man of high principles. Qing Shui was completely amazed by this. The girl assumed that the young mistress was attracted to Mr. Meng. However, she shouldn't forget why they came here. The boy asked to tell her what mistress needed. If it was in his power, he would definitely help her. She has one brazen request for him. The girl suggested that he join her faction. She asked the Lord not to be in a hurry to refuse the request. They know that asking him to get involved in the affairs of Shanshan City might put him in a difficult position. But if he agrees to help the young lady, the painting will become his property. This canvas must be familiar to the gentleman. And then he guessed that it was the painting his mentor had given to his mentor mother. Fortunately, Tewu King had given him quite a bit of information about the person he was pretending to be. Otherwise, he would have been quickly exposed. The girl replied that it was indeed the same canvas that Zhong Haoyan had given to his beloved as a pledge when they got engaged. Even if the guy doesn't agree to help them, that cloth will still be his. He can consider it as a thank you for helping them yesterday, but you shouldn't say that. This painting was very dear to his master. At that time, the Shen family rejected the marriage between the master and the mother mentor. Therefore, the mentor was forced to go to a distant land, and later it was said that the mother mentor died of illness. He searched for this painting for a very long time, but all was to no avail. Therefore, he even thought that the Shen family had gotten rid of it. Now that he can return the canvas to his mentor, however, the man is sure to be overjoyed. That reason alone is reason enough for him to agree to join the faction. If Mr. Meng can help them, Qing Sui will be eternally grateful to him. But the girl doesn't know whether she has the right to demand men to become her subordinate. The man explained that when doing anything, one must strictly follow the rules and laws. Any place needs a major and a minor. If others cannot see this, they will think she has no authority. Even the old man noticed that Mr. Meng's words and actions possessed true nobility. He had been a little doubtful before, but now he had no doubts left. The teacup broke. The second son didn't understand how this girl had managed to get hold of Zhong Haoyan's painting, and also why they hadn't gotten even a shred of information about it. The man explained that this Zhong Haoyan had been missing without a trace for 10 years. Even if someone had acquired this painting, he couldn't know what treasure had fallen into his hands. No one could have guessed that after 10 years of absence, he would train such a disciple and return to the martial community once again. Zhang Heng orders the men to gather, after which they will go to visit Meng Qingjie. The man wants to let him know that he is waiting for anyone who dares to poke his nose into his Shanshan's affairs. The subordinate tried to calm his master down. Since Mei Qingjie had already joined Qing Sui's group, the other three brothers would not sit idly by. They would no longer be able to hide the trump cards that they now held in their hands. This case isn't just about him. The rest of the brothers can't be allowed to stand idly by. Since Mr. Meng has decided to join them, he can go with her now. She will summon her people and they will hold a banquet in honor of his arrival. But Su Xin thinks that the person who has been following Qing Sui has already spread the news that he has joined her faction. The guy is afraid that some people couldn't help themselves and will come running here themselves. They shouldn't leave either. They'll wait for them here. At the same time, he can give the young mistress a great gift. The girl wondered what kind of gift we were talking about. Guy would let everyone in Shangshan City know that she now had enough strength to cross arms with Yan Zhuheng and the others. It didn't take long for the guests to arrive. It was one thing for a guy to arbitrarily interfere in the Cloud Arena battle yesterday. But now he's interfering in Shanshan's internal affairs. Does he really think that since he is on the human list, he can do whatever he wants? Yan Zhicheng explained that just because he was a disciple of the Wanderer of the Four Perfections, Zhong Haoyan, did not give him the right to rampage in the city. Yan Shuheng asked his little sister why she was doing this. If she were to seek the patronage of her elder brother, then he would, of course, protect her and provide her with a trouble-free life. But there are some things she can't get her hands on. The protagonist said that she was only modestly keeping up with the times and was merely taking advantage of one way to keep herself safe. If they can all secretly enjoy the support of other currents and groups, then why can't she do the same? It is obvious to him why all these people came here and what purpose they are pursuing. They've decided to pile up on him and kick him out of Shanshan. He's sorry to disappoint them, but that won't happen. On the contrary, he will ask them to go back to where they came from. The guy was fighting in the Cloud Arena again. People were discussing that just one person had inflicted defeat after defeat on the people accompanying the gentleman. It seemed to be the talent from the human roster. After he entered the young mistress's service, she had enough strength to compete on an equal footing with the other candidates. That was pretty hard to believe. So many people from Shanshan City saw the result of this competition. So the boy inquired about their agreement. The second brother already wanted to say something to him, but the first brother stopped him. It seems that it's not enough for the second brother that they have already lost today, and he wants them to lose face in Shanshan altogether. Yan Zhuheng told Shu Heng not to lecture him. He and Zhang Guang are leaving. The first explained that their subordinates were weaker. The promise, of course, must be kept. As long as Mr. Meng was in the city, surely they would not trouble their little sister. 13 added that he wished Mr. Meng had stayed with them longer. They don't have to worry about that. If Meng Qingjie takes on an assignment, he gives his all to its fulfillment. Since Honorable Meng was tired, she offered to walk with her to the park for a chat. The guy replied that she didn't need to be so ceremonious. They will just talk during the walk. He thinks that in such a short time they won't have time to get them in trouble. He inquired what the girl's future plans were. Master should have already seen that the strength of her subordinates is quite low. She can't rely on Master Meng for her time. Guy can certainly deal with the lack of strength of her subordinates, but it's important for him to know what Ms. Yan herself wants. Does she want to be permanently protected, or is she willing to fight for the position of the city's head? If it's just about safety, she has nothing to worry about now. But it's also worth considering what happens next. Is she going to wait for the 4 main candidates to take over and then turn their attention to her? She didn't even know what to say to that. Guy asked if it was okay to let someone sleep soundly on their own cot. All the thoughts and methods of her relatives must be right at her fingertips. She also has to think about the people around her. If that day comes, what will happen to that servant girl she grew up with? And what will happen to Liang Bo, who has always taken care of her, and Qi Zhang, who is like an older brother to her? Can the girl guarantee that they won't be affected? Such words disintegrated her, and she realized that she needed to fight, not just for herself, but for the others. The guy heard her words and her desires. Unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to keep her company in the park. Tomorrow he would be able to give her a proper response. After all, such a big thing as a struggle for the post of the mayor should be properly considered. Meanwhile, at the head of the city, he learned that judging from the current situation, if any of them inherited Shangshan City, they would become the vassal of the Shangnan martial communities. He also sensed the presence of Liang He, who had come but for some reason he wouldn't go in. Still, he went in and greeted the head. His man had already finished sorting out the elixirs. The higher order ones should be given to Meng Qingjie, and the rest should be used by the warriors he would gather around him. The head of the city has gathered so many resources, so he is going to support the young lady. But Yan Huangju immediately stopped this old man. He's out of his mind to be talking like this. Liang He apologized to the head. He was only happy for the young mistress, so he forgot himself. The head of the city is a father, after all. If someone finds out that he secretly favors one of his children, it will certainly create resentment. He doesn't want any of his children to plot a rebellion in Shanshan in the last years of his life. Long He understood the will of the city head, and so he said that no one would know about what happened today. Yan Qingshu's domain, the next day. She called Mr. Meng over to her. It seemed to the girl that by using that picture, she tricked the man into helping her. Therefore, she felt extremely uncomfortable. Fortunately, they happened to have some elixirs here, so she decided to give this as compensation. But she had not deceived him in any way. That cloth was more than enough. He was more interested in where she'd gotten those elixirs. The old man explained that they were given to him yesterday by the head of the city. Among them were the elixirs of the highest order, which the head of the city wanted to give to the man. He could use the other elixirs for the warriors he would gather around him. It was unexpected that Yan Huangju also intended to help Yan Qingshui. With these elixirs, they would be able to recruit about 20 late-level, late-heaven warriors at the border of great completion, or about 100 mid-level, late-heaven warriors. However, it would not be possible to hire early-level, late-heaven warriors. He decided to take up the quest to find the warriors of the early sky, but they had no idea how eager he was to bring the warriors of the early sky to their side. He does not doubt Mr. Meng's abilities, however. There are no early heaven warriors left in the city that they can recruit. Surely not all of the early sky warriors on the Cloud Arena roster are under the command of their competitors. It's true. There are a few people with free temperaments who don't like to be kept in line. Even the first and second sons could not win them over to their side. These men refused both of them. If they don't agree, he'll just make them do it. Even the girl confirmed that this is not a good plan. This will make people think that he conducts business through violence and fear. This could tarnish his valiant name. However, he has never considered himself a valiant man who puts the interests of the people and the state above all else. He is only a wanderer who likes to pry into other people's affairs. If it wasn't Miss Yan who was being harassed that day, but some burly brat, he wouldn't interfere even if he was killed. Master is indeed a man with a temperament. He can't be judged by conventional standards. He guarantees that in 3 days he will bring these people in. Since that's the case, the girl will wait for his results. The inn. A man came out and asked who it was. His expression immediately changed when he saw Mr. Meng. Feng Hao was glad that he had returned. The man had better decide that Sushin had abandoned him after getting together with young Miss Yan. The man really missed his brother while he was away. But the protagonist didn't like the way his leg was being held, so he threw the bigot aside. Pretend tears appeared in his eyes at the way the Lord had treated him. The protagonist has a serious case against him. If he can help, he will get a reward. He was immediately ready to carry out this assignment. The boy inquired about the approximate strength of the early sky warriors on the Cloud Arena's list. He asked how many of them had not yet joined the 4 main candidates or the head of the city. He explained that only the early heaven warriors at the boundary of the Clear Spirit are in the top 10 of the Cloud Arena list. However, no one knows exactly what stage they are at. The power of the early sky boundary of Clear Spirit mainly focuses on opening the 7 openings of the eyes, ears, nose, and mouth for spiritual perception. When the opening of the 7 openings is completed, it is possible to interact with the forces of heaven and earth, and also to refine the Shengong point, which is located in the person between the eyebrows. After that, the cultivator can reach the stored Shengong of early heaven. First on the list of the Cloud Arena is the wind dissecting Le Zizhong. This is a person who had already opened 7 holes 2 years ago, and had already reached the highest point of the Clear Spirit boundary, and was a short distance away from the Shengong boundary. This master is now under the subordination of the head of the city. The guy wondered why there were no warriors on the Shengong early sky border on the Cloud Arena list. There used to be some of them. However, once they reached the Shengun boundary, they would all leave the city almost immediately and set out to seek ways to reach the boundaries of the primordial spirit. That was why they were leaving, and their names would naturally be removed from the Cloud Arena's list. To move from the boundaries of Shengong to the boundaries of original spirit, elixirs and hard training are not enough. It also requires finding a way to attain insight. Also in the top 30 of the Cloud Arena's list are the early sky warriors of the Qi High border. Among them, most of them are already under the city head and the 4 candidates. There are only 3 people who have not joined anyone. Number 16. The hand that breaks Neifan's blades. This man has dedicated his life to blacksmithing and has high natural talent. He was once taken under his wing by the hermit Jianghu and taught the art of swordsmanship and hand-to-hand combat. After the death of his teacher, he moved to this city. On ordinary days, he crafts unique weapons, so he lives in prosperity. For the same reason, everyone who came to hire him was refused. Number 21. Tao Xian. He is the head of the Donglin Martial Arts Palace. In the past, he had opened the Donglin Martial Arts Palace in Dacheng in Shangnan Province. During the same years, he had caused discontent from the Great Spiritual Blade Group, causing him to suffer complete ruin and the death of his family. He himself was seriously injured, but managed to escape to Shanshan, where he now lives. The mother of the 9th son of Yan Chengheng, the head of the city, is a member of the Spiritual Blade Group. As for the 3rd person, things are more interesting with him. The man wondered what he meant. This man's name is Hong Latao. His nickname is Fights a Lot, Loses a Lot. Among these 3, he is the strongest. In the list of the Cloud Arena, he is ranked 13th. Although his strength is on the border of the early Ski Chi High, but since he loves to jump above his head and take on challenges beyond his strength, that's why he has never won, hence his nickname. He also refused to join the Gentleman Candidate Caucus. On top of that, he has set some pretty bizarre conditions for his hiring. He needs the hiring party's subordinates to definitely defeat him, then he will agree. But it's not difficult. Surely the head of the city and the 4 sons have warriors on the border of the Clear Spirit. If you use a warrior with clear spirit power against him, then he won't agree. He would only be satisfied if a warrior of his level came up against him and could win. He said that joining a faction was in no way in line with his own passion, and ended up putting forward such conditions. But that's not all. Earlier, the 2nd son had brought a warrior Chihai of the early sky from the Zoroastrian sect, who was able to defeat him with great difficulty. But Hong Letao eventually said that his opponent's weapons and techniques were an order of magnitude better, and he refused to accept it. It's not that he's weird, it's more like he's just a cocky guy. In fact, there's nothing strange about this aspect. He is a lone cultivator, and all of his swordsmanship martial skills that he uses, Hong Letao has learned on his own. So naturally, they are not at all comparable to the techniques of the great schools and currents. In general, he understood this situation. Therefore, they will first pay a visit to Tao Qian, who is the head of the Donglin Martial Arts Palace. The man wondered what the gentleman was up to. The protagonist explained that he wanted to win them over to his side. Donglin territory, that's where the training took place. The man relayed to the chapter that the man outside was asking to see him. Tao Qian asked what kind of person he was. The man replied that the man called himself Meng Qingjie. Tao Qian didn't know what this person wanted from him. The man explained that he had come to ask Palace Head Tao to become part of his young mistress's faction. The man asked if he was talking about Yan Qingshui. Meng Qingjie replied that this was correct. He highly appreciates young Miss Yan's benevolence, but he doesn't want to be dragged into Shangshan's internal squabbles at all. So he asked Mr. Meng to leave, but the head of the palace shouldn't be in such a hurry to see off his guests like this. This matter is not so simple, and he may have already been involved in it. The protagonist had heard that the Tao chapter had previously encountered a group of spirit blades. The man is sure he couldn't get over it so easily. Tao Qian asked what was the point of saying all this. Did he really just want to go over his old wounds? But the guy only wanted to let the palace head know that if he thought that the struggle of the heirs for the Shanshan head position had nothing to do with him, he was deeply mistaken. He should know that the ninth son's mother is from this group. If he sits and waits for the ninth son to succeed the city, this city will inevitably become the vassal of the Thousand Blades group, and then they will also become the full masters of this place. In that case, the palace head can no longer stay here. But how was it even certain that the post of the head of the city would go to the ninth son? Even the young mistress is the weakest of all the candidates. In that case, it would be better for him to even join one of the remaining candidates. Although there are mutual conflicts between the great groups, but when it comes to external matters, they show an unexpected unanimity. They might be willing to sell his rather insignificant figure to improve relations between the groups. Or perhaps the man believes that his influence is capable of matching the weight of these groups. He admits that the protagonist is right. But why on earth should he believe that young Miss Yan is capable of taking over the posts of the head of the city? Right now, her strength is lower than everyone else's. He must believe simply because of the fact that Meng Qingjie himself is helping the girl. That alone is already enough. Throughout Shanshan City, people talk about his strength, but there are also rumors that he is a complete madman. After seeing this guy in person, he no longer doubts it. Either way, he's a dead man. If that's the case, then it's worth fighting for the aftermath. Therefore, he decided to join Yan Qingshui's faction. The man was shocked that they actually made it work. They're done with one, so it's time to look for another comrade. Namely, the hand that breaks blades, Nei Fan. They're gone. Tao Qian had already had the chance to meet this person. He deservedly holds the title of Master Blacksmith. Unfortunately, one person is unable to carry on the traditions of an entire teaching. Therefore, it is extremely difficult to create ranked weapons. It is truly regrettable. Truly worthwhile weapons are divided into 4 ranks, namely Celestial, Earthly, Dark, and Yellow. To become a recognized Master Smith, one must be able to make a blade of one of these levels. Meanwhile, the man began to drive his subordinates on. Tao Qian greeted Nei Fan. Last time, Honorable Tang's martial arts palace had ordered a whole batch of weapons from him. So the man wondered what had brought him here this time. But the man explained that it wasn't him who was looking for Master. It was exactly Meng Qingjie. He apologized as he was not at all interested in the internal squabbles in Shanshan City. If the Master came to hire him, there's no need to talk for nothing. For better or worse, the Honorable Nei Fan is one of the most prominent people in the city. Therefore, he will not be able to avoid choosing a country. But he'll see about that. Anyway, he's with no one right now. Then the man will have to resort to extreme methods. If he doesn't agree, the main character will stay here and won't go anywhere. If a customer comes to him, the guy will kick him out. He must know that Meng Qingjie has the strength to do that. The man had heard that this Mr. Meng was a man of high morals. He never thought he would stoop to such a low level. But is it shameless? There are numerous insidious and cruel methods in the world, and this method is pretty generous as it is. The man wondered if it was a yellow rank sword, which was to be expected from a master blacksmith's eye. This is indeed a yellow rank sword, a flying dragon sword. Just now, he had behaved rather unceremoniously, and so he asked for forgiveness for that. He asked the master to allow him to admire this sword. But doesn't this honored man know that a warrior's sword is like his life? Of course, no one would put his sword in the hands of a stranger. Or he plotted to use his skills as a blacksmith and create a weapon, taking his sword as a base. Neifan replied that it was all a misunderstanding. He had never thought of such a thing. People said of the blade-splitting Delan that he was a man of integrity and righteousness, but it seems that he was a lowly and cowardly man. The boy realized that they had come to the wrong place. That's why they're going to leave here. But the man started to stop them and shouted that Neifan agreed to join their faction. Then Neifan clarified that if Mr. Meng agreed to give him his sword for a couple of days to study, then he would join them. He had already tried to forge a yellow rank weapon countless times, but due to his lack of experience, everything had been unsuccessful. Therefore, he would like to take a look at such a weapon and study it. They glanced amongst themselves, already knowing full well that he would indeed join their faction. But the master need not worry. The man guarantees that he only wants to learn the technique of forging his sword. He would never copy it. Looks like he was wrong about this esteemed Nei, and since he has already agreed to join the faction, he is no longer an outsider to them. They are now one family, so he can take the sword and study it. He was delighted at holding such a treasure in his hands. Meng Qingji revealed that this weapon is called the Flying Dragon Sword. With every strike, it makes a loud sound like a dragon river. Also, while he was studying it, he could try to find out if it was possible to get rid of this sound. It's really a brilliant idea. The design of the guard is not only capable of neutralizing the force of a counterstrike, but also capable of creating high-frequency vibrations. Add to this the sharp blade, and no ordinary sword can withstand its onslaught. He wondered why the gentleman wanted to get rid of the sound. When masters fight, they maintain maximum vigilance and focus. They also anticipate their opponent's movements. This sound is of little use against such masters. He recognized the validity of these words. A little later, he uses abyssal refined silver to make a soundproof coating for this sword. He told Ah Cheng to stir the brazier. 4 hours later, he finally finished his work. He brought the renewed sword and asked Mr. Meng if he liked it. This is impeccable work. The craftsmanship of the renowned artisan of Shanshan City speaks for itself. And lastly, there's still the much-fought, much-lost Hong Latao to visit. The subordinate reported to the city head that the man had already recruited 3 people. Yan Huangju didn't expect that he was even able to recruit Hong Latao. It is said that Meng Qingjie did not use any techniques of the great schools, but only relying on the techniques of usually hand-to-hand combat and sword striving, made him join the young mistress's faction. The city leader asked Zizhong what he would say about the man's methods. Le Zizhong's cutting wind. He recognized that this man is quick to navigate a situation and deserves his place on the human roster. He also has a sharp mind and oratorical skills. He thought that as Zhong Haoyan's disciple, he would just be a retired kid with a strong technique. Crossing Wind didn't expect that he would turn out to be so interesting, but this was where he was a bit wrong. Although Zhong Haoyang has a good reputation in the martial arts community, but he was not at all a mischievous person who was behind the ages. Although he did save many people, as well as doing noble deeds and standing up for justice, but he killed quite a few people as well. Having gotten help from Meng Qingjie, Qingshui's situation should become much better. The next day, Yan Qingshui's possessions. Yan Qingshui explained that just now, Big Brother had sent people to visit them. He wants them to report to the Cloud Arena at noon and prepare for battle. The battles will be over the choice of trade routes. He thinks that Yan Zhongheng and the others probably don't know that he invited the head of the Tang Palace and the others to join them yesterday. Otherwise, they would never have decided to call them to fight in the Cloud Arena and put their trade routes on the line. Without a doubt, Mr. Meng possesses great strength and outstanding eloquence. As long as a man is by her lady's side, there is nothing to worry about. The lad inquired of the mistress as to which trade route they should take. Now, of the 13 trade routes, 6 lead towards the Central Plains. 4 lead westward to Hunan Province, 1 leads southward to Hunan Province. The last 2 lead towards the 36 foreigner states in the west of their country. However, they only have 1 trade route at their disposal right now, and the other main candidates have many more because the other sons and daughters have turned to their patronage. It seems that if they expect to make a profit per trade that exceeds that of their opponents, they should focus on commodities. Liang Bo asked Mr. Meng what he meant. The guy explained that monopoly commerce is where you can make the most money. It turns out he suggests stocking up on goods and raising the price on them. But how are they going to achieve that? If they decide to create a monopoly, it will affect the interests of the powerful people of these lands, and they obviously won't accept that. But that's nothing. If Madam trusts him, that is to take the trade route towards Xiangnan, to Changning County. The man guarantees she won't regret it. Cloud Arena. Yan Zicheng called Qing Shui an arrogant woman who thought too much of herself since she decided to make them wait. Yan Qingheng explained that the 13th brother was now talking about his older sister. How dare he even dare to call her that? But Nine's brother should stop playing the goody-goody. He's the one who told everyone in the past that she wasn't their father's real daughter. These two brothers are also both good. One is a hypocrite who pretends to be a champion of justice in order to win the love of the crowd. The other is a young boy who knows that because of his age he can rely on his father's love, which the older brothers cannot get. The first brother shut them up, for the little sister and her entourage were already here. But they haven't already let us see this trio here. The second brother noticed that this little sister knew how to surprise everyone. But he wondered why the girl had decided to gather these people. Hong Letao realized that he was right when he refused to join a caustic type like second brother. He fights for whomever he wishes. Does he really have some problem with that? Another warrior called him insolent. It was Wang Tongzhen of the Zoroastrian sect. If he's got a skinny cat, they should fight in the Cloud Arena. He'll beat him so bad his own mother won't recognize him. He really was so ready to fight this insolent type in the arena that he even started to pull out his sword. But he was stopped by Yan Zhongheng. Second brother admitted that he had underestimated Yan Qing-sui. Ni Fan asked if they were going to fight or not. He has a lot of work waiting for him at the forge, so he doesn't feel like wasting time on this rant. Since they're fighting to 2 victories, he decided to go first. The 13th son sent Lao Gu. Lao Gu obeyed his master's order, and so they were already in the arena. The man hopes that the esteemed Nei Fan will show him leniency, but the man also knows about his adversity. However, when this fight is over, Lao Gu will have to pay another visit to his forge. The man decided to start first. He responded with a fist to this sword attack, after which, Nei Fan launched his attack, but Lao Gu dodged. He managed to turn around in flight in time to launch an attack at him from his blind spot. But it was too slow for Nei Fan. He had time to react and stop the blade. He used a technique that started to melt his sword. In the end, everything happened just as Nei Fan had said. Lao Gu should definitely go to the forge. The men used the melting hand technique, after which he struck his opponent with this technique unhindered. The man was thrown back against the wall. Lao Gu admitted his defeat. The 13th brother shouted that his subordinate was a common scum who was incapable of doing anything. The man noticed that the quality of Lao Gu's weapons was much lower than his blades. If he came to his forge, he would get a 20% discount. I mean, they kind of fight until someone wins 2 fights out of 3. So the man called out his next opponent. The first brother and the second brother only glanced at each other. The unidentified man was surprised that they were spooked by some lone cultivator, and so he jumped into the arena. As it turns out, this man's name is Mo Chen Tao. If they can't choose who goes next, he will just do it himself. Ni Fan assumed that this person was from the Mo clan of the Conlin Valley. His hunch was correct. It was the same people who killed White Monkey swordsman Gongyang Liu 6 months ago. Mo Chen Tao asked if the man was talking about the goon who tried in vain to poach in the Conlin Valley. It's not like anyone regretted his death. What kind of poaching is he talking about? To catch the 7-colored deer, his friend Gongyang Liu had been in the forests of Xiangnan for 3 whole months. The man would have understood if they had just taken him for his prey, but why kill it in the first place? He walked down to the arena. Hong Letao said he'll go this time. He'll finally get revenge for his brother today. Ling Bo turned to the young mistress to say that Hong Letao was a bit out of sorts right now. What would they do if he did something wrong? Qing Shui explained that Honorable Hong had chosen her, which meant that he was now her man. No matter what happens, they will get through this together. The boy took stock of the fact that this girl was starting to look a little like a leader already. But the young mistresses have nothing to worry about. Even if they decide to fight to the death, it doesn't cause any serious difficulty. For the other candidates, Miss Yan's faction is insignificant. Furthermore, they won't want to waste time and delay the trade. After all, the day of choosing an heir is just around the corner. The old man only remained silent, but something about those words made him suspicious. Mo Chen Tao replied that since he was in such a hurry to die, let him attack. Hong Letao will kill this little lowlife today. He sent an attack at him. Others, however, saw that he realized the blade's aspiration. Mo Chen Tao underestimated him. A man used the boundless sea, the surging wave technique. The urge of the sword and this technique collided, and then Hong Letao appeared in front of him, who was so intent on killing him. His attack caught up with his opponent. Hong Letao began to approach the trembling Mo Chen Tao. When that little lowlife goes to hell, let him apologize to his brother. The others, however, have grown impatient for him to kill Mo Chen-tao. This man is a man of the Mo clan from the Qianlin Valley. If something happens to him, he will not live. Meng Qingji did not tolerate outside interference. He dodged that attack. He didn't understand what the hell this damn finger technique was. The first brothers asked the man what it even meant. The man wondered if the rules had changed in the Cloud Arena. It was a one-on-one fight now, or did they want it to turn into a mass brawl? Others explained that Mo Chen-tao had been defeated, but Hong Le-tao was still aggressive and wanted to take his life. They only wanted to prevent such an evil act. Aren't they right? Their excuses are ridiculous. Whoever decided you can't kill in an arena fight? It's whoever has the most skill that wins. If he's afraid to die, let him go home and breastfeed instead of becoming a Jianghu man. If they dare to break the rules, there will be no mercy from him. Yan Jiheng asked, does this Meng Qingjie really think that he has no equal here? He was not somewhere else, but in Shanshan. The young Yan generation didn't seem to put the rules that their father had set up into anything at all. The young lords don't seem to take it seriously at all. The 13th brother told him to shut his mouth. Yan Shuheng's first brother Yan Shuheng intervened in this conversation and asked him not to involve his father over such a trivial matter. They had won this time, so they should choose their own trade route. The girl reported that they were taking the trade route towards Xiangnan. Yan Shengheng as well as the others knew that out of the 13 possible trade routes, she had chosen far from the best. It was unclear what Yan Qingshui was ultimately trying to accomplish. In that case, the first brother will ask this little sister to order his subordinate to let Mo Chen-tao go. Here they were already returning from the Cloud Arena. Hong Le-tao apologized to Madame Yan for today. He couldn't help himself, but the girl asked him not to say that. The man came to her rescue, and for that she is very grateful to him. In the same way, if something happens to him, they will share the burden together. Although they were able to choose the right trade route, however, they only have 1 million liang of silver at their disposal. The old man fears that there may be difficulties with the plan to stockpile goods. Well, for the guy it is not a problem. After all, with him 1 million eilans will be more than enough. Yan residence. The man reported that Mo Chen-tao's life was no longer in danger. However, the blow he received was very ferocious. This blow had pierced through his sternum and severed all the meridians. Yan Shuheng wondered if they could be restored, and whether this man would still be of any use. The healer replied that it would be extremely difficult to completely heal the wound. Even if the man recovered, there was no way he would be able to develop the strength of an early sky warrior. If he can't develop early sky power, he'll be no better than some handicapper. Yan Chengheng watched them. The man feared that Mo Chen-tao's situation would not please the Mo clan at all. The man replied that he would have to explain himself either way. If Mo Chen-tao's life wasn't enough for them, he would add Meng Qingjie and Yan Qingshui to it. But the 9th brother thinks that this is somehow wrong. After all, the girl is their sister. Will the older brother dare to raise his hand against her? But no need to pretend to be humane and so fair in front of him now. The girl wasn't the same as she used to be. If it weren't for the support from the great groups, they wouldn't even be able to compete with her now. They each have several trade routes now. While she only has one trade route, there's no way to win. But it seems the 9th brother is too naive. Don't underestimate the 2nd brother and his methods. Does he seriously think that the heir who earns the most money will eventually become the head of the city? Now, as long as father is in good health, everyone has a chance to take over as the head of Shanshan. The 2nd brother, the 13th brother, and naturally Yan Qingshui. They're all going to go to Changnin County. There are many robbers and brigands along the way. He knows that his brother has acquaintances with strong men from the outlaw dens in those forests. Behind him will be the charges for these brigands. Let them wait until their opponents are on their way back to Shanshan, and then rob and kill them. Here they were on their way to Changnin County, Changning District, City Gate. A man trespassed on the property. As soon as he stepped on the ground, a sword immediately flew at him. Another person asked who he was. Also, what he forgot at night in the Eagle faction's territory. Meng Qingjie noticed that Li Huai had already made quite a bit of progress in cultivation. The man immediately recognized the boss's voice. He took off his mask and replied that it was indeed him. The man was immediately excited when he saw his boss. He asked if everything was all right. Su Xin asked him to speak less loudly. He also told the man to call Huang, because he had an important matter to attend to. It was surprising that the people from the Qingcheng school were unable to capture him. Huang asked if he was ready to go back to Changning again already. Even though he had managed to deal with the people Qingcheng school had sent, however, his name was still on the blacklist. Therefore, he shouldn't show his face for at least another couple of months. But there was no need to worry. Su Xin has already joined the 6 ministries, and his new identity, Meng Qingjie from the human list, is also their handiwork. And tomorrow, he will arrive here as the escort of young Lady Yan's trade caravan from Shanshan. They must not reveal his identity in front of these people. Now he realized what the matter was. It was not without reason that after boss Taewu King left, he resigned as the senior warden of the 12th Eastern District. Huang was sure that his assignment had been successfully completed. The protagonist inquired about the current situation in Changning, and whether the 3 Elites Guild had attracted any attention after he left. After that incident, the Divine Wind Guild's territories were divided between the Iron Sword Guild, the 3 Elites Guild, and the Eagle faction. As for the Blood Mantle Guild, it was still the same. It didn't show any interest in this matter. Subsequently, Iron Sword Shield head He Tian formed an alliance with them as recognition for the boss saving his life. Because of this, and because of Li Huai's new cultivation successes, the 3 Elites Guild didn't dare to do anything against them. But as far as the monopoly of goods is concerned, they have not come to an agreement on this issue. Looks like some scores will have to be settled after all. Late at night, the Guild of the 3 Elites. The infiltrators put it down that Huang Bincheng of the Eagle faction was meeting with He Tian again this evening. It seems that the discussion was about commercial matters. It might even affect their interests. Meng Jiang replied that it didn't matter. He had already reached the early heaven threshold the other day. After he stabilized his cultivation level, then they would throw them out of Changning. It was what one would expect from the Hmong Guild leader. He said that and didn't even blink an eye. The others immediately tensed up and asked who it was. Had it been so long since they had seen each other that they had even forgotten about Su Xin's humble persona already. The Qingcheng Sword School had blacklisted his name. Now he was being hunted all over the world, and he dared to come back here. The man said that they can come to an agreement. Su Xin only has to say what he wants and he will get it. But they should know perfectly well what he wants them to do. Some sins could be heard from the building. The next day, Meng Qingji stretched. He was approached by a girl asking if it was time for them to look into finding people from whom they would purchase special goods from the southern countries. They've had 2 vacations already. But the man told her not to worry because he had already done everything, and they would be contacted soon. Meanwhile, Nei Fan and Hong Letao were talking about what happened yesterday. Namely, there was a clash between gangs from Chongning yesterday. More than 10,000 people had come forward there. Such a serious clash, and the local authorities did nothing. Tao Qian explained that there was nothing to be surprised about. This kind of minor skirmishes happen every day all over their country. If they don't make much noise, the imperial court won't lift a finger. A battle is a battle is a battle. Liang Bo only hopes that this incident will not affect their plans. Fang Hao said that the person outside, who identified himself as the deputy of the Eagle faction, was asking for a meeting. He was looking for Mr. Meng. They act very quickly. The old man asked why these people were looking for him. The boy explained that they were new people in Changning. Even if they sent all their people, it was unlikely that they would be able to procure the right amount of goods. So he decided to enlist the help of one of the factions to save money and time. He told Fang Hao to let this person pass. It was Huang Bingcheng, and he introduced himself to young Miss Yan and Mr. Meng. He said that he was the deputy head of the Eagle faction. He explained that Mr. Meng had already discussed the terms of the deal with him yesterday. All the details are here, but the old man asked if we shouldn't discuss prices first. Huan explained that there was no need to worry about that. All the prices are inside. He couldn't believe his eyes. Tao Qian asked Liang Bo if the prices were too high. They were, on the contrary, too low. Liang Bo explained that if the deal went through at these prices, the Eagle faction would earn nothing at all. But Huang reassured the elder master. In the early years when Mr. Meng traveled, the man had visited Changning County and managed to become their good friend. He also added that this is just a paltry revenue for 1 year. He asked that it be considered as a thank you to Mr. Meng for his kindness. Yan King Sui was very grateful to Mr. Huang. The girl also added that if he needed help from now on, just let him just say so, and she would return this debt to him. Huan replied that the young mistress was very kind. The man asked Mr. Meng when they should start loading the goods. Meng Qingji replied that it shouldn't be delayed. Therefore, he wanted them to start today. The forests of Sanan, Bandit Fort. Meanwhile, they were discussing the fact that they needed to kill the Yan family's man from Shanshan. The man with the eye patch asked Dao Batsu what his interest was in this. Dao Batsu replied that they were being offered such a large reward. They have been robbing merchant wagons through these forests for years. and they don't even always manage to take a profit. But the man explained that silver is one thing, but risking your life is quite another. The man tried to calm them down somehow, because this time they were not hired by just anyone, but Yan Huangqiu's ninth son, namely Yan Chengheng. It was all just an internal squabble of the city, and they would just help him out and make a good profit. But that's exactly why they're not at ease. They are all people who have to hide from the light of day. Once they kill these people, they will make scapegoats out of them, and death will be waiting for them. The Tao of Batsu called this man Gui Hu. He explained that he was not such an idiot. Naturally, he took measures in case some people decided to turn away. He had a letter in his hand that Yan Chengheng had used to contact him. If they really dare to try to kill the donkey when the grinding is finished, then this whole matter will come out. And everyone in Jiangnan province will know how virtuous Yan Chengheng really is. If they have no more objections, then let them go and prepare the men. After all, there's a man on the human roster on their opponent's side, 3 days later. The old man explained that bandits were rampaging through the forests of Xiangnan. He was afraid that it might not be so easy to go back. The boy asked if they had never encountered them before. He also asked how to deal with these bandits. They usually paid them a toll of 100 or 200,000 liang of silver. Besides, when they see the Shanshan banner, they are not attacked. However, this time they are transporting quite valuable goods, so things can't go so smoothly. Some people were already advancing among the trees. Meng Qingji sensed this and immediately told everyone to stop. He also asked these guests not to hide. People came out and said that this was exactly what they expected from Meng Qingjie on the human list. He really does have a keen perception. The gang leader was there, as well as the rest of his subordinates. Liangbo recognized that it was Dao Batsu and also inquired what he was doing here. The guy immediately looked back at the old man and asked who the man was. The old man explained that Dao Batsu is one of the strongest brigands. That's why he most often acts alone and very rarely together with a group. The brigand merely replied that a special situation required special treatment. He just couldn't help but take such a fat score and call a couple of people with him. Liangbo asked the brigand how much he wanted. Dao Batsu replied that he wanted 1 million liang. The brothers who came with him now come from 7 clans in total. He wants 1 million liang for each clan. This brigand clearly doesn't realize what he's talking about and the fact that their caravan is from Shanshan City. It was worth it for the old man to only mention the city, as the man had already immediately changed his mind. He offered to leave them this maiden and 7 million liang, and it was Yan Qingsui he was pointing to. The old man stated that this uncouth dog didn't even know who he was dealing with. But he was reassured by Meng Qingjie. He explained to the old man that these people had specifically come here just because of them. Even if the old man agreed to their terms, they still wouldn't let them go. The guy decided to find out who sent them, but this the man learns from the Lord of Hell, whom he will soon meet. He sent his men to attack them. The old man ordered the young mistress to be protected. Meanwhile, the men had already dealt with their attackers with ease. Now he headed toward the rest of the humans. Noticing the man and what he had done, Dao Batsu ordered his men to protect him, but no one could protect him from the one that was coming. Using his purple sword, Meng Qingjie dealt with the others. The dying rogue realized that he definitely couldn't be the disciple of the Wanderer of the Four Perfections. The fleeing brigand didn't understand who Meng Qingjie was and why he possessed such a sinister sword technique, but a man had already appeared in front of him, which was exactly what he expected from a bandit from the forests of Sannan. He recognized that this bandit was a good runner. Another brigand had gotten wind of the fact that he was not the personal disciple of the Wanderer of the Four Perfections. The man remarked that if he cared about his own life, it was better not to talk about Meng Qingjie. Now he wants to know who sent them. If the bandit tells him, he will let him go, but he replied that he couldn't do that. If he wants death so badly, a man can arrange it for him. The fellow put a sword to his throat. On pain of death, the brigand explained that they had been sent by the ninth son, Yan Chengheng. Now the man had told him what he was interested in, and now he wanted to get out of here. But of course, he can't do that. The brigand was holding his throat, from which blood was splashing, and wanted to say something to this murderer. But he didn't have time to do so, and fell to the ground dead. Meng Qingjie explained that he simply didn't believe that a person who could sell out even his employer would be able to keep his secret as well. Yan Qingshu approached him and inquired if Mr. Meng was all right. The man reassured the girl and replied that he was fine. She didn't need to worry about it. An old man had also arrived and was looking at the whole scene. The man explained that Yan Chengheng had sent them. The girl realized that she should have guessed it sooner. In the city of Shanshan, Yan Huangqiu had originally planned all of this to make them into people who could become suitable rulers of the city. Who would have thought that they would end up turning into animals who were willing to kill their loved ones for the sake of power? The subordinates asked the head of the city to calm down, whereupon the old man ordered everything out, for he wanted to be alone. He was beginning to realize that it seemed like only Qing Shui was capable of fulfilling his wish right now. Yet she lacks the talents of a warrior. If she wants to establish herself in a world that honors strength above all else, a man fears she lacks something. The old man is also bothered by this. Therefore, if it was possible to leave Meng Qingjie and Shanshan to help Qing Shui, her weakness would be compensated for. However, convincing him to stay would not be so easy. If they want to convince this man to stay, bribery is by far the worst method to do so. A better method would be to be inbreeding, namely to ask him to marry Qing Shui. That way, they would be bound to each other until the very end. He is unmarried and is a bachelor. There is no obstacle to this. 5 months later, Yan Qingshui's domain. The system congratulated him for obtaining the unique weapon of the 4 great villains of the crane in the clouds, namely the steel staff of the Iron Claw. The rating of this weapon is 4 stars. Next, he received a coin of the Golden Taurus group. If the coin falls to the ground, the man's head will bow. This coin is a symbol of the great power of the Golden Taurus group. The rating of this item is 3.5 stars. Now, he had also obtained a high-level Kwai strengthening pill. Looks like there will be a benefit to a high-level pill after all. A young lady came to see him and asked if Mr. Meng was still receiving guests. The boy explained that it had been 4 and a bit months since he had returned to Shanshan, so he wondered if something was wrong. Yan Qingsu asked if Mr. Meng had been successful. Meng Qingji replied that this time his seclusion had borne fruit. By a happy accident, he had managed to break through the spiritual orifices of his eyes and ears. Others said that it was too frightening Mr. Meng's cultivation rate. The lad offered to discuss it later, after which he asked what had brought the young mistress here. Lingbo said that his eldest son's trade caravan had returned to the city yesterday. In addition, they brought more than 10,000 jin of dark iron of excellent quality on one wagon. He wondered how on earth they were able to bring in such a product. In the entire Zhou dynasty, the only place where such iron is mined is in the possession of one of the 5 great sword schools, namely the Mingjian House of Qingzhou Province. In addition, the sheer volume of production is very small. Control over the use of this material within the current is extremely strict. No one knows how the first son managed to get his hands on it, but the fact is that the eldest son is supported by the Mo clan of the Conlin Valley. The Mo clan's eldest daughter married a man from the Mingjian house, who holds the real power in the Mingjian house. Except that the old man doesn't know what they might have promised in exchange for such a favor. The guy asked how much 10,000 jin of dark iron could be sold for at market prices. The old man explained that it was for a huge sum, about 100,000 liang of gold, which, when translated, would be equal to 10 million liang of silver. And that was a modest estimate. Dark iron is an important material to create high-end weapons. If they had everything they needed, Nifan was afraid that this amount could more than triple. The man asked these 10,000 jin of dark iron in one piece or several. The old man replied that in one, he was not to be separated. It looks like Yan Shuheng has overreached this time. He won't sell his dark iron in this year. Hong Letao asked not to keep them in suspense. Let Mr. Meng explain what the matter is. Tao Ken knows that the main property of dark iron is its extraordinary hardness. However, it can only retain this property after primary processing. If it is transferred repeatedly, the hardness of this iron will be greatly reduced to the point where it reaches the level of ordinary copper concentrate. But the man didn't see what that had to do with whether he could sell it or not. Nei Fan explained that it was a solid piece of dark iron weighing 10,000 jin. Therefore, after smelting it, it would be impossible to split it into smaller pieces. If they dared to do so, the material could be safely sent to the landfill. If they decide to sell the piece in its entirety, who can lay out 10 million in silver or goods worth the same amount in the same breath? They've lived in this town for years, but they've never been rich, and the ones who could at least afford a couple million were a handful, and yet they bought it. What if the groups behind them bought it themselves? If they decide to do so, Qing Shui's father won't let it go. This is the end of this discussion. There was no way they could blab about it and let Yan Shuheng and the others know about it. Yan Chengheng stood with his horse and watched the wagon. He wondered what the other brother had decided to bring this time. Since ninth brother is so curious, Yan Zhongheng will let him take a look at it, whereupon he ordered it to be opened. As it turned out, there were a lot of bags. These were the usual food and forage. Since the ninth brother had already quenched his curiosity, it was time for the second brother to go to his own place. Apparently, he traveled to the most prosperous place in the Central Plains, namely Jiangnan Province. But he only brought back provisions and forage that could be found anywhere. It seems that he really did decide to go in the very direction that Big Brother had foreseen. The subordinate finally saw the master returning. He reported that there was trouble. Dao Bazi and all his men had been killed by Yan Qingsui's squad. Yan Chengheng slapped him. Ninth brother asked if he was really an idiot for yelling like a crazy person here. They will talk about it when they get back. The man apologized to the gentleman and took hold of his cheek. He had underestimated this Meng Qingjie after all. However, the dead do not testify, so it is worth considering what measures Mei Qingjie will take. A few months later, Yan Shuheng's residence. He told all the documents, after which he called these people a gang of scum. It's top-notch material, and now it's over. The subordinate asked his master to calm down. He explained that they too did not know that dark iron could not be separated when smelting. At first, they managed to sell everything. But then all the buyers completely returned the goods they bought. This piece of dark iron could not be separated in any way. The first brother asked, what about the other candidates and how their merchandise sales were going? The man revealed that they had sold everything. The ninth son made the most, namely more than 7 million in income. The youngest son received more than 5 million. However, as for the second brother, he did not make any profit. The second brother miscalculated things well, but the first brother did the same. Yan Qingsu's domain. The subordinates carried the goods. The girl said that there were now less than 3 months left until the deadline for summarizing the results. She asked Mr. Meng if that would be enough time for them to sell all the goods. The man assured her that they would definitely make it in time. When the time came, the merchants would be begging them to sell the goods, and the goods could not be let out of their hands so easily. In the past, he didn't have enough strength, so it wasn't possible for him to achieve maximum profit through monopoly in Chengning County. But now he had the support of the Yan family. Even if they raised the prices of goods several times, the merchants would not dare to go against the city head and his status as the founder of the martial current. In half a month, their warehouses will be empty, and they will certainly come to this doorstep and beg them to concede their produce to the traders. If you play, you have to play big. And already there were merchants standing outside the girl's estate. So much time had already passed, and young Miss Yan still hadn't displayed her goods. The other merchant's store was out of stock. If this continues, it will be impossible to continue trading. And then the gates finally opened. Everyone was happy to see the young mistress. The merchants have already asked the young mistress to sell her special goods from the southern countries. They will agree on a price. Afterwards, they can organize a long-term cooperation. He is even willing to buy half of everything she has. As a token of goodwill, they also brought 3 first-grade fiery red horses from Western Liang for her. Let the young mistress say just a word, and these beauties will be hers. But these gentlemen need to be patient. This year, all the special goods from the southern countries are in this domain, so if they want them, it will be very simple. Whoever offers the highest price will get it. The starting prices are on these lists. They can take a look at them. The man has been trading in this country for 10+ years, but this is the first time he's seen prices so out of line. Though he has set the prices a bit higher, yet they still have the opportunity for huge profits. It's a pity that with such acting skills, they won't get a chance to do movies. Still, the man decided not to buy anything. No one will trade at a loss. If they won't buy anything, there's no point in them staying here. The man drove the people away, for they were interfering with their trade. The merchant stared dumbfounded at the man. Before he is going to make a scandal, let the merchant think hard about whether he has the stomach for it. The ninth brother was watching all of this. Although Ming Qingzhe's strength is not in question, he knows absolutely nothing about trade. He won't be able to sell his goods to anyone if he displeases these merchants. He ordered his subordinate to keep an eye on the situation here. If anything changed, he was to inform his master immediately. A little later, a subordinate came running to the ninth son and told him that bad things had happened. He reported that all the goods from the southern countries that young Miss Yan had purchased in 3 days were sold out. Are those merchants all idiots, who even agreed to buy goods for such high prices? On the first day, it was so. On the second day, the man did not lower his price, but on the contrary, he even raised it a little. On the third day, all the other merchants could not sit still either, and fearing to be left without goods, began to outbid each other's prices. Not even half a day later, all the goods were sold out. Yan Chengheng inquired about the income she had received. The subordinate said a conservative estimate is 50 million liang and a bit. Another man has also arrived, bringing you a message from the head of the city. The counting of the results has been completed. Tomorrow, the head of the city ordered all sons and daughters to report to the main city area, where he would announce that young lady Yan Qingshui had won for the position of Shanshan's heir. The girl was happy for her mistress. She knew that Yan Qingshui would be able to do this. She turned to the man and said that she really didn't know how she should thank Ming Qingjie. But madam must not rush to gratitude. This case is not over yet, but tomorrow her father would declare her his own heir. The girl supposed that something unforeseen might happen. The man decided to tell her a story after which she would immediately understand everything. Before the Great Zhou dynasty, 800 years ago, the Middle Kingdom was dominated by the Eastern Jin dynasty. But 700 years ago, after the end of the reign of Hui Wendi, none of the subsequent emperors was a legitimate heir to the throne. Each time the change of imperial power was accompanied by massacres. If even the heirs to the throne can be overthrown, is it nonetheless true of the heir to the city? If she becomes the head of the city, the older brothers will not accept it. The girl asked then what they should do. Meng Qingji explained that, at least for now, their position and status was legitimate and uncontested. And as long as the man is here, he will not allow any of them to harm young Miss Yan. The girl became embarrassed and replied that she knew it perfectly well. Yan Shuheng's residence. The rest of the brothers began to negotiate. Was it really okay with the elder brother that the position of heir would go to some bastard girl? But it was the father who set the rules of the game, and they ended up being weaker. So there is no point in discussing it now. However, the second brother did not seem to show any interest in this trade race. That's not like him at all. It was probably the first brother who thwarted all of the second brother's plans. And now he's mocking him. The second brother is not at all like the first, and did not engage in these shameful machinations. He knew in advance that there would be a war. He also didn't understand why the first brother had such a need for deceit and hypocrisy. He had already sent a message to the current. Once Yan Qingshui took the place of honor, they would immediately destroy her. The other brother is gone. They just wanted to know the other brother's position. Naturally, they will. There's a lot of people gathered. It is said that the head of the city is going to make some important announcement. A man suggested that he would probably announce his heir. Meng Qingji stood behind the golden throne. No wonder the imperial court wanted to oversee the choice of an heir. This Panlun throne alone, where only members of the imperial family can sit, is reason enough. Even though the city leader considers it beneath his dignity to collude with the martial communities, but the imperial court doesn't care for him either. It's time to welcome the head of the city. Everyone started bowing then when the head of the city came out. The man explained that Shangshan was built by his own hands, and in the entire Xiangnan province, this city represented the stronghold of absolute justice. It doesn't matter if a cultivator is a lone cultivator or a disciple of the current. Everyone is treated equally. He had established the city over 30 years ago, and he was now old. After going through the same fair competition, his daughter, Yan Qingshui, achieved the position of the heir to the position of the head of the city. He announced that after his death, Yan Qingshui would become the full ruler of Shanshan. The people were displeased, for they thought that the head of the city would choose one of the 4 sons. Young Madame Yan is only a woman. They doubted that she could handle such a demanding task. 3 days later, several riders came to town. One of them is called Mo Tianlin from the Qianlin Valley. While he had been shuttered for 5 years, his younger cousin had never been able to take over as the city's head. Well, that would have been the end of it, so now he wants Mo's family to work for him personally. What a piece of garbage. Yan Shuheng greeted Tianlang's cousin. The man didn't expect that it was his brother who would come this time. So many years had passed, and Yan Shuheng hadn't even advanced an iota. He couldn't even reach the early heaven level. But where would he get the innate talent like his cousin? Probably among the entire Xiangnan martial community of this generation. Big Brother is probably one of the most outstanding people. But then suddenly the man was struck. He held his eye and didn't realize who had committed such an impertinence. It was a saint from the Zoroastrian sect called Lan Yuid. This man can flatter Tianlan all he wants. It's not the business of a saint. However, in the Xiangnan martial community, he is not considered to be some outstanding talent at all. The man objected to the saint and said that even though Shuheng is trash, he is still his younger cousin. She goes too far by hitting him in front of Tianlan's face. So what if she just hit him? If he didn't like something, they could trade combat experience once. She can't wait to see what he's been able to accomplish in 5 years of bolt action. 2 other people arrived and saw that the place was lively today. However, they arrived a little early. It was Fang Chengyu, the representative of the 9 Colors Sword School, and also Lin Tao, who was from the Spiritual Blade Group. The man noticed that these 2 were concerned as well. Fang Chengyu swept up that the beauty of Saint Lan Yuid of the Zoroastrian sect was truly outstanding. The saint would not stand for it and ordered him to keep his vile thoughts to himself. Otherwise, she would tear his eyes out. He immediately jumped back to get hit by her. Fang Chengyu noticed that the rumors really weren't lying. She really is evil. Yan Shuheng's residence, Tianlin explained that if he seized the initiative and became the head of the city, all Mo's family would have to do was help stabilize order within the city. When the time comes, he will, of course, sit quietly on the throne of the head of the city. However, they had spent so much effort and energy to bring down the dark iron at the Mingjian house. And in the end, it failed. The first brother admitted his mistake. Right now, Yan Qingshui is untouchable. The only way to weaken her is to get to her entourage. The man explained that the girl's subordinate is Meng Qingjie. He is a person from the human list. If you destroy this man, apparently he'll also manage to get on the human list. Baihua Palace. Fang Chengyu was surrounded by 2 women. He offered the girl to have a drink with him too, while the second girl wanted to feed him. Yan Zicheng was not happy about this situation. The man saw the look on his face and realized that he was dissatisfied with something. Did this kid really think that this gentleman could only eat, drink, and have fun instead of helping him win the position of the head of the city? But Brother Tutor, just something on his mind. Ji Hung can't think about it, but the man asked if he wasn't curious as to why the group had sent a negligent lecher and troublemaker like him. But all because of the fact that out of the 1,000 disciples of the 9 Color Sword School, only he had managed to pierce through the 4 spiritual eye and ear openings before reaching the age of 35. The boy asked his mentor brother when the time would come if they would directly strike Meng Qingjie and that woman. But apparently this little guy is an idiot. This woman is the heiress appointed by the mayor. Sending a man to deal with her is no better than sending himself to his grave. The boy inquired then what they should do. Of course, the first thing to do is to suppress the power of her entourage, and when the time comes, she will take over as the head of the city. She won't have the power to rule Shanshan. Similarly, all the other groups think the same, so during this battle, they will need to find the decisive moment, and then they will win. The guy didn't understand what decisive moment he was talking about. The man was actually talking about acting as a matchmaker to the head of the city and marrying Yan Qingshui. Yan Jiheng couldn't believe that he wanted to marry Yan Qingshui, but Fang Chengyu said, "Don't shout," and finish listening to his plan completely. If they succeeded, his 9 Colors School would be able to directly take control of Shanshan City legally. The rest of the people would have nothing to oppose them. But the 13th son did not understand what then remained for him, and how he could then get the post of the head of the city. The man explained that his mother is a person from the School of 9 Colors. They would not dare to act to his detriment. After the 9 Colors Sword School takes over Shanshan, they will need a real ruler to stand behind Yan Qingshui's puppet. And no one better suited for that would be Yan Jingheng. The guy is going to get what he wanted, and no one is going to take it away from him. The next day, Yan Qingshui's domain. A subordinate arrived and explained that there was trouble. He said that the person who came with the 9th son, Yan Chengheng, was going to make his way here. Obviously, Yan Huangju can't help but know that the current's representatives came to the city yesterday. And now, after declaring Yan Qingshui as the heiress, he had decided to do nothing. It was interesting to see what he was ultimately planning. The girl pulled him out of his thoughts. The man decided to talk to them first. Ling Tao stated that young Miss Yan couldn't help but know about the hatred between the Spirit Blade Group and Tao Qian. If she handed this man over to them, he would forget the fact that the girl had taken him under her wing. Tao Qian wondered if Lin Tao was taking on too much. The man only happened to stumble upon the son of an elder of this group, and they took and brought ruin and destruction to his family. They are worse than animals if they use such methods. The man noticed that young Miss Yan was silent and wondered if that meant she was refusing. Tao Qian replied that whoever did it is responsible. He couldn't let Madame Yan and the others be dragged into this. But Meng Qingjie stopped him. Did the man still not understand? Even if Tao Qian wasn't here, they would find any other excuse to attack. In the mind of the Tao Palace, one must believe that there is still justice left in this world after all. Some people think they can do whatever they want in Shanshan, but don't they overestimate their powers? Is he really going to risk his head for this scum? Since Meng Qingjie knows why Ling Tao is here, then they had better fight, if he has the courage to do so. The guy wondered what would happen if he won. Lin Tao replied that if he won, the spiritual blade group would immediately leave Shangshan. And if he loses, the situation is a little different. Lin Tao attacked him. Instead, the human roster will once again be his. Meng Qingji stopped this strike. The man explained that the human roster does not enroll anyone who wants it. Since he himself is there, he has the necessary talents and abilities to do so. The ninth son suggested that this Lin Tao was too arrogant. They have enough people to just go all out. But for some reason, he decided to fight one-on-one. It would be great if he won. But if Lin Tao lost, he would have to come back here again to pin Yan Qingshui against the wall. But that opportunity might not be available anymore. If this man was the first of Lin Changyi's human fool list, naturally, he wouldn't even think of bothering him. But unfortunately for Meng Qingji, he doesn't possess that much strength. He used the technique of 1,000 changing possibilities, the correspondence of yin and yang, 1,000 changing possibilities. This technique is quite interesting, but the great truth is extremely simple. All the endless changes, he will cut through with his sword. He raised his sword. There was a small explosion, after which the man engaged the rolling of thunder, awakening. This attack struck Lin Tao's shoulder. The others began to worry about their mentor. A man shouted that this Meng Qingjie was now a dead man. The ninth son told them to stop. Looks like one-on-one combat isn't enough for them, and now they want to go mob on mob. 3 other people joined them. The girl said that the 9 palace 1,000 blade formation of the spiritual blade group was quite famous. She asked if they could demonstrate it. Now the others are here too. The man assumed that the lords had also come to measure their strength. Feng Chengyu began to reveal that Meng Qingjie was a human-listed person, and only a year ago he was only at the Qi-Hai boundary of early heaven. And today, he had already displayed strength at the clear spirit boundary, with at least 4 spirit openings. But he didn't come here today to cause trouble. He came here to be a matchmaker. He sincerely wants young Miss Yan to marry him and become his wife for life. There was a reason why this beast looked so calm. Yan Qingshui had been his target from the beginning. It's really the best course of action, but only a scumbag like that would have thought of it. The girl apologized, but a big deal like marriage happens with parental consent and the matchmaker's agreement. Without her father's consent, she cannot accept his proposal. It turns out that if the head of the city agrees, she will indeed marry him. But even so, the girl answered that she didn't. Young Miss Yan should know that right now, no one can vouch for the safety of her position. But if she marries a man, with the support of the 9 Color Sword School, she will have the opportunity to take and hold the position of the city's head. Meng Qingji intervened in their conversation, asking the brother from the 9-Colored Sword School where the confidence in his words came from. Feng Chengyu replied that he was currently talking to young Miss Yan, and no one had asked him to interfere in this conversation. The man explained that he was representing the interests of young Miss Yan, and was going to protect her position as the head of the city. And if he continued his nonsense, let him not be surprised if the man broke his limbs for daring to ask to marry a man he could never be worthy of in his entire life. Saint liked the man. Feng Chengyu couldn't take it anymore and decided to attack. Meng Qingji also answered him with his own punches. It was very powerful for him, after which he used the awakening. He somehow managed to block that punch. He turned to the others and asked why they were still standing. These people need to remember why they are here. If he fell, they would be in trouble too. Tianlan thought that Feng Chengyu could handle it without them. Even though the saint admires Meng Qingjie, a task is a task. Therefore, he should not expect any leniency from her. She used the fire dragon technique, the flame of death. After which, Mo Tianlan used the boundless sea wave technique, the palm of the wave. Feng Chengyu shouted that this abnormal woman should control her attacks. There was a shield around the man. Those bugs just roll around under her feet. After which, the saint used the fire dragon technique again, tongues of flame. These sprawling attacks were directed towards Meng Qingjie, the fingers of spiritual chaos, the finger of great heat. He sent his attack with 2 fingers. This attack stripped the saint of a few hairs. Feng Chengyu noticed that he had opened up. Meng Qingji is already fed up with him. The sword's desire for devastation. When the sword comes out of its sheath, all things are extinguished. The man was attacked from all sides, but they certainly didn't expect this outcome. There was a massive explosion. The man watched the aftermath from his attack. Feng Chengyu shouted, was Meng Qingji really going to kill him? But he just wants to tell him something. As long as the man is here, no one will touch Miss Yang. He then used his attacks to impale the man's hands. For daring him today and destroying his meridians, one day his group would surely settle accounts with him. Judging from his condition, his opponents were outstanding disciples of great groups. In this battle, he barely managed to emerge victorious. Saint explained that he was really justifying his position on the human roster. After all, with Mr. Meng around, they really don't have anything to worry about. Even with such a beautiful woman, he was able to handle it. Mr. Meng really has a tough spirit. Hong Litao asked the boy why. In his opinion, at about the same age, Mr. Meng was listed as a human while he was merely a servant. The man explained that it was all because Mr. Meng has talents from heaven and was trained by a famous master. Naturally, he is stronger than him. Shaolin monks are so strong because they have abandoned all worldly things and focused only on self-cultivation. Is the man suggesting that he should leave the world now and become a monk? Besides, it's not even certain that he'll be accepted. But if it doesn't work out for him to become a monk, he can weigh the pros and cons and become an imperial official. They hurt the mentor's brother and now they dare to make jokes. They seem to have no respect at all. Hong Litao said to go back to his sect and called them a gang of hypocritical lowlifes. Otherwise, he would help them do it himself. After that, even Meng Qingjie was told to take his men to immediately get out of sight while they still could. Lan Weid replied that she had memorized the man. When her wounds healed, she would come again and look for him. After which she told the others to leave. The second man said it was time for them to leave as well. The man behind them reminded them to remember to pick up their mentor. Hong Litao recognized that women could not be held back. For such they were already creatures. He could defeat her, and she would never forget him. The kid reminded his brother that they had 2 other girls here after all. Before he knew it, Yan Qingshui and her subordinate were already looking at him. The man explained that everything he had said was only about that saint. He didn't mean those girls in particular. The man told them to call it a day, for it was time for them to go back. The girl explained that Mr. Meng had seriously injured a prominent member of the 4 great groups. She is afraid that this matter will not be settled so easily. Now they obviously won't be able to make peace, but he doesn't think they'll be back. All they have to do now is go back to their place and wait for the play to continue. Yan Qingsu wondered if this was really a performance. The man confirmed her words. Every great group tends to favor its disciples. Naturally, the elders would come after the young ones. The young ones were unable to raise a storm in Shanshan. However, when the elders arrived, the city head would not be able to stand idly by. And so the woman was explaining to the head of the city that his daughter's subordinates had seriously injured a saint from the Zoroastrian sect, and he was still going to stop her. Yan Huangju explained that they were the ones who first came to Shangshan and made a commotion. They know his rules. As for his sons and daughters, he cannot restrict them much. But at the same time, he does not want her, who is his wife, and her people to interfere. The woman explained that the case should be entrusted to her sisters. If it was not possible to take action against his daughter, then let her entire entourage be held responsible. Did she really think that it would be tantamount to killing her? If the city head really eliminates Meng Qingjie and the others, then whose help will Qing Shui rely on when he is the city head? Husband and wife will one day be spouses for all of life. Is he really going to give them that kind of treatment for the sake of that bastard child? It turns out she still remembers that they are husband and wife. He'd treated her well all these years, but all she'd had on her mind was her group behind her. And now she suddenly remembered that they were spouses. The woman explained that the group had helped her reach great heights in cultivation. There is nothing wrong with her wanting to show reciprocal care. This time, the old man had already realized that there was no way to reason with her, and told her to leave. He also told her not to return to Shanshan again. The woman hopes that Yan Huangju will not regret the choice he made today. And now she's gone. Shanshan belongs to him and the Yan family. The old man wondered, so why does everyone need to pressure him? If anyone dares to show up again and beg for his city, he will personally kill him. Meanwhile, in the Zoroastrian sect, the man learned that the one who defeated the heir of the 4 groups was a disciple of the Wanderer of the 4 Perfections. He ordered a subordinate to contact the rest of the currents. They will go there and join forces. The man wants to see how Yan Huangju can protect this Meng Qingjie this time. Meanwhile, Yan Qingsui's protectors were sitting around discussing the disciples of the great groups, who were total trash. Even if they were united, they had nothing to oppose Mr. Meng. Suddenly he saw the plate shake. The man didn't realize what this sudden sensation was. Meng Qingji had to use the dragon and elephant insight technique. He guessed they had arrived so quickly. Now, there were already some people standing in front of young Miss Yan's manor. The old man said that Meng Qingjie had severely injured a disciple of the Mo clan from the Conlin Valley, and didn't even admit his guilt. The guy came out to meet them. He explained that when warriors fight, their lives are always on the line. Obviously, his students were weaker, so it wasn't even his fault. Did this man think that since he was a disciple of the Wanderer of the Four Perfections, he could do whatever he wanted in Xiangnan? If his master was here, even he wouldn't dare to attack the four clans so sneakily. But his master isn't here, so it's only natural that he would dare to say such a thing. If the man's master was here, this old man wouldn't even have a chance to make this kind of demagoguery. The old man wanted to object, but he was stopped by another man. He asked Brother Mo if he was going to continue to be insulted by this self-righteous youngster. He asked Brother Mo if it meant that he feared the Wanderer of the Four Perfections so much. But this is all nonsense. Even if that old man kills that young man, and Zhang Haoyan wants to avenge his death and attack the Mo clan, these three will also be affected, and they won't be able to hide. The man began to assume that people from the Mo clan were becoming less and less bold with age. If the old man didn't do it, he would kill the insolent man himself. He attacked the man, but the guy stood there like nothing happened. It was like he wasn't even trying to defend himself. Apparently he knew someone would come to the rescue after all. And finally someone decided to show up. The newly arrived man called him Han Tinglin and said that he was not a 9-colored sword school here. He can't do whatever he wants. It was Yan Huangju, who had used the 9 changes Chang Lun fist, and the city leader had to protect this youngster. Not only did he cripple his outstanding disciple with exceptional talent, but he also seriously injured 3 disciples of the other groups. The head of the city explained that these disciples had come to the city on their own initiative and began to cause mayhem. He acted magnanimously in letting them leave after that. And now today they came and started talking about justice. It's ridiculous to listen to. Han Tinglin drew his sword and asked the city leader if he had even thought about the consequences of his decision. But the old man only laughed at these words. The right of consequence. He tore off his cloak. The old man decided to personally tell them of the consequences that awaited them. If they don't get out of the city, Yan Huangju will wipe them all out. That old man eventually went insane. There was an explosion. The man's hand in which he held the sword was shaking. After all, he realized that the cultivation level of the city head was not something that could be handled alone. That was why he suggested that they finally join forces. The others glanced among themselves, but still made a decision. Everyone started using a different technique. All 4 men attacked the head of the city. Yan Huanju used the roar of the 9 dragons, the Canlun fist of the 9 changes. Someone's blood has been spilled. Han Tinglin held his side, and saw that in his old age, he still possessed this kind of strength. Other people are also caught up in it. Since the life of the head of the city is already on the line, there is no point in risking his life any further. That's why they decided to leave. Yan Qingshu was immediately worried for her father, and also asked if he was all right and if he was injured. The old man replied that he was fine. He also added that the girl should prepare to accept the position of the head of Shanshan in 7 days. He also ordered Zizhong to send people to curb the first and second son. All the disciples of the great groups that are in their entourage must be destroyed. He took an order from the city manager. The old man turned to the guy who had been looking after his daughter all this time. As long as the man is here, the old man is sure that she has nothing to fear. Meng Qingjie asked the head of the city not to worry. He made a promise to young Miss Yan that he would definitely protect her and get her out of trouble. He told the girl to return her to arrange care for her father. It was clear that this battle had finally robbed him of his strength to the point where he had already started preparing for his funeral. However, after the Spirit Harmony School lost its mentor, would the rest of the group still feel fear? After all, he had left them ways to retreat. Everyone was talking about the fact that yesterday, the city head had fought the masters from the top of the 4 great groups. He inflicted heavy wounds on them, and turned everyone into a fugitive. Moreover, after that event, he sent his best subordinate, Le Zizhong, to exterminate the remaining members of the groups under his son's command. The head of the city, Yan, also has 1 foot in the grave. The man is afraid that he doesn't have much time left. Meanwhile, another man was already watching them. He had also heard all these rumors. I wondered when such a person had arrived in Shanshan. He looks like he's smelling like copper, and he's dressed up in such a vulgar outfit. But he should keep his voice down. This man has been invited by Chief Yan to take over the supervision of Shanshan. This is Qian Daozhen, nicknamed Money Can Do Anything. He is a man with strength on the border of spirit harmony. Still, it's unclear why the city head invited a person with the power of spirit harmony. Do people with such strength not care about riches? But this man really doesn't know anything. This man is really here for the money. It's unclear what the city leader promised him. But he has already agreed to stand up for Shanshan for 100 years. So after young Miss Qingsui took the top position, the great groups wouldn't dare to cause trouble for her. just because the city leader was able to invite such a person here. Meanwhile, the girl stood over her father. There were tears in her eyes. He has caused the girl and her mother so much trouble over the years. The old man hopes she doesn't hate him for it. He won't ask her to achieve greatness for the city. He is only asking her to protect this city. The girl explained that she had never felt hatred for her father. She took his hand. Also, the old man just needed to know if she liked Meng Qingjie. She should answer as is because it was very important. The girl replied that she really liked Mr. Meng. If that's the case, it's all right. He asked the girl to tell him to come here, for the old man had something to discuss with him. He was approached a short time later by the guy himself. He asked the same question he asked the girl. The old man asked if he liked Yan Qingshui. The man explained that the young mistress is a person of integrity as well as outstanding beauty. He does not think there is a man in this world who would not like such a girl, and this humble servant is no exception. The old man offered that he would allow the girl to marry him if the first child in the marriage would bear the surname of Yan, but the man stopped the head of the city and explained that he never said he wanted to marry young Miss Yan. Although the city was now under Qian Daozhen's protection, however, the girl was still inexperienced and did not have a firm hand. If the man could stay and help her, the old man would be much calmer. He apologized to the head of the city. Although he sympathizes with the young Miss Yan, he has only admiration for her and nothing more. His goal is to wander the world and meet people. He won't be able to live peacefully in this place. It was surprising that he was seriously going to refuse such an offer. Although Qingshui would officially be the head of the city, but the real power would be in his hands if he decided to stay. The man explained again that his targets were elsewhere. The old man should not push him. Since that's the case, you can't blame him for it. He caught what the old man threw at him. It was some kind of parasite that had begun to infiltrate his arm. He didn't understand what the head of the city was allowing himself. The old man explained that it was a black parasite that Master Mao Jiang had created. This parasite fed on Qingshui's hair, and once it got inside, the man would not be able to even think of leaving Qingshui for the rest of his life. If he left her for more than 10 days or got together with another woman, the poison from the insect would take effect and devour him from the inside out. The man inquired if city manager Yan really thinks he knows everything about him. Doesn't the old man worry at all that he might have been sent here by another powerful group? Apparently, this old man hadn't even heard of techniques that could neutralize poisonous creatures. These are insects with so much power. The black parasite fell to the floor. And so let that insect go to waste. The old man didn't realize who he even was in the end. He apologized to the defense of Yan City and took out his badge. This time, he introduced himself by his real name, namely Su Xin. He was currently a Zhuifeng sentinel under the 6 ministries. The old man was furious that this man was a person of the imperial palace. He's gonna kill that damn liar. His heart couldn't take it. This old man had devised such a cunning plan, but miscalculated the most important thing. A former great master in the first generation, who was on the brink of death and met his end because he went on a rampage. That's a shame. In order for the girl to take over as head of the city, the man will take action against the rest of his descendants. Let the old man consider it a tribute to him. He reported that the head of Yan City was riding a crane to the west. This meant that he had passed away. The subordinates have heard the cry that this is just nonsense. It was unclear as to why father had chosen to choose this cheap Yan Qingshui instead of them, and even after his death, he had spread an easy road in front of her. Meng Qingji had already managed to offend the forces behind them. The elders of the great groups would not let this go so easily. When they recover, they will come to Shanshan once again, and then they will have a chance again. But now the city is under Qian Daozhen's protection. The 13th son doubts that the group elders would agree to oppose such a man for their sake. But Qian Daozhen had only agreed to help Yan Qingshui, and protecting Meng Qingjie was out of the question. It's ridiculous to even hear that he needs someone for his own protection. Meng Qingjie came to see them. Yan Shuheng asked why he was here. The man replied that he had come here to kill. Cheng Heng swept up that Yan Qingshui couldn't order such a thing, but he would still dare to kill them. The girl was just a little too virtuous for such an act, but he, on the other hand, never liked leaving potential threats behind. The man began to sweat at such news, but Meng Qingjie didn't even let them get a word in, as he immediately struck a fatal blow. People were saying that last night, 12 children of the Yan City chief were found dead. Although even death could not atone for the atrocities committed by these people, using such methods was not at all like Yan Qingshui. But Miss Yan isn't even capable of doing such a thing. And one shouldn't forget that she has Meng Qingjie under her command. The man's sick of living if he's talking nonsense like that. He shouldn't say such things without proof. The girl informed Yan Qingshui that Mr. Meng had arrived. She greeted him. Since this matter in Shanshan is accomplished, he came to relieve himself of his duties. The girl remembered that her father had talked to a man that day. He must have mentioned the engagement. The girl wondered if he really couldn't stay. After all, he had never had feelings for her. This time, the man called her by name. Qingshui must know that even without his master's painting, he originally had no intention of staying in Shanshan. Therefore, it is better for them to forget about each other. If they are meant to be together, their paths will cross again in the future. Then she wants to go with him too. Tears came to the girl's eyes. Guy asked me not to make a scene. She should think about Shanshan City and its people. They can't manage without her. If she gets into trouble, she should just open this pouch. Its contents will be able to help her. She held this gift bag in her hand and said she didn't want to part with it. Meng Qingjie replied that this was not where his ambition lay. Besides, if they were made for each other, they would meet again. She shouted his name one last time in his wake. He threw away his old clothes when he left town. The system was congratulating him for completing the main assignment, which was called Ungenerous and Windy. As a reward, he was given 500 antagonist points and 5 mid-level rotations. He certainly didn't want to stumble into a similarly feisty assignment again. His phoenix wing knives were flying again. He immediately took notice and shouted out who it was. He calmly deflected the attack flying at him. The guy took off his mask and immediately recognized Mr. T. This guy had once again lived up to his potential. In such a time, he was able to open the 4 spiritual openings of his ears and eyes. Susin replied that Honorable Te was praising him undeservedly. He then asked what Tewu King was doing here. Tehu King replied that he had been waiting for him, but he wondered why he had so quickly decided to leave Shanshan City and leave the woman's embrace. The boy asked not to joke around like that. If he stayed in the city, it would be possible to put a stop to his further development. He actually did quite well this time. He already has 1,500 points for his achievements. If the need arises, the guy should remember that he can always exchange them at the headquarters. He wondered if that was really all there was to it. Su Xin remembered that the Tian Chong pill that the Lord had so kindly given him before this task was worth 2,000 points. Under normal circumstances, he would have only received 1,000 points for this assignment. But since he had completed it with such brilliance, the internal department decided to make an exception and added another 500 points. In addition, he also received a promotion. Right now, he had already become the senior supervisor of Xiangnan province. Senior warden Xiangnan is not such a lowly position. But along with that, Tewu King had some not-so-good news for the guy. There was an incident with the Eagle faction that he had personally raised and developed. The 3 Elites Guild was destroyed, making the Eagle faction the strongest group in Changning County. Does this mean that some force from outside has turned against them? This force turned out to be the martial communities from the Central Plains. And in fact, it all had to do with his monopoly of special goods from the southern countries that he had arranged in Shanshan, as well as the exorbitant profit of 50 million liang he was able to make on them. It was unclear why such powerful groups were interested in such paltry profits. Naturally, such influential groups would not send their people to Xiangnan to care for the sake of such a minor benefit. In reality, the people who were overcome with envy and anger were prominent disciples of these groups who had left their currents to continue to perfect themselves. So, disciples from the Central Plains can do whatever they want in foreign territories. I wonder if the Xiangnan martial communities feel the same way. But it's quite simple. Xiangnan communities are weak, and oppressing the weak is the order of the day. They are unable to avoid it, so what else can they do? But the guy should not forget that he is a man of 6 ministries. If those students get too rowdy, the internal department will not sit idly by. Donglin County. The system congratulated him for receiving a disposable item. He received the Heavenly Cane. The character owner is Mi Kangqiong, rated 3.5 stars. This system never ceases to annoy him. The man drove his men up and said that if they were late, he would skin them. Su Xin apologized for disturbing him. The boy wondered if something had happened in Donglin County recently. He wondered why so many warriors had gathered here. The man would not answer him on that point and chased him out of the way. The protagonist reiterated that he would not ask the same question twice. He asked the gentleman not to be angry. The man explained that Di Yunfeng from Zhengjian City had invited outstanding talents from Xiangnan to join him here. At the moment, the representatives of the Year Cycle Group, the Shangguan clan from Zhongnan, and other famous talents from the human roster had arrived in Donglin. They are warriors from the Central Plains. Yet they are about to join them so quickly. Single cultivators like them have never once been able to come into contact with great groups in their entire lives. This is a unique opportunity for them. How else would people like them escape when the great groups from the Central Plains decide to do something against Xiangnan? He had heard everything he wanted to hear, so they could leave. They thanked the Han, after which they hurriedly left. Meanwhile, people were sitting around the table discussing how Brother Liu had already joined Mr. Di. He suggested that his brother recommend himself and the others. After all, they all come from the same martial arts palace. Brother L can't forget about his younger brothers after his promotion. Although these people are his friends, he cannot recommend them. Mr. D is the younger brother of the blue-eyed dragon Di Jingfei, who is the head of the Zhengjian Union. They realize that they are embarrassing their brother, so they can offer to take this yellow-level elixir that he received for his early years' service. Beside him, there are 2 more of the same. Then that's a whole other conversation. The man explained that Mr. Dai was not the only one who came to Xiangnan to compete for influence. He hopes that in the end, they will not become just cannon fodder. He asked Brother Fan if he had heard the expression, "Wealth and honor are achieved in risk." Did he really think he could gain something if he stayed with the master in the martial arts palace? Another man approached them and asked where Di Yunfei was now. The man turned around and asked who gave this insolent man the right to say Mr. Dai's name. Su Xin replied that he was the one asking. He repeated his question again about where Di Yunfei was now. The man replied that he didn't know that, and the protagonist stabbed him in the arm with his sword. The man asked the noble lord to spare him, after which he replied that Mr. Dai had gone to Nanning County to recruit people from the Chen clan. He then inquired about the other students from the Central Plains. The man replied that they too had left Donglin. They went in search of subordinates. He took his sword from the man's hand and asked if there were none of them left in Dunlin. Then surely he must know what happened to the Eagle faction from Changning County. It's a small faction that refused to join Mr. Dai's ranks. It is said that this faction controls the main supply channels of goods from the southern countries. They have now become the target of all-powerful forces. However, the head of that faction turned out to be quite stubborn and did not accept any offers to buy those channels. It turned out that the head of the Eagle faction had some power. Last time Mr. Dai had sent his subordinates, but even though they were representatives of great currents, they were all beaten. The guy wondered, and then what Di Yunfei was going to do. If the opposite party is unwilling to cooperate and share the profits, then he will personally destroy the Eagle faction. Then the protagonist should break the legs and arms of the man who told all this. He'll see how this Di Yunfei can attack his faction without his subordinates. Was it really the same person who had wiped out all of Mr. D's new subordinates during the night? The man replied that that was the way it was. He must not let appearances mislead him. He'll kill and not even bat an eye. The man interrogated the other man if he was sure. There were several clear spirit-level warriors among Mr. Dai's subordinates. Did he really think that this person could really be a human list person? The man confirmed these words. He had once killed the heir of the Qingcheng Sword School and was on the human and black lists along with it. This is the former head of the Eagle faction, Swift Sword Su Xin. If they hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have even remembered how awful his nickname was either. The subordinate announced that Mr. D had appeared. Di Yunfei asked who Su Xin was here. The man noticed that the gentleman looked rather furious, and so he suggested that he sit down and recover over a cup of wine. He guessed that this was Su Xin. The man wondered if he was too bold or just very stupid. Su Xin had dared to kill his subordinates, and still stayed and let his subordinates know about him. He seems to have had enough of life. Then he would ask something of the Lord as well. Where did he get the courage to annoy his Eagle faction? How dare that insolent man speak to Mr. D like that? Is it not that when the master speaks, the dog is also allowed to open his mouth? The man was angry about being called a dog. The man assumed that this person was Pan Fei Yun. In order to polemicize in front of Di Yunfei, he had left the people who had been his brothers for many years at his mercy. Was it too kind of him to call him a dog? He should be glad he wasn't in Dunlin yesterday. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to look at the sun again today. Di Yunfei stopped his subordinate. He realized that Su Xin's posturing was far ahead of his cultivation level. But the man is only stating facts. Does Mr. Dai think that if the Zhengjian alliance wasn't behind him, he would have been able to live to this day? It's funny to see these attempts when a man is trying to get him off balance. Too bad it's going to take more effort for him to do that. This alliance actually belongs to him. When his elder brother leaves his post, he will become the head of the Zhengjian Union. Although he enjoys the power of the alliance, but no matter how you look at it, he is only standing in the shadow of the brilliance of the blue-eyed dragon Di Jingfei. He is probably uncomfortable with such a thing. The man was starting to lose his temper even more. He shouted out what Sushin was referring to. Even though he is ranked 57th on the human list, he is nevertheless the only one who doesn't even have his own nickname. The man asked if he was speaking correctly, and called him Di Jingfei's younger brother. If Sushin wanted to anger him, he had successfully succeeded. If a man was in such a hurry to die, he would fulfill that wish. The others also drew their swords. It doesn't seem fair that all three men would gang up on one man. But even if he's alone, he'll fight to the end. Di Yunfei told everyone to step back. Sushin praised his fortitude, which was expected from the blue-eyed dragon's younger brother. For a dead man, he talks a lot, but the protagonist didn't think of standing still either. It was surprising that he already had the power of a clear spirit. A year ago, he made it to the human list and was only half a step away from the early sky level. This type is progressing too fast. Di Yunfei used the dragon technique on the water. The two water dragons were aimed straight at Sushin. It was the attack that broke through the wall. Still, he managed to provoke Di Yunfei. This is the unique King Lun power technique that belongs to Di Jingfei. Who would have thought that he would pass it on to his younger brother? Although in terms of strength, Mr. D is inferior to his older brother. Nevertheless, with such a technique, he has no rivals within his level. He told everyone to shut their mouths. Whoever dares to mention Big Brother again, he would personally shut that mouth forever. He started coughing up blood again, so he covered himself with his hand. No one would say a word if he didn't use his technique. But when he uses something that does not belong to him, it is inevitable that he will be judged by others. The man called him a sneaky bastard. Obviously, their master was furious at his attitude. But it's not his fault that this Mr. D is unable to stand it when others mention his brother. He shouted out that he would kill this Sushin. He used the power of the Qing Lun. Dragon Strike. Sushin summoned the spiritual sword. He immediately flew to his hand. After which, Sushin used the purple rivers. This attack cut the water dragon. After which, the guy struck Di Yunfei. More enemies have appeared around the protagonist. They need to take care of Mr. Dai as soon as possible, and if he dies, they will be in trouble. The head of the Chen clan should know that when the master is insulted, the vassal dies. The man wondered if he would be able to take responsibility when the Zhengjian Union called him to account if he continued to stand by and watch like this. He himself realizes what's at stake. That's why he should stop talking. Another man has arrived. How come it was impossible to defeat a single one, and now they are going to attack all of them? The boy recognized that voice immediately. This is Zhejian's Yuanyu 9 Calamities, which is 21st on the human list. People didn't understand how it got here. Di Yunfei asked the girl why she was here. She explained that Xiangnan did not belong to him or the Zhengjian Union. The girl came here looking for an old friend. Does he really want to prevent her from doing so? She greeted Sushin and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. She also noticed that Shin'er missed him very much. So this Zhejian and Sushin know each other. The man ordered as they left. After they left, the guy turned to the girl and asked how Zinner was doing. She was glad he still remembered his little sister. The girl asked him not to worry. The baby is developing very fast, and all the people of her current are treating her warmly. There was nothing threatening her now. He apologized to Madame C for disturbing her. The guy also asked what brought her to Shangnan this time. She replied, clearly not these apprentices who were sent here by factions and guilds to gain experience. This was not the place to talk, so they should leave here. After the girl explained it to him, he realized that this Di Yunfei had decided to stretch his hands towards the Yijian school's vassal domain. However, the guy had already defeated him, and had also killed quite a few of his talented subordinates. Apparently this time her trip was in vain. Did she mean to say that since Di Yunfei had suffered defeats from him, he was now barred from continuing to fight for Xiangnan? Since he had fallen at his hand, it would be impossible for him to compete with the other groups. What's more important is that his position in the human roster will now also go to the protagonist. Honestly speaking, this whole fight is like children fighting in a sandbox. If he hadn't provoked Di Yunfei, there was no way he would have taken the matter personally. All the people who came here are all disciples of elite masters. This time, the goal of the major factions and the Xiangnan Guild is quite clear. All they need is to strengthen the skill of their people. But if during this fight, any of the current disciples from the Central Plains die, it will hit the currents themselves hard. But the Yue 9 Calamities Yue Nui from Yijian School had also arrived in Jiangnan. This is what's really strange. The newly arrived person recognized Brother Su, who was ranked 57th on the next humans list. This person's name was Xiao Moyun of the Year Cycle Group. The girl replied that he was a disciple of the inimitable blade, Jin Kexin, who was the head of the summer altar of the year cycle group. Wasn't he busy luring new powers to his side? The man explained that she was here without any hostile intentions. The girl knows, after all, that old geezers from school and current still place great importance on such a thing as a place on the human roster, although he had long since reached great completion at the clear spirit level. However, he hadn't achieved any meaningful martial merits at all recently. Therefore, his place on the list is rather low. The protagonist assumed that was why Brother Xiao decided to nail a weakling like him. And here was Su's brother laughing at him. The man only wanted to exchange experiences with him. It can be arranged. However, he must agree to one condition. And this brother's pretty funny. What will he do if the man refuses? Does Su Xin really think he can escape from him? The Yijian school is indebted to him for the one promising talent he sent to them that is very dear to him. If the man is so eager to fight with him, does he not wish to know how Madame Si views it first? Although the protagonist looks like a noble man, but when he takes matters seriously, he doesn't shy away from any methods. After all, Xiao Muyun agreed to this condition. If Su Xin won, he would abandon any attempts to go against the Eagle faction. Xiao Muyun admits that he does not wish to clash with the Yijian school, but Xiangnan is not Su Xin's domain. Even though the annual profits of tens of millions that the Eagle faction receives are not of great importance to his current. However, for the disciples who left their schools to gain experience, this is a rare opportunity. He wouldn't be able to willingly give up such an opportunity. Does he really want to become the second Di Yunfei? The guy admits that with his current strength, it would be quite difficult for him to kill Xiao Muyun. But what about his subordinates? If there's nothing left of his powers, there's no need to explain further what that will mean. Let him dare to do it. He should show less fervor. If he decided to corner Su Xin, he would see what would happen to the Shangguan family he brought with him. Di Yunfei lost, and in the coming Zhengjin Union, it will still go to him. But here, things are different with him. Among the 4 altars of the year cycle group, he is not the only much promising talent. Xiao Muyun recognized that he was right here. But even if he agreed to this condition, Yanqing of the Shangguan family would not leave the Eagle faction alone. That's not this guy's concern. When this Shangguan Yanqing shows up, he'll take care of it himself. It's just that kind of thing, then he won't cause further trouble. How strange that Brother Xiao isn't willing to exchange experiences. He advised him to save his strength against the Shangguan clan. If the opportunity presented itself in the future, Xiao Muyun would be completely at his disposal. The girl remarked that his talent for eloquence never ceased to amaze. The man explained that Xiao Muyun had made this play to get him to deal with Shangguan Yanqing. In the past, such forces would have made him fearful, but now he had the serious resources of 6 ministries at his disposal. When the time came, he would have to use them wisely and not waste them. As she understands it, things in Xiangnan are settled. The girl asked if he still planned to stay here. He replied that he didn't. In order to solve the issue of Shangguan Yanqing, who is ranked 55th from the human list, he needs to go to the Central Plains. Rumor has it that this Shangguan Yanqing is extremely cunning and has a cruel temper. He should be careful. He thanked Madame for the warning. He also asked her to continue to keep an eye on his little sister, Xiner. Shengjing City, 3 days later. As expected, the first 3 lines remained unchanged. Apparently, there is no one in this generation of the idiot list who can surpass Lin Changhe. It is said that the sword child, He Xiu, realized the aspiration of the sword a year ago, and then challenged the fool, Li Changhe, but lost before he could even draw his sword. Fire Demon. Yan Naru had risen to the 4th place, contrary to expectations. However, this person is from the 36 Western alien states. He has not undergone a virtuous upbringing, and has become cruel and unfeeling, and his strength is drawn from heresy. The rest of the top 10. Feng Lingzi's Perfect Red Pine Tree, Chen Jing's Heavenly Sphere Sword, Yin Xixiong's Thousand-Faced Witch, Yan Dongchen's Keisha Spear, Yue Qingping's Resolute Palm, and Zhuge Qingtian's Calculating Genius held their positions firmly. And then, the man noticed that someone had suddenly jumped from the 100th place to the 54th position. This time, he had a new nickname, namely, the Purple Sword of Destruction Dragon Su Xin. His battle merits told him that 3 days ago, he had destroyed several warriors on the Clear Spirit boundary who were under Di Yunfei's command. After which, he himself opposed Di Yunfei himself. He forced his way through Di Yunfei's techniques and ultimately defeated him. Since he had defeated Di Yunfei, shouldn't he have taken his 57th ranking? How come he had risen another 3 ranks higher? Apparently, in assessing its power, The six ministries decided that its power was not limited to this place. There's nothing strange here.